Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Phone's at 6%. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yo, bro, happy freaking birthday. Yo, what's good, guys? Okay. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? So, sorry about that. I had to send out one message to somebody. It was a friend's birthday. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? All right. First of all, newest One Piece chapter. Newest One Piece chapter. I have read it. I'm not gonna post it out. I got some comments before about talking about spoilers, etc. While discussing on stream. So I'll do. Sorry about that. So I'll do my best job to keep it as spoiler free as possible. Um, Good episode. I mean, sorry, good chapter. We waited a couple of weeks for it. I think it was like what 3 weeks for this one. I will say the biggest Haimiya is scary cute. What the fuck is this about? At my high school, Haimiya Senpai is feared by all and considered too scary. This is apparently due to her intimidating appearance and blunt way of speaking and those sparkly piercings. The long gray wolf cut hair, even her Kansai accent is intimidating, but for some reason the scary senpai treats me kindly. A scary turns into cute. The scary, heart pounding senpai rom com begins. Um, does look very cute. Okay, okay, I can see why. Okay. Oh, this is a very short series. This is one of those like short series. Okay, whatever. Who cares? Okay. So new chapter was good. I think the best part about the newest chapter for One Piece was just the fact that we're back into the average story. We're back into the present time. No more flashbacks. Hopefully, no more fucking flashbacks for the rest of the goddamn arc. I still think it's a pretty good arc, but I will say it might affect the quality for those who are enjoying it or trying to get through the arc or reading it in real time. It might affect their enjoyment of the series, or at least of Elbaf, if they have to go through another fucking arc because we're already sorry, another fucking flashback because we're already like two in. I gotta check some quick things out real quick though. I want to just double check. This is after that. This is 420. This is 424. So what are we doing today? Well, we're gonna check out some stuff. No, that's Naruto and Sasuke already transformed. Is it this one? We're gonna check out some stuff because there are a couple of things that I do want to cover, but we before we do that. So there's a scene that I specifically want to cover. There's a scene that I specifically wanted to talk about. I'm not there on the script yet, but I do think that there's something worth discussing here, and it's in regards to. I'll have to talk about it eventually in the video. I've been kind of running my head through it for the last couple of days. I haven't exactly been working on the script just the last few days. I've been working on the script this past few weeks just to kind of like get through that last bit of anxiety that I've had. My with my family here, my aunt told me, just take a week off, just do whatever else, focus on anything else, but just leave the script for now, and relax and spend time with us. And I'm like, sure, why not? So. Something that I did pick up on. When are you reading Hunter x Hunter? It's coming back soon. I'm definitely not gonna read Hunter x Hunter. Listen, when Hunter x Hunter actually finishes, then we'll do it. Eon, did you see that Gunko has special eyes? She awakened. Now One Piece has its own Sharingan. I don't know about like One Piece having its own Sharingan, King T, but I see where you're coming from. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I want to know. I want to know what those special eyes that Gunko has are all about. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I have any clue as to what they might do. And I can't really, and I don't, and I'm not really the type to start making up theory pieces on it. So there's a scene here that I want to talk about, specifically when in regards to Minato. You guys see Sage Mode gets his arm ripped off or whatever. That's not really what I care about. So Minato. So as you guys can see here, Madara rips off the arm that has the Rasengan and essentially sends it flying, and 100% sends it flying at Kakashi. Gaara takes Minato, Kakashi gets hit by the Rasengan, right? Also, just to show you guys, Kakashi has his vest wide open. So, something that you might not have been able to pick up on or tell is that Kakashi, you know, all things considered, seems to be relatively fine, right? I mean, we're just moving page to page here. Nothing changes in between. You guys can see up top. Pay attention to the page numbers up top. These are all basically just back to back to back to back, right? Yeah. I guess, no, yeah, we've got basically every page back to back, so nothing's happening. Kakashi essentially takes a Sage amped Rasengan straight to the chest and just gets up from it right afterwards. So the reason why I bring this up, and some of you might say, what's the big deal here? Kakashi has great durability, yada yada yada. It's kind of inconsistent. If you ask me, do you think the TSO are massively hypersonic? I don't know how fast they are. I cannot give you an exact range for their speed. But what I can tell you is they're fast, they are not light speed, and they're likely not even sub-relativistic. Let's see if I can find it. When does Naruto slam on Obito's back? When does Naruto... Oh, here it is. Right? So, this is kind of the inconsistency that I'm coming to, right? Where it's like... Obito tanked a Rasengan straight to the chest. Oh, look at that. Kakashi did tank some damage. Fantastic, right? This is kind of insane. You think the TSO would be glass cannons in the JJK verse? Do I think the TSO are glass cannons in the JJK verse? I mean, I'll put it like this. Do I think anyone in JJK technically punches as hard as my guy with the 8th gate? No, absolutely not. So do I think that anyone in JJK could break a Tooth-Seeking Orb with just raw physical force? No, probably not. It's either inconsistency or, so as I was trying to get to, this is either an inconsistency or it's kind of a telling way to define how powerful or at least how durable Six Path's characters are. So there's a couple of avenues to look at this. I'm gonna write down a couple of you guys. I'm gonna write down a couple for you guys right now. Actually, let me do it in my drive folder. Let me do it in my drive folder just in case, so I don't have to like lose it for later. I feel like it might actually be important to write this down here instead, so that I just have it for later. So that's just the script. Okay. Kakashi, Sage Rasengan moment. Sage Rasengan, durability feat. Right? So, okay, so, let's just cover over a couple things, right? We know that Six Path's characters seem to have some kind of a weakness to, Yo, do not fucking call me a good boy, bro. What the? You know what? That's a 1 minute timeout. Don't call me a good boy, bro. bro, I really thought he was about to get away with that. That's funny as fuck. You think having a hype channel for a promotional material discussing upcoming projects would be a good idea, or is general enough? I think it's enough. I think it's enough for now. Also, let me type into chat. Let me let everybody know. Eon, at everyone. I'm live. Sorry, I kind of just jumped into stream sort of half-heartedly. I'm still like, I didn't know what I wanted to do today. I was probably just gonna fuck around for most of the day, probably spend some time with my aunt and my grandma. But I was like, you know what? Let me see if I can at least like cover this, and I'll probably just get back to actually doing some work on Monday. Everyone, I'm live. Okay. 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 Anyway, so there's a couple of avenues that I could look at this, right? So Kakashi tanks a Minato Sage Amped Rasengan, right? There is visible damage on his chest, right? There's visible damage on his chest. I'm back. Did I miss something regarding the new chapter? Okay to talk about or stuff like that? For now, just leave it. I guess you guys can talk about it. If anybody here would not like us to talk about, if anybody here would like us to not talk about the latest chapter, you're more than welcome to let us know right now. If somebody here has an issue, then obviously don't. But if within the next 5 or 6 minutes nobody says anything, then you're more than welcome to start discussing it. I'm not going to try to talk about it as much as possible, but I do want to cover a couple things, specifically when it comes to this Kakashi tanking Rasengan feat, because it's kind of weird, at least from the perspective of, does Kakashi have durability on the same tier as 6 Paths characters? Does Sage Mode, does Senjutsu enhanced attacks just completely negate the durability amp of 6 Path Sage Mode? Like, is it just a direct counter? Like, what are we looking at over here, right? So let me just type down a couple of things. There's visible damage on his chest. What does this mean for his durability? Right. What does this mean for his durability, right? The Rasengan does briefly touch Kakashi. Says that he warped it away with Kamui as soon as it made contact, so the Rasengan was barely brushed off. Let me see. Does he say that? Uchiha, Obito, rips out. Naruto, take the thing to Kamui. To backspace, I materialized the object. You've been a sage. You were able to steal some power for me. Since you'd been in Sage Mode once, you were able to steal Sage power from me. If I try to teleport, he'll come away and transfer speeds, right? I'll come and back you up. Our first tactic in a while. Gladly, I hope I'll be there. Obito, Kakashi, I'll return. I'll have you return to me everything I loaned you, especially my left eye. Are you worried? Once together, the Sharingan's true power will be unleashed, and thus, you're wrong. Those are Rinnegan, not Sharingan. No, you're wrong. I'm talking about these eyes. Let me go back. Okay, so it's chapter 666. Chapter 667, not memeing? Okay, I got you. Naruto. You say it's 667, so I should have it then? Okay, 667. Kashi. Thanks, guys. I'm taking about. That was okay. I was teleporting it away with Kamui just as it was making contact. Cool. Actually, that clears up a lot of things for me. That clears up a lot for me. Okay, thank you, actually. Thank you, Cameron. That actually clears up quite a bit. Okay, so originally I had a bit of an issue with figuring out this specific part right here because there was visible damage on Kakashi's chest. Originally I thought they would have to circumvent to a couple of different options, but considering what Cameron, the information Cameron just gave me, I have to, I will note it down. Kakashi does state, let me just write that down real quick. Kakashi comments on him warping it away as soon as it made contact. Cool. Perfect. Thank you. I don't know why people will highball Naruto's speed way beyond light speed from the data books. Like, being faster than light is still impressive, even if it's not, like, being faster than light is still impressive, even if it's not light speed. I don't know what you mean by this, because being faster than light would be more impressive than being light speed. I think you meant it the other way around. like being light speed is still impressive even if it's not faster than light. I'm assuming that's what you mean, Sailor Diamond. Um, Strings being more consistent than the Naruto light speed meta. Doesn't he explicitly say that he teleported the Kamui away? Yeah. We just got that. Okay, so I guess that inconsistency's been cleared up for me. Thank you so much. I was kind of having a bit of an I was having just a bit of a struggle with this. Kakashi has the ability to manipulate time and space with his Kamui, but it's strange why you don't find that impressive regardless. What are you talking about? What do you mean why I don't find it impressive regardless? He teleported the move away. That's pretty impressive. When did I say that it wasn't that impressive? Oh, lightning. Sorry. I read that completely wrong. My bad. That was just me reading it wrong. Yeah. Kakashi says he sent it away with Kamui. In a cross-verse sense, in a One Piece matchup, right? Because he would still need to be able to keep complete focus on the object that's coming at him, and I do not believe that this arm being slung at him was being slung at him at light speed. Can you prove to me that this arm being slung at him at light speed? Can you show me a feat where Kakashi can objectively, not interpretation, not some random bullshit, no, objectively Kamui'd away an object that was objectively traveling at faster than light speeds? If you can show me that, then I can say it's probably impressive, probably even an actual issue in a One Piece matchup. Would it not be instantaneous? No, the attack is not instantaneous. Kamui has never been instantaneous. As a matter of fact, this right here shows you that Kamui is not instantaneous. They needed to literally have both of them use Kamui at the same time just to improve the speed. Yeah, not light speed. Not light speed. Nothing here was light speed at all. So why would it work in One Piece? Like, I don't... Like, cross-verse matches? Like, we're not even talking about cross-verse matchups right now. We're talking about just directly Naruto. A lot of the things that happen in Naruto as far as the war arc goes are very impressive for Naruto characters. That I do not even remotely deny. It's when you start comparing it to other series that you can say, well, it's a lot less impressive. But as far as Naruto goes, very impressive. Isn't Kamui slower than explosions or comparable? Conan mentions it, I think. Even then, that would only put it around the hypersonic ranges of speed, which at least again in a cross-verse fight, hypersonic ranges of speed are just not impressive depending on what verse you're comparing it to. 1 second, let me go get some water. Okay. Isn't Kamui slower than explosion? Yeah, that's what I meant. It's not light speed in the slightest. Yeah, I agree. It's not light speed. Okay. Inconsistency clarified away. Let's see. I'll keep that as a backup thing. Okay. Kamui was able to snipe a truth-seeking orb from Madara perfectly. Fantastic. How fast is a truth-seeking orb? Tell me right now how fast the truth-seeking orb is. Because it's not light speed. Truth-seeking orbs are, objectively speaking, not light speed. Nothing within the story implies it. What truth-seeking orb are you referencing? You want to give me a specific portion? You want to tell me whose truth-seeking orb it was? Was it Madara's? Was it Obito's? Which one are we talking about? I can't believe... As fast as 8 gates bending time and space. Fantastic. Light speed. So we're talking light speed then, right? Because if you're referencing because Kakashi doesn't calmly away any of his truth-seeking orbs, the ones that he launches at Guy. No. He's warping away a portion of the truth-seeking orb. How busted would Room no Jutsu be? Room in Naruto would be like 5 fucking jutsus all encompassed into one, dude. It's not even close. Like, imagine, it's like this is what I talk about when I say that, like, people who just stick to this idea of like Naruto being like this ultra powerful verse with some of the most impressive axes in fiction, just genuinely just refuse to understand how like actually busted abilities outside of the verses. And if you're bringing One Piece into the equation, it's like they cannot fully comprehend how busted something like Room is, right? Like, the ability to perform something like Flying Raijin, right? The ability to perform something as powerful as like Flying Raijin or Amino Tejikara is considered absolutely broken with a Naruto, right? Like instant teleportation between any two fixed points or any two people, that is fucking insane, right? Like you think, oh, there's no activation, there's no nothing. As long as you have a marker set up somewhere, whether it's through a kunai or on a person or on the ground, you can essentially teleport something instantly. Or as long as it's within Sasuke's immediate line of sight or around a certain radius of him, it's just automatically being capable of being teleported, right? Now, imagine that concept, but over a much vaster, larger distance, right? Imagine that over a larger distance, and then you also get other abilities like basically telekinesis inside of that area. Imagine telekinesis inside of that area. Imagine the ability to split up all of your opponents inside of the area. Imagine being able to spin around and manipulate everything that you want. Being able to scan your opponent for all of their tools and then just teleporting them away because you don't really need anything else. You can just teleport your opponent's weapons or items away. Imagine having the ability to create weapons that literally destroy a person from the inside out and generate an intense amount of damage, right? It doesn't manipulate souls. That's something that was a misconception. It doesn't manipulate souls. I looked into it even further. It does not manipulate souls, which is why I don't bring it up within the context of my Law versus the Naruto verse video. Like, imagine having all of those things. Like, imagine if all of that was just part of the regular Flying Raijin Jutsu. Be it the TSR or MFTL Plus, if it was able to get a good pinpoint on Night Guy, same person who can bend space with his legs, and Kakashi Kamui them with no difficulty with Naruto. So so you're referencing it with Night Guy, right? Okay, so let's go. 8 gates, right? I'll go through these slowly for you. I'll click one page at a time. No truth-seeking orbs. 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 He launched a punch. Fantastic. Madara put up a shield. Cool. He threw a second punch. Didn't block it. Third punch, fourth punch. Didn't block any of those. Launches TSO at Guy. Rock Lee throws a kunai. Also, not light speed, by the way. Intercepted the attack. Not light speed. Intercepted the attack. Not light speed. Teleports in. Shifts them away. Kakashi. Up here. Opens a hole while Guy is still moving. Where's the truth-seeking orb speed? Where's the truth-seeking orb stuff? Because if you're now trying to bring up Might Guy bending space, fantastic. It's with this attack right here. Right? Night Guy, right? That's the attack that does it, right? Fantastic. What does bending space do? Don't even say time. He doesn't bend time. That is objectively untrue. He's bending space right here. Fantastic. Cool. Where's the truth-seeking orb? Where's the truth-seeking orb in any of this? What's your argument? Oh yeah, you can also just switch people's personalities. That's right. He swapped their personalities. I don't think it really is the souls. At least I think it's called a person. If I remember right, at least as far as like the wiki goes, it's called the personality swap surgery. I'll say the reference. The reason why One Piece looks crazy is because it bears no logic. What do you mean it bears no logic? So your argument is One Piece is too cartoony for you, so it bears no logic. It has its own logic. You just don't agree with it. You just don't agree with it, but it has its own logic. It's not that wild generally, because in Naruto, any character who could have a combination of flying Raijin with a greater extended range, with the ability to manipulate anything inside those kunai's range, I think would honestly kind of be very wild if you compare it to a series like Naruto. Guy was bending space and the truth seeking was going to hit Guy before Guy could hit him. When was the truth seeking orb going to hit when was the truth seeking orb going to hit Guy? Where, guys, is the truth seeking orb in the room with us? Where's the truth seeking orb that he was going to use? Is the truth seeking orb in the room with us? Where was the truth seeking orb? I don't see any truth seeking orb. Where's the truth seeking orb? Right here? Where Guy is like lying after using his most powerful attack and his foot's turning to dust? Is that what you're referencing? Is that the quote unquote truth seeking orb in the room with us? Because I think you're lying to yourself, Kuchikage. I think you're genuinely lying. Where did Guy break it? Where did Guy break a truth-seeking orb? Oh, you're talking about over here, right? You're talking about in this other scene right here, right? Where he's not bending space. Where he's not bending space. Oh, you're talking about the anime. You're talking about the anime, right? Let's see. Anime, right? Let's see, what was that, 421 then? It has to be like chapter, what, 421, 423, episode 421? Let's look that up real quick. Oh god, I forgot it's gonna do that. What is it, like 422, 423? Should be like, what, 422 then? Just built completely differently they're built completely differently, but these guys will never admit to it because they don't care. They don't care about having a genuine discussion. What they care about is simply saying, well, the verse with the funny fox boy, it will always be more impressive because otherwise, what do I have to live for, right? Like, I feel like a lot of people just take this shit way too seriously to the point where they're like, they just do whatever they can to, like, basically make shit up, dude. And I don't get it. Personally, I don't understand it. Which one is this one? Konohamaru sees training. Okay, so these are clearly not the chapters then. Something wrote. Learning incarnations, guy distracted. Okay, Madara regenerates. Ready to his final attack. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, this is 421. First and foremost, I think I'm one of the few people ever to critique or even debunk you. Anything. You've never debunked me. You have, objectively speaking, never debunked me. You'd have to give me some moment at some point in time where you debunked me, because I don't believe you've ever debunked me. Okay, so where's the moment? Alright, let's see it real quick. And you know what? Let me, first of all. There we go. Okay. Let me download this real quick for my own purposes. 421. There we go. Now I'm going to up it up by 2 times speed. Okay. So, show me where on the screen there's a truth-seeking orb. Show me where on the screen there is a truth-seeking orb. You see me, I'm stopping it. I haven't seen any truth-seeking orb. Man, imagine lying. Imagine lying to yourself because you cannot lie to me. Imagine saying that it's in the anime, and then, the inconsistency, we already figured it out. Don't worry about that, we already figured it out. Man. Crazy. Imagine saying that you've debunked me when you never have, and then imagine me proving you wrong, Kuchikage. Damn. I think One Piece characters are faster and stronger. You just downplay the Naruto verse. When do I not? How do I downplay the Naruto verse when I'm telling you exactly what's happening on screen? How can I downplay the Naruto verse when everything I say is essentially something that is happening in the context of the manga? What you think I'm downplaying is the attack potency of the characters, even though you have no way of actually proving to me that the characters are any stronger than what I've said. No, when Guy punched Madara through a TSO, let's go back to your previous comments, right? Let's go back to your previous comments, right? Kakashi has the ability to manipulate time space. Yeah. The TSO or EBFTL, I was able to get a good pinpoint of Night Guy, same person who can bend space and time with his legs, right? Right. So you're talking about you being able to figure out, because does he mean the staff? Yeah, but the staff isn't an actual, the staff might be a TSO technically, but he's not throwing it at Guy, he's not avoiding it, he's not breaking it. This guy has been saying this whole time that he broke the TSO, that he went past it. I've never talked about you, Kuchikage. I said, that's why I specified you when I said it didn't even happen in the anime. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Ogiwa Neptune. I was talking about them, first of all. Second of all, if you're referencing, why did you reference Guy being able to bend warp space or bend space if the moment where Guy bends the truth-seeking orb, if the moment where Might Guy destroys a truth-seeking orb by smashing him through it, why even remotely bring that up if that moment you can't even quantify in terms of attack potency? Because fantastic, he broke a truth-seeking orb. Fantastic. How strong is that? How powerful is it? Do you think the attack? Let me ask you this: do you guys think that Sekizo is more powerful than a Ten Tails Beast Bomb? Do you guys believe that Sekizo is more powerful than a tailed Beast Bomb from the Ten Tails? Do you guys believe that it's more powerful? Yes or no? Because guess what? Guess what that would make it? FTG range is unlimited. The marks never going is low-key the most dangerous part in a drawn-out war. Cool. Yeah. That's a very good positive of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I would still rather have all the other abilities from Room in addition to just that. I'm not talking about the AP. I'm talking about Guy reacting to a TSO he was going to ram Madara through. Guy didn't react to the Truth-Seeking Orb, though. He didn't. Kakashi told him to literally keep moving. They literally said, just keep forging on ahead. He didn't react to anything. They did everything for him. All he did was just continue moving on ahead, so you haven't made anything. So you, again, haven't made a single argument. You cannot sit here and tell me that you are someone who has debunked me if you can't even formulate an actual claim that is worth anything or that is even remotely backed up by anything. Hey, what's up? What's up, Spank Isle? Sorry, guys, I'm sending a message to a friend real quick. He was going at high speed, bro. Right, he was going at high speed. How fast was he going? And look, even Madara was closing up the TSO, which showed the TSO moving to an extent that Guy reacted to that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's closing off the TSO. He's closing it off. He already closed it off as soon as Guy literally started rushing towards him. He just started to literally create a barrier around himself. Yeah. He just started to create a TSO barrier around himself as Guy went for the final fucking punch. What are you talking about? Okay, how fast is any of this? Because it's clearly not light speed. If Rock Lee can throw a kunai in the 6th gate and between this little interaction, even if you think they're not going at top speed, which, cool, whatever, it's not a light speed feat. What exactly forces this to be a light speed feat? Like, we're talking, again, I'm talking about it not even being light speed. I'm talking about all of this happening in a slower, quantifiable speed than anything in One Piece, Water 7 down. Basically, all of these arcs in this is what I mean when I say people cannot separate their own emotions from what is happening on the panel versus. And then when you compare it to another series, yes, when you compare it to One Speed, this is why I say it's just not even close, because this right here, this moment right here, is literally happening at speed slower than most of the things I could find in any of these arcs. Most of the high-end feats in any of the arcs I've just highlighted right here, this is happening at a slower speed comparison. Okay. Look what they need for FTL. All we have is Luffy telling a beam of light is slow. Look what they need for FTL. All we have is Luffy telling a beam too slow. Yeah. We can literally just bring up a panel of Luffy calling light beam slow, and I can literally tell you that this, and I can literally prove to you that this entire sequence here isn't light speed based on this series' own logic. Like people always want to bring up One Piece not having logic or One Piece not having this or that to try and discredit its scaling as if literally One Piece having its own logic isn't the same thing that every single other series has, right? It's because they try to always apply the same exact logic to every single fucking series but you really can't say the TSO was not moving at all. It was. I never said the TSO wasn't moving. I'm just saying it's not light speed. And Guy exceeding light itself is comparable to Guy. I know I'm not crazy here. Kakashi's Kamui can catch a TSO being light. None of what you just stated is even remotely true. When is Guy comparable to the speed of light besides Night Guy? When is he comparable? When is he objectively stated or shown to be light speed? Where, like, you can't even refute it. Not some chain scaling bullshit, no. Objectively comparable and stated to be light. What exactly can you use to even prove it? Like, okay, fantastic. The TSO were moving. Fantastic. Yes, they were moving. I never denied that. I never told you it wasn't true. I never once said the TSO moving at this speed cannot be true. So Lee can't throw a kunai at FTL? No, why would he be able to? Under what sign of logic? They're going to say it's aim dodging as if Sage Mode doesn't have precognition in and of itself. When did I say that they aren't moving? You can clearly tell they're moving. That's only because One Piece is more fantastical and silly. Yes, other verses are as well, but you don't have an issue with saying Bugs Bunny would curb stomp all of Naruto, now would you, right? You have absolutely no issue with saying Bugs Bunny can't do it. You have absolutely no issue with saying that one guy from Gravity Falls who looks like a triangle with a top hat can do it, even though he looks absolutely fantastical and silly. Your problem is that you don't like One Piece. It's not even that it's fantastical or silly. The problem is you just don't like One Piece. They can do that stuff. I'm not admitting it's impressive because I won't say Naruto's been doing this a long time ago. No. Incorrect. Water 7 and Enies Lobby came out before Water 7 and Enies Lobby, Thriller Bark, Sabaody Archipelago. All of these arcs came out before this feat even happened in Naruto. Even when Basely intercepted Haku at moving at light speed. Oh, you're talking about Haku who can only move in the direction of one single ice mirror? And all they had to do was just literally do was just interject the fucking singular movement point. They all they had to do was intercept Haku. You know what's crazy? I was actually looking into this feats later on when I was talking about my video. I was actually bringing up these Haku feats because yeah, Haku can move at literally one singular point right here. Fantastic. You're talking about the Haku that can literally be has only 2 spots that he can fucking move light speed at between the mirrors. Fantastic. I don't see a mirror here. I don't see a mirror on the other end of here. So I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Because I don't see another mirror here. Haku doesn't move at light speed without his second mirror. Fantastic. And even then, right? Even then, let me just say this. Even then, how does that prove that Lee can throw a kunai at light speed? Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? I don't know. I don't see a second ice mirror anywhere. Where's the second mirror? Scaling stuff can eat you alive, man. People will get on you just for having an opinion. That's you. Oh, no, no, no. You're allowed to have whatever opinion you want. It's just you're constantly... If you're going to try to force your opinion, or you're going to try to tell me your interpretation to me, you better have something. What Haku needs to move at light speed to hold his image in a mirror? I want you to read from where my mouse is. I want you to read each word one by one and tell me exactly what you see. For Haku, it's posible to move between the mirrors at the speed of light. Keyword right here. Keyword. Keyword. Here, let me zoom in on you. Here. Here. You see this word right here? You see this word in the middle of the screen right here? Between the mirrors. Where's the mirror on this screen? Where's the second mirror on this screen? Can travel at light speed without the mirrors? What? How? Okay, can you prove that? Prove to me that he could do it. Prove to me that he can move outside of his mirrors at the speed of light, please. Go ahead. A bit off topic. How do you scale pre-time skip Crocodile? It bugs me with how pre-Gears Luffy can defeat him, yet he's seemingly competitive with Doflamingo in the war and was in New World. Oh, I got you real quick with that, Kaiseron. He just got stronger. Between, but there's more. Where's more? It's impossible to see an attack sent out that is literal light speed movement. Fantastic. And how does he achieve that literal light speed movement? How does he achieve that literal light speed movement? You can keep reading the rest. It doesn't help out your argument. What does the rest say? Let's see. Every single ice mirror shows Haku's reflection. On these synchros, one can say it's impossible to see all of Haku's attacks. Fantastic. Fantastic. Right here. Between the mirrors. Without his mirrors, not light speed. As a matter of fact, you make this so hard. I don't make this hard. You're the one who just doesn't want to be wrong. You're the one who just doesn't want to be wrong. I'm not making it hard for you. You can continue to believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not telling you to change your mind. He got stronger, but he was locked down and impaled down. Yeah, he got stronger. I have no other way of answering that for you. I have absolutely no other way of answering that for you. He got stronger. That is the only conclusion I could come down to. I'm telling you this as someone who... I'm telling you that he got stronger with nothing to back it up other than the fact that he's outperforming everyone else. It's the only thing that makes sense. I'm being honest with you, Kaiseron, when I say it's literally the only thing that makes sense. He is the only... He got stronger in prison. Characters in One Piece just get stronger. Trafalgar Law went from being taken down by... So it's more of an Oda flaw then. You can call it a flaw, you can call it whatever you want. I'm not telling you to call it anything. I'm just saying. Trafalgar Law also shows this behavior in Wano, where around the time that Luffy got taken out by Kaido, Law seemed to struggle somewhat with Hawkins. You can look through these chapters. Law was also seemingly struggling to an extent with Hawkins, and then he immediately powers up within the week that Luffy was in prison, etc. Right here. Law was struggling with Hawkins, especially after being stabbed by the Sea Prism nail. He starts to struggle with him heavily, and then Law just becomes powerful enough to deal with Big Mom and Kaido. You can even go back a little bit and talk about like Dressrosa, where he's losing to Doflamingo, who has been power clipped many times by characters like Cracker, Katakuri, any of the, allegedly, some of the Toby Roppo, etc. Monkey D. Luffy multiple times over. Law was weaker than someone like Doflamingo. Now he's just stronger without any sign of training. He's just stronger than someone, he's at least strong enough to be able to fight on the same level as Kaido and even overpower somebody like Gear 4 Luffy if we're talking about like the post Whole Cake Isle. What I'm saying is One Piece characters just get stronger. It's kind of wacky, but again, sometimes the author will just have things be the way that they are just to move the story along. Sometimes you just have to come to a conclusion yourself, and if the conclusion, if you don't like it, I'm not saying you have to like it, it just is what it is. You had a problem with me saying Kakashi can't catch One Piece characters, and you went livid, man? Saying Kakashi can catch... I mean, you can believe that Kakashi can catch One Piece characters with Kamui. I mean, but your evidence doesn't really amount to much. Your evidence at best just implies. I mean, you want to talk. Actually, let me say this. Let me say this, actually. Let me say this. You want to talk about these characters being light speed. You want to talk about Kakashi having the capacity to catch somebody at light speed. But then. Where the fuck is it? Does Kakashi... Wait, time out. Yeah, no, I get that. I was hoping there would be some different answer. I really don't have anything. Give me 1 second. Do I not have the... Whoa, time out. Do I not have the... That's so weird. I thought I had everything with the hiddenness and the... Huh. Shit, I guess I didn't. Okay, let's just go back real quick. Let's just go back. 523, and then we'll move up from there. 523, 523, 523. I mean, Dragon Ball does the same thing and no one says a word about it. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, what is truly the issue, right? Like, what is truly the issue? Like, at the end of the day, a writer, an author will write the characters to get as strong as they need to get within a part. If you are not satisfied by the answer, there's really nothing I can tell you regarding it. There's really nothing I can tell you regarding it. You also want to talk about Kakashi being light speed, but oh, he got perception blitzed by fucking Haku again. Kakashi literally gets perception blitzed by Haku again, never sees the kid coming. I even looked at the anime adaptation of this part right here. Was also in prison. Maybe the hardship allows you to bit for mini hockey blooms. Is that your series? Characters get stronger by existing and no training? At least Naruto has a good reason, unlike lazy cop-outs. No, the characters also get stronger by training. There are just examples of characters in One Piece also getting more powerful just by doing it. I mean, Vegeta nearly dies and he gets more powerful. All Oda did was just remove one step from that. Like, is that supposed to be some kind of like big slam dunk point? Ogiwa Neptune? Is that supposed to be like some big slam dunk post? Like, oh man, ha. Fuck you, Eon. See, my series needs characters to train. Your series has just characters just get stronger because the author wants them to. Ha! Like, what's your point? I don't get what the fucking point is. Like, what are we talking about, dude? Is this supposed to be like your big slam dunk? Like, oh, got him. Your big got him. This is a big got him for you, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh yeah, there we go. One Piece characters don't like. Who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck? I swear, people will give value to the most... People, not even value. People will give... I mean, to the most. People will just give value to, like, the most inconsequential things within the entire context of a fucking story, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're talking about characters... You're talking about how One Piece characters can't be... how One Piece is so unrealistic because the characters can just get stronger while in prison. And yet Naruto is so unrealistic that he spent 2 years with Jiraiya, and the best he could come up with, the best growth Naruto got was being able to manipulate his jutsu slightly better. But I'm not saying I'm jealous, because I'm really not jealous. The fact that people just get strangely stronger for nothing. I'm happy that Naruto at least has better substantial writing. What substantial writing? So you're equating the entire substance of a series to whether or not characters can get stronger based on whether or not they trained? Because I'm going to be so real with you. There's like no instance of Team 8 fucking training at all during the, both post defeating Kakuzu and the war arc. There's basically no instance of them getting training in the manga. And now they're just fighting against Kakuzu and all these other guys and they're just no issue, right? So then what's your point, right? Because I could just argue that there are so many characters in Naruto that just also got stronger without training. So what's your point? What is actually your point? Bro is grasping at straws in order to walk away from your saying that his series has something that only matters to him over One Piece. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, bro. You need to grow up. People are disingenuous when it comes to Luffy's speed, and Kizaru has just proven point that Luffy has baseline travel speed, but no, apparently that's just reaction speed. Although I just look back and he does get beaten up by Jozu, so perhaps he did get stronger, but more in a mental and strategic sense than durability and strength. I mean, he was bleeding quite a bit from Jozu, but then the question is, does Luffy punch harder than Jozu, right? It's all come down. I'm not your enemy, guys. Chill on me. I'm just saying, then stop with the bullshit. Listen, no, I don't think. Like, first of all, no one else say anything to Ogi-wan. No one else said anything to Ogi-wan Neptune. But my point, Ogi-wan Neptune. My whole point here is that you're the one that's making a big deal out of nothing. You're the one bringing up that, oh, so my series has more substance to it, or is more substantial because, oh, my characters don't get stronger without training. Fantastic, cool. Like, we're talking about the power scaling, right? So why are you talking about the writing being more substantial than him? Like, don't say chill on me, calm down, guys, if you yourself are going to be spouting bullshit. Like, I'm just saying, stop with the bullshit. Just stop with the bullshit then. Just stop trying to grasp at straws and trying to walk away here with some kind of a mental win here. Because you're just doing the same thing that all these other people do, dude. Like, it's not funny, it's not interesting. Naruto polished his fundamentals, right? So it took him 2 years to polish his fundamentals, right? Sakura, and I don't give her much credit, but Sakura was able to become a medical ninjutsu specialist in 2 years with the capacity to literally fix one guy, a poison from one of the most dangerous poison users in the planet. She also gained Tsunade's super strength. Sasuke, on the other hand, grew so fast that quite literally Tsunade and Sakura had to literally convince themselves that it had to be some kind of drugs or forbidden jutsu that Orochimaru did in order for him to be able to even reach those speeds in general. He soloed a Jonin, a Chunin, a Genin, and whatever the fuck rank Sai is, all by himself, casually, and basically didn't even really need to turn on his Sharingan. I think he did, but you could probably argue he didn't even need to do that. Like, what are we talking about here? Naruto polishing his fundamentals is dog shit growth. I'm sorry, it's dog shit growth. Anyone who's not trying to give him some kind of benefit of doubt will literally not sit here and tell you that it is absolute asinine bullshit that Naruto spent 2 years training with a Xunin, and that's the best that he could walk out with. A larger Rasengan, learning how to dispel Genjutsu, which is something that, mind you, he failed to do, but it was Itachi. Failed to do it, and he can use shadow clones much better. Fantastic. A bigger Rasengan, nothing. The fact that Naruto didn't learn Sage Mode over the time skip is the bigger problem. I was mentioning narrative there because there's a reason why Law is weaker than Dofi specifically. Wasn't Naruto's time skip 3 years? 2.5 years, IMAX. 2.5 years. Would you rather be roommates with Orochimaru, Caesar, or Mayuri? Orochimaru, at least, I feel like Orochimaru is the most polite out of everyone there. Like, I'll leave him to do all of his weird stuff. He'll probably be like the creepiest from like handing me things with his tongue or like stretching his neck out. Like, imagine, like I imagine him like taking a shit in the toilet in the bathroom and him like sticking his head out like with his snake form, telling me like, hey, you mind grabbing me a toilet paper roll or whatever? I'm like, bro, just grab it yourself. You have a long stringy neck. Like, come on, bro. Mayuri is 100% putting something in my drink. And Caesar Clown, I'm sorry, I don't want to be anywhere near a guy who can essentially, he's walking gas, dude. I'm not fucking with that. One wrong thing on the Bunsen burner, one wrong thing on like the kitchen stove, and my whole fucking apartment blows up. Fuck no. What did Naruto do in base post time skip? If they are as fast as they proclaim to be, then why did they not chase Gazelle Man on foot? Oh my god, Jesus Christ! I'm not explaining that shit again to you. I'm not explaining that shit again, dude. Give Nart some credit. He had to train under a certified gooner. He's a certified gooner too! What do you mean? At least you remember it was Itachi. Itachi is just that dude. Correct, Itachi is just that dude, but it's also the only instance where Naruto ever tries to dispel Genjutsu on his own and he fails. So again, how can you really tell me that Naruto really, truly walked away with anything out of that time skip if everything that he did was essentially being juxtaposed as, oh, you know, you got better, but better isn't good enough. Yeah, then Orochimaru turns into a woman all of a sudden. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, what the fuck? Actually, I wouldn't exactly be too upset by that. But anyway. I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy that people are going to sit here and tell me that they're fucking light speed when Kakashi is still being fucking intercepted by Haku. When Kakashi could still be intercepted by fucking Haku of all people, dude. No fucking way. No way. Absolutely no way. Absolutely. See, I got you on a win hold already. Gazelleman breaks your entire argument. Oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ, dude. All right, I already got Wano up. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Right? Okay. I've already got Wano up. I guess we're just gonna be disingenuous. So, all right. Let me tell you why that debunk is not only stupid, but the debunk also adds nothing to an actual argument. Right? All right. Here we go. Here is Batman. Here is Batman. He shoots an arrow at this woman. Luffy and Zoro are looking at that. Look at this. Look at this. Luffy and Zoro are doing what? What are they doing? You were disingenuous to me? When was I disingenuous? When was I disingenuous, my guy? DMS Kakashi. DMS Kakashi. When? Our non-binary monarch? Maybe yours, not mine. Oh, a man of culture, I see. Pull out the bingo book. Yep, we gotta pull out the bingo book, guys. We gotta pull out the bingo book. You did this to yourself. Unfortunately, you did this to yourself. Now, I must pull out the bingo book. Now, I must try to prove... Not even try to prove, I'm just gonna straight up do it. Wait, where the fuck is it, actually? Gallery? Is it gallery? Yeah, it must be gallery, right? The bingo book was made with, here we go. Here we go. We'll use this one. We'll use this one. Where is my Microsoft Paint? 1 second. Stay right there. Close this up. There we go. Okay. Here we go. I know I'm not tripping. When was I disingenuous to you? When was I disingenuous to you? Tell me that right fucking now. When exactly was I disingenuous to you? Let's see. Oh, they brought up Gazelleman. Interesting. What else did you bring up? What else? Oh, the characters look too goofy. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. What else did they have? What else did they have? Mistranslation. Size doesn't matter. Caps at that. More iconic show. Look at the calcs. Size doesn't matter. Okay, we got 2 right now. Okay. When you said I'm wrong, yes, you were wrong. And let me explain to you why you're wrong here as well. Why you continuously choose to be wrong. So, Luffy and Zoro are focused on Batman. There, you see right here, there is no instance of Gazelleman at any point here. There is no instance of Gazelleman. There is no instance of Gazelleman. Batman is shooting a bunch of arrows. Zoro and Luffy are looking at them. Oh, look at that. Tama was taken. Gazelleman took Tama. Otama, Okiku, this is the name of the person, Okiku, she did not catch up to him. He already got away with Tama. So what do? They hop on the big lion, they grab onto the big lion, and they immediately start going for the child. So now you're asking yourself, hey, guy, oh, but they couldn't catch up to him. Why didn't they blitz him? Well, look at Luffy and Zoro. Look at Luffy and Zoro. Let's go. They're going after him. Didn't even mark the free space? Sure, let's mark the free space. I didn't think I need to mark the free space because the free space, usually you don't need to mark it, but sure. Okay, so, let's go back. So, they chase after Tama. Blah, 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 blah. Tama is now with Kaido's men. And, oh, look at that. They're fighting each other. They're fighting each other. Luffy shows up. Luffy is putting down Kaido's men with Conqueror's Haki. Luffy goes in, takes out the Yokozuna, completely overpowers the Yokozuna, and one-shots him and sends him flying into a house. Luffy fights through all the men. Zoro and them. Oh, look at that. Tama's right there. Look at that. Tama's up there. Oh, Luffy's up there. Okay, let's keep moving. Luffy moved so fast. The child is in the guy's mouth. The child is up in the guy's mouth. He says, I'll get Tama. Then what does he do? Oh, look at that. Luffy and Zoro from a standstill. Look at where the guy's at. Look at where the guy's at. Look at where the guy's at. Up here. Look at where Luffy and Zoro are. Down here. Luffy and Zoro. Right here. Oh, instantly. Look at where they're standing. Right here. Look. Again. Down here. He's up here. Luffy and Zoro in a single panel already has the child in his mouth. Sorry, out of his mouth. Child's no longer in his mouth. Has the kid. Drops her mid-air. literally drops the child midair, cracks the guy in the face, mark the bad stamina box. Oh man, bad stamina. Where is it? Ah, Luffy has bad stamina. Man. Oh man. Look at that. Stamina box. Crazy. Okay. So, knocks out the boss. Grabs the kid. Grabs the child as she's falling. Go inside. Take the kid. They run away. They take all the stuff. Oh, look at that. He gained. Now, let's talk about what just happened here. You bring up the Gazelle Man, quote unquote, not debunk. You brought up if they are, one, they are FTL, or both, they have mediocre stamina reserves. There's no gray area. No, it's not that. It's that maybe running at the speed of light for long periods of time, or for extended periods of time, or for vast distances can probably use up your stamina. Wouldn't that also be a reasonable conclusion? Stamina that you'd likely wouldn't want to waste in enemy country? Let's go back to Gazelle Man. He takes the kid, but what was the reason why he needed to take the kid? Because if he did not take the kid, Luffy wouldn't cause a ruckus against Kaido's men. Luffy would not cause a ruckus against Kaido's men. They wouldn't be able to turn this character right here, who later becomes Tama's mother, into an ally. Trafalgar Law does not meet up with Luffy and the others because he doesn't know where Luffy's at yet. Luffy doesn't bring all of this food. Luffy brings all of this food, doesn't bring all of this food to this village with all of this clean water, and then we are not met up. Trafalgar Law doesn't reintroduce Luffy to his crewmates. He does not reintroduce Luffy to his crewmates. So Luffy doesn't meet up with everybody again. He just does not meet up with anybody again. And Kaido doesn't eventually show up to one-shot Luffy. So, let's go over the series of events one by one. Because I think that you might, since I know it's very hard to consider that a story is going to likely focus on moments where the characters... One second. It's almost as if we are incapable of comprehending that a story isn't capable of writing specific moments. This absolutely could have been reworked. Bro is hitting them keys hard. Here. I'll even make it easier for you. By just giving you all of the panels back to back as to what I mean. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that because that way, I'll put it like this. If I go by the approach that I just say Luffy's writing speed isn't the same as his like top travel speed, sure, I could use that to argue, but it doesn't stop them from using this weak-ass argument because ultimately speaking, it still just boils down to a quote-unquote interpretation. Right here, I am giving you the straight-up narrative of what is happening in the story, and you know what? I think it's more important to establish this over anything else, because otherwise you will still have people like this guy essentially saying that, oh, look at that, I've got you in a chokehold based on my not terrible argument and not disingenuous quote unquote debunk. So let's cover this real quick. If Gazelle Man does not take the child, Luffy and Zoro don't go into this town to cause a massive uproar. He doesn't meet up again with Trafalgar Law. He doesn't get all of this food and water for these people. And Kaido, he doesn't meet up with his crew again. And most importantly, Kaido does not show up. This series of events only happens because Gazelle Man takes Tama. This series of events only happens within the context of the story because the bad guy took the child. If Luffy and Zoro blitzed him, these things do not happen in this order. So what do we gather from this? You people bring up all the time about power scaling this, power scaling that. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Power scaling in general doesn't make any fucking sense if you try to look at everything from a scaling perspective and you don't look at everything from at least a story, writing, and narrative perspective. If you don't look at the story for what it is first and foremost, a story, a piece of literature, then you will reach this issue. You will come to this problem where you look at a feat like a Zellman and say, oh, it disregards all of One Piece's light speed scaling, when in fact, all you're doing is showing your ignorance because you don't know jack shit about One Piece. You don't know shit about the story, you don't know shit about the narrative, and you don't actually care about having a decent or genuine discussion because all you're doing is essentially saying, oh, well, this one page, completely taken out of context, disproves the entire meta. So yeah. Ever get the ad noises before the ad even starts showing up? Yeah. So, but I do think you should specify that your argument is an example of plot-induced stupidity first. Yeah, 100%. You could argue it's plot-induced stupidity, but that's the thing. It's not plot-induced stupidity. It's not plot-induced stupidity whatsoever. Why does it have to be plot-induced stupidity? Because it's not the most optimal decision that the author could have had the characters make? Absolutely not. There are going to be moments. I could bring up the exact same example. I can bring up the exact same example in Naruto. Right here. One second. All right. Where the hell is it? You can bring up the exact same issue, but plot-based stupidity often... I'm not saying that there aren't examples of plot-based stupidity throughout fiction, right? I'm not saying that there couldn't be examples that are just as egregious as that. But there are going to be points in time where the author of a story is going to, whether you like it or not, is going to have to make some kind of an exception in the power scaling department in order for things to make sense in the end, in order for the story to move along. Maybe you could say they wrote themselves into a wall, but let me give you an example right here. How much time from the moment Naruto left? How much time from the moment Naruto had left? Let's look at how many chapter pages. Let's look at how long it's been since Naruto fucking left. 2 chapters, right? Within the span of 2 chapters and about 14 pages, Naruto and Sasuke not only headed out, not only left, Naruto specifically, not only left the Kamui dimensions, but showed up, had a mini fight with Madara, Sasuke, and all that stuff, had a small bit of conversational time, and Sakura still hadn't destroyed fucking Madara's other eye. There you go. Oh, but guess what? She struggled. For whatever reason, the medical ninja couldn't just stab somebody's eye out. For some reason, but you have to look at it deeply. So now you have to look at it deeply? You motherfuckers really piss me off, dude. You motherfuckers really piss me off. First it's Naruto. You just don't understand Naruto and Bleach. You just don't understand these other series. There's a lot. You people always say the same thing. You always, One Piece isn't as deep as these series. One Piece doesn't have as logical of a plot. One Piece isn't as in-depth as any of these series. None of it matters. It's just guy goes into town, somebody feeds him, then stops the local government, right? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. You have to constantly move the goalpost by saying I'm looking at it deeply? You're telling me I'm looking at the narrative of the story deeply? So we make no mistake, I'm just wanting to look out for you so you can make the most accurate assumption. That is the most accurate assumption. You are so disingenuous. Get the fuck out of my chat. You're disingenuous. Get the fuck out of my chat. I cannot have a discussion with someone who cannot even remotely sit here and actually say, oh, hey, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, the narrative of the story might take precedent over the quote-unquote direct optimal power scaling. Jesus Christ, you people are so fucking annoying, Mike. It's always, as soon as One Piece has any level of validity as to why something happens, when you can actually plot out the series of events as to why something isn't exactly a debunk, it's, oh, well, now you're just looking at it so fucking deeply, bro. You're looking into it too much, bro. Yeah. Go ahead and read your data books. Look at your characters from the most surface level perspective possible. Big explosion means it has to be multiplanetary, right? Just go back and do that, bro. Go watch Naruto. Go reread Naruto. Go watch your favorite story or whatever. I don't care anymore, bro. Big explosion equals omniversal levels of AP and destruction. Naruto is multiversal because he scratched Kaguya, who scales to the ETSO. Let's just look at this from the most baseline, from the most bare bones, from the most illogical standpoint possible. Let's not even actually try to have a decent discussion where we actually try to look at things. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, you people are so fucking annoying. You cannot even remotely... What does Sakura's hesitation conflict with? It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing as the... Jesus Christ, did you not understand anything? It's the exact same case as with Gazelle Man, where a character is acting illogically or is making a very stupid form of a very stupid, I guess, moment, decision, hesitation. Her having hesitation, while I do not think it is inherently a bad thing, because again, the story must move along. Madara must get his second Rinnegan in order for Kaguya to appear. Sakura, for whatever reason, isn't just taking out the eye of the man who started this entire fucking war out, who is asking her to destroy the eye. There is no logical reasoning for this, in the same way that you can argue there is no logical reasoning why Luffy and Zoro didn't just immediately blitz Gazelle Man. But the narrative reasoning is because the author must move the story along to another specific point. The author needs something to happen to the character. So in a specific point in time, there might come a situation. I'm not scaling Demon Slayer, fuck no. So there's going to come a situation within the context of a story where the characters are going to make a decision that seems illogical to the viewer, but it is only there to then move the story to where it needs to be. The story... I can't believe I have to fucking plot this out for you guys. I'm gonna just do a new follow right here. I'll explain it like this. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same fucking concept. I'll explain it in better detail right here. Here is a line. Here are two lines. Okay. This is Gazelle Man takes Tama. Right? Gazelle Man takes Tama. Luffy goes to prison. Sorry. Luffy goes to prison. Sorry, let me remove this real quick. I didn't mean that. 1 second. Luffy arrives at Wano. Madara needs second eye. Madara needs second eye. Kaguya is revived. And in the middle, now, some of you might think, well, this is point A, and this is point B. This is point A, and this is point B. For both of these are point A and point B, right? This is basically what we're talking about. This is point A, this is point E. This is how a lot of people see it, right? I'm telling you that this is not the right way of looking at it. This, in fact, is point C, and this right here is point B. This is actually point C, and this is point C. Point B for both of them is Gazelle Man takes Tama. Gazelle Man takes Tama. Sakura doesn't destroy the second Rinnegan. Sakura doesn't destroy the second Rinnegan. But most people view this as plot-induced stupidity, and that is the problem. Most people view these as plot-induced, and we're shaking. It doesn't really interfere with the previous information. The Phoenix, someone in the info with previous info, I could see it remove the dialogue and it's fixed. What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone has their max power scaled speed. Why so angry? Because I had a dude fucking sit here and tell me that I'm looking too deep into why Luffy didn't immediately just speed blitz fucking, what's his face? Gazelle Man. As if that has ever been an actual debunk for the story, dude. These things need to happen. We scale Gazelleman and Batman when 6 Jonko Apu is right there. You're talking about the guy whose abilities, be it sound or not, stop working as soon as you cover your ears, and his attacks are omnidirectional. In other words, if you hear that, you take the hit. What the fuck are we talking about? You talking about the guy that got immediately speed blitzed by Zoro as soon as he was in front of his face? Yeah, okay. This explanation is obviously false because you use 6 lines, duh. Remove all context and it works just fine. Right. 6 lines, actually, sure. I have an even funnier example. Higuma was able to snatch Luffy away and Shanks wasn't able to blitz him, so clearly Shanks is a fraud. Sure, that's another example. Oh, Vivi slaps Luffy. Clearly Vivi must be as powerful as Luffy, or Luffy must be as weak as Vivi. Selectively ignoring troll. Maybe so, but not every single moment is plot-induced stupidity. Sometimes the author just needs the story to move along, bro. You think Scratchman Apu beats Gojo? That depends on whether or not you think the sound actually does go through infinity. If you think it does, then you have answered your question. Okay. Wait, why no one uses Apu as an anti-beat? His whole thing is sound. Because he also gets speed blitzed by Zoro later in the war anyway, so what does it matter? And he caught them off guard. Like, are we seriously gonna say, what's your girlfriend's speed scaling, by the way? Don't worry about her speed scaling. Devil Fruit affects you if you can hear it. Exactly. Once you cover your ears by Apu, you can note his devil... Once you start covering your ears, his Devil Fruit is essentially useless against you. Like, again, it's one of those cases where it's not even an actual debunk or anything. It's just people, once again, choosing to view direct ignorance because they don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Like, oh man, he's using fighting music. Luffy and Zoro, are they fighting Apu? No, not at all. Scratch. Luffy hears it. Shing shing. Bop. Oh, Luffy heard it. He took a hit. Hang on. This guy's the alliance. Did I just get punched? Slash! Oh, look at that. A slashing attack? Can't see it. Can't see it coming. Doesn't know anything. He doesn't have a blade, and I didn't see any trajectory of his attacks at all. What power does he have? Oh, look at that. Crazy. But I've never read One Piece. Because some person on the internet went out of his way. Because one guy, Apu versus Gojo, brother sounds need a medium in space to propagate. Apu is doing nothing. Again, this is a you guys discussion. I don't personally care about that fight. I don't personally care, so I'm not going to partake in that. Because sound doesn't travel in a straight line. Spreads around it. Yep. And you can see it right here. You can see it right here. It spreads out. It doesn't go linearly. There's nothing to dodge because it's sound. It's not the speed of sound, slash, or bullet, or punch. Exactly. It is an attack that is going in all around him. Even if... It's not like you can avoid it literally. It's not like you can avoid going into the attack's range. If you're trying to go into Scratchman Apu and you hear him, oh, look at that. Boom. Again, all he said was the word boom. Oh, look at that. Luffy heard the explosion. Oh, he automatically exploded. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, bro? Just move faster than sound so you generate a sonic boom and disrupt their sound for real, for real? Fantastic. Cool. Cool, because One Piece clearly follows normal physics and logic. Because One Piece clearly follows it. Like, I know you're not being like, I'm not trying to make a counterpoint, but yeah. 6th Yonko Apun was a great meme during the roof piece. It's like they say, someone else's point and repeat the Gazelle Man thing. Yeah. It works like a sure hit effect like JJK. I agree. It would work like a sure hit effect like in JJK. If you hear it, it's an issue. I've got a kid. Oh, look at that. Luffy. Oh, look at that. Tisk. Apus carry anywhere in hearing range. If you hear it, there's no avoiding it. Watch out for sneak attacks. There you go. There you go. Has no proposed purpose to be stated and adds no context to the story whatsoever. Remove that line and this conversation doesn't exist. But it does. But this line does exist. But this line does exist. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter how you choose to look at it. The line exists, therefore it is canon, therefore it's something you have to consider. I know. That it would be less messier, whatever the Gazelle Man bullshit. Yeah, it's just all bullshit. Only characters that are genuinely so fast they break the speed of sound equation, like Sonic can dodge an attack that hits you if you hear it. Jesus Christ. Anyway. He was talking about Gazelle Man? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. God damn. I just hate the fact that I have to, like, constantly go over not only this garbage, these garbage, not actual debunks, but the fact is I'm gonna have to cover them all in the video, which is the part that's pissing me off the most. Like, I genuinely don't, and I think the part that pisses me off the most, and I think the part that like just pisses me off the most about this whole thing is that, like, it doesn't matter how genuine you try to be with the discussion, how honest you try to be with, like, just explaining. It's a story first and everything else later. Kakazone or whatever, Do Flamingo Brother versus... Who's Kakazone? What the fuck are you talking about? They are affected by sound waves? Isn't that an anti-feat? Jesus fucking Christ. It's not an anti-feat. It's literally, it cannot be an anti-feat because they literally state if you are within the hearing range of it, sound expands outwardly. If they are within the range of hearing it, because again, it doesn't make any visual indications, it doesn't show anything, it automatically lands. If you hear it, it is a sure hit effect, like a domain expansion. Corazon. Corazon. Versus Apu? Yeah, Corazon. I don't know any Corazon's, like, actual scaling. I was thinking the same thing, IMAX. I was thinking Kakuzu as well. No, they meant Corazon. Corazon. Does Corazon have any actual power scaling, or does he have any actual scaling? Does anything at all? But sound is really not all that strong or bad. Okay. Jesus Christ. You're looking at this from sound speed, light speed, lightning speed. You're looking at this from speed tiers. You can just say Gazelleman is massively FTL, maybe faster than Kizaru. I cannot say that. That would be disingenuous. Gazelleman has no scaling to even remotely add it, and it would be contradictory to the story. I cannot say that. My fucking God. Alright, I'll cover it again. Check it out. Cover your ears. Boom. Right here. Apu's attacks carry anywhere in hearing range. If you hear it, there's no avoiding it. Watch out for sneak attacks. His attacks, let's go back to it. His attacks propagate and expand. So as soon as you walk into it, if you do not cover your speed, if you do not cover your ears, you are going to get hit by the attack. It doesn't matter if you travel at him at the speed of light. If you are within the range of hearing it, you will hear it, therefore you will be blasted by it. Does that make sense? With equal stats, Corazon's fruit is absolutely perfect, definite counter to Apu in every way. Yeah, basically. He would basically cancel him out. Didn't this guy destroy Dressrosa from the sky? Why not do the same thing here? They do nothing but cover their ears. Why would they want to split the island in half? How would that benefit anyone, especially when you have your own men in a war? Especially when you have your own allies fighting other people. How would that benefit anyone? Has anyone in JJK ever dodged Inumaki's cursed speech? As far as I'm aware, no. To be fair, he uses it a lot like Scratchman Apu. He uses it a lot like Scratchman Apu from the perspective that he kind of uses it like in an off-guard way, right? Like he stands somewhere else and he uses his ability, because Kaido is right there. Kaido is not right here. Kaido goes up to the roof. Kaido is attacked by Kaido goes straight up to the roof after the samurai get to him first. So, no, Kaido is not just right there. Also, the island is massive. What are we talking about? The island is absolutely fucking massive. That's why I was asking? Got you. Yeah. If you look at Inumaki, in most cases where he uses his ability, it's usually somewhere outside of range. It's not outside of his range, but outside of, like, the enemy's line of sight, etc. Kaido would tank it and everyone, and it will kill everyone. Luffy doesn't surpass Kaido until the end of the arc, and that's only in Gear 5. Why don't they just put their hands over their ears and go la 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 so they don't hear it? Are they not intellectuals? I guess not, man. I guess they're just not. Kaido took that punch and absolutely ate it, so why would he do something that didn't even work before? You see, when you actually visualize the more One Piece scaling is inconsistent, the guy can presumably destroy a continent but is struggling against the poo? My brother in Christ. How is it inconsistent? Let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this. You explain to me, Raglo, under what facet of logic should Luffy just go Gear 4 and just split the island right in half right now? Under what line of logic would that be the best solution for Luffy, while having an army of men close to entering the island in order for them to fight? Explain to me. Explain to me how that helps move the plot along. Explain to me how that exactly helps move the plot along. How does that get him? He went Gear 5 on a giant, correct. Correct. And what's the issue? What's the issue? Because, what are you going to bring up? Oh, he didn't destroy the entire place? Yes. Because One Piece characters have the capacity to manipulate their area of effect. If you wanted me to educate you, you can just ask that. You know that? I can educate you real quick. I can just show you the panels that prove that One Piece characters manipulate their area of effect. I could literally just do that. If you were wondering, hey Eon, why don't they just destroy everything around them every single time that they punch? I could do that very easily for you. I could very easily just show you why that's the case. Because holy shit. Holy headcanon, huh? Yes, holy headcanon. Holy fucking headcanon is crazy. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Making shit up right now, my guy. Oh, the characters didn't perform this specific action. The power scaling is inconsistent. Do you understand? Has no reading comprehension? No, we're not doing that. We're not attacking this dude. We're not attacking this dude. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Yeah, I don't know where your headcanon's coming from, Raglo. I really don't know where your headcanon's coming from. Did you watch the series? Did you look at it? You know what I'm saying? Did you bother or actually reading through One Piece, trying to understand the scaling? I'm just asking because, you know, I'm just asking because if you don't know that One Piece characters can manipulate their AoE, it's not surprising to me in the slightest bit, you know. Where the fuck is it in this fight? It has to be when Kaku first transforms then, right? Sanji's right there. Right here. Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright. Let's go over what Bon Clay says in chapter 188. There are no cracks on the wall. When enormous power is directed at one point, it doesn't cause extra damage. So what does this say right here? It's saying that when they focus their damage, their attack potency to singular points, it doesn't do damage outside of the thing that they were attacking. Some planetary level star stuff. What did I say? When did I say that Luffy was on some planet level star stuff? When exactly did I say that, Raglo? Can you show me? Can you provide for me a single instance where I said, oh yeah, Luffy's star level? I said, in my opinion, Luffy likely scales above Whitebeard and Devil Fruit's scaled to the user, so he's likely planetary. That's an opinion. I make sure to say that it's an opinion. So right here, it already implies that One Piece characters can manipulate their AoE. And then, oh, look at that. Kaku, a guy that could split this entire building in half in base form. Sorry, not in base form. In his giraffe form. Oh, look at that. He literally slams his nose into a boulder. And oh, look at that. It's perfectly carved out in the shape of his nose. Perfectly carved out in the shape of his nose. No extra damage. The boulder wasn't pulverized. It wasn't destroyed. No, no, no. There is an exact hole in the shape of his nose. Oh, look at that. He manipulated his AoE. Don Chinjiao. Cracking this continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. Oh, look at that. It's almost as if throughout 230 chapters later, and then 400 chapters later, we got the character, the author, literally giving us multiple examples of the characters, quite literally showing the capacity to manipulate the area of effect of their attacks. Huh, interesting. Wow. Huh. So I guess that Luffy not splitting Onigashima in half but using Gear 4 on a giant doesn't inherently mean that he's not punching with continent splitting force. I guess it doesn't inherently mean that he's not punching with island breaking force. Here's the issue with all that stuff you're showing. What's the issue? What's the issue? What is the headcanon bullshit mental gymnastics that you're about to feed me? Go ahead, write it down right now. Write it down. Let me pull up the bingo card again. I need to pull up the bingo card so I can see what exactly, so I can see if you're gonna give me any more bullshit that if I have to look at any more copium. Let me see. Come on. Let's see. Huh. Ooh. Ah. Right. So what's the issue? Bro is gonna see 3 panels, and I can pull up more shit if you want me to, but bro is gonna see through 3 panels and then sit there and say, oh yeah, bro, no, it's not actually that strong. Jesus Christ. Not a thing everyone suddenly has. Oh, so it's just so random characters have it, but the main protagonists don't, right? So Oda's just having random villains that they're fighting have it, but the characters don't. You're missing copium by the you're missing a lot of copium. You've missed a lot of copium given to me by a lot of people. Can you make a bingo card for arguments used to downscale One Piece? This is the bingo card right here. Oh shit, Giga. Thank you, Gigas, thank you so much for the 5. Holy shit, my bad. I kind of blanked out for a second. Gear 4 Luffy Dressrosa Luffy over Hybrid Kaido because his AoE was bigger. Type shit, guys, can we get some W's for Gigas here? Please, let's get some W's for Gigas here. Holy fucking cope, man. Holy fucking cope. I don't get it, dude. I really wish I could understand where all of this, like, veracity against, like, the One Piece... Just against One Piece in general is, like, I don't get it, dude. Like, people will use whatever fucking copium they need to make themselves believe that, like, Naruto characters are just these overpowered, unsurmountable motherfuckers, but then when you show something for One Piece, when you show something even remotely close for One Piece, it's like, oh man. Oh man, no, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work, Eon, you're coping. You're out of your fucking mind. It's not as powerful as you think it is. You lied, so you don't think Guy hits harder than the Jubi bombs? Oh, I haven't given my opinion on this. I was just asking people what they thought about this. I mean, what evidence what evidence really implies that guys all I'm saying is what evidence is implied that Sekizo is more powerful than the tailed beast bomb from the Ten Tails? Oda's been writing for years. He doesn't remember everything you proclaim? Guys. So Oda doesn't remember everything that he's proclaimed, even though he basically wrote 2 statements that back each other up exactly 500 chapters apart. Over 500 chapters apart. Actually, you know what? Let me look something up. What day did chapter 188 of One Piece release? June 25th, 2001. June 25th, 2001. Interesting. 719. The chapter 719 release. Oh, 2013. Wow, so I guess Oda, as a writer, remembered 12 years afterwards and made a direct comparison between his characters and a statement that backs the other up 12 years later. Insane. Here's what you can do, Raglow. Here's what you can do. You can get the fuck out of my chat, or you can stay muted, or you can continue to seethe and cope in the background while I go out of my way to simply move on with my day, because your words mean absolutely nothing to me. You're disingenuous. You don't have any actual arguments here. All you're doing is, again, propagating this ability now. Now you're just propagating this ability that now, all of a sudden, you seem to know that the author can't remember everything. Jesus Christ, you people surprise me every day with the amount of copium that you guys intake. Doesn't that mean guy hits harder? Maybe the direct punch. I said Sekizo, not the direct punch. Which is fair. Which is fair. But you can also just argue that the TSO... Sorry, I'm biting my nail. You can also argue that the TSO... that the TSO simply nullified the ninjutsu. If every stream Eon does cuts off a few months of his lifespan. Probably. That's probably why I don't live stream that often anymore. Because you just get people like this. Snip me without consent. My apologies. I was trying to show an example. I was trying to show a very easy example of how people... how people choose to cope with all the bullshit. What is it? I'm not sure why you think Oda specifically planned every... I never said Oda plans everything out. I'm just saying he just backed up everything. Isn't the punch part of Zekiso? You mean the air blast? Yeah, I meant the air blast. My apologies. Yeah, the air blast. Keep crying, go get a life, and stop that right there. Stop right there. You're not going to tell anyone to go get a life or do anything that they want. You can tell them to stop coping, but I'm not going to have you tell them to go get a life. Don't do that. What are we thinking about the Blackbeard black hole meta? I don't think they necessarily function as real black holes, but it's interesting. If you think that it's supposed to be like a parallel to like a real world black hole only controlled by Blackbeard to its entirety, then I think it's fucking insane. You could argue star level shit at that point. The Jinchuriki of Cope pulled up the Akatsuki lair solo and thought he could do something. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like if Gaara showed up to the Akatsuki hideout where every single Akatsuki's sitting and then just started saying, oh yeah, I can beat you guys. Me and the one-tailed Shukaku can beat you guys. Like, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? I don't get some of the copium that these people have, dude. Like, I just don't understand, man. Why the fuck are we sitting here trying to compile some bullshit talking about, oh, Oda doesn't remember everything that he writes. Okay, sure, he doesn't remember everything that he writes. But you know what he did do? Whether or not he remembers, it doesn't matter, because the simple objective truth of the matter is that it is still a second statement provided by the author, written by a character who just performed an extremely impressive feat. So what the fuck are we talking about? Easy Pesos is in his Naruto. Olivia made an interesting point about Blackbeard's black holes from a data book I'd never seen before. I think I know the one you're talking about. I think they're talking about like how they drag everything within or something. I mean, Whitebeard was getting dragged down by the black hole bug, but he wasn't sucked in, for example. He wasn't getting dragged down by it. I don't... Absolutely not. Was he? Marineford was the last thing I read. There's Teach. He slashes him. I guess, actually, yeah. Yeah, I guess, actually. Yeah, it kind of does look like he's being dragged here. It kind of does look like it. Good shit. Okay, fair enough. True! True. 8K guy must be as powerful as Ultra Instinct Goku because they can both punch the air away. True. Everyone knows my guy is so powerful he can bend time and space, even though it only says he's bending space. Oh, Jesus Christ. If the Naruto fans are using Kaguya's said universe feat, then we're gonna use Blackbeard's universe black hole meta. Sure, I'm not using that, but you can totally use it, Sailor. You go after people all day in here and you insult others. When did I insult somebody? When did I insult somebody? That's fine when I do it, because you go exceptionally hard, Oro. You go exceptionally fucking hard, and I just stopped somebody from telling them to go get a life because I don't fucking like that. What did I tell this guy? I said he was coping. I said they were coping. When did I insult them, guys? Did I insult them? Did I call them an idiot? Did I say something? I said the logic is stupid. I said the logic is very stupid. That when I said a blank statement, you motherfuckers. I guess I will apologize for that. I shouldn't have said in a blank way, you motherfuckers. You know what? You're right. I shouldn't have said that. But did I directly attack an individual? I don't think I did. I call it the Mayweather effect. People always hate whoever number one. They love them as an underdog, but hate them as a top guy. Yeah. I mean, look at it this way. Would it make any sense for the TSO to be able to block out a tailed beast bomb, to like completely block out a tailed beast bomb if it was also covered in Senjutsu chakra? The only reason why I asked this is because it makes this. Dude, you called him stupid. When did I call him stupid? When did I call him stupid? Give me a timestamp. Go back and tell me when I called him stupid. When did I call him directly stupid? Tell me that right now. When did I call him directly stupid? If I you did say you people. Yeah. What do I mean by you people? What are you guys interpreting me saying you people? Because that could be taken in as obviously like a racial thing, but I obviously don't know the person's race nor where they come from. I'm just simply saying you people as the people that try to, you know, say Naruto, whatever, blah blah blah. I'm downplaying, I'm looking down, yada yada yada, same bullshit as always. Oda's not an actual good writer, blah blah blah. The motherfucker thing. See, here's the thing though. I call everybody motherfuckers. Like, I'm not even using that shit to like save my ass or whatever. Like, I legitimately call everybody motherfuckers. I think it was because I grew up watching like a lot of Sam L movies. But like even my friends, like at one point, when I was trying, growing up, I would say I would call people motherfuckers a lot, specifically like my friends. I'm like, no motherfucker, yes motherfucker, like this and that, bro. Like, I don't know. I guess, not even guess. In the internet, without that level of context, I guess it's obvious that you guys would see it as like, yo, yeah, Eon's being a hypocrite or whatever. Which, sure, 100%, I can 100% agree with if you guys view it from that perspective. But like, I don't know. Me personally, when I call somebody like motherfucker, I don't mean it like in the same like you fuck your mother. You know what I mean? I don't know. You people, yeah. Yeah, Eon, you're a bigot. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm the worst bigot out there. Back at it again, instigating. You say I'm short-tempered, but I'm yelling. No, I speak with a lot of passion. You directly tell people to go back to their people. You told people, they're fucking idiots and shit like that. I'm telling you, if you can timestamp right now where I called somebody an idiot. Timestamp right now, because I know for a fact I did not call somebody stupid. I got some time to watch right now. How are you doing? I'm doing good, Memento. How are you doing, man? Black hole. His darkness has infinite gravity. He did say that. Does it have a property where you can source things in a separate space? Anyway. Also, it's not the first time I said motherfuckers on stream. I definitely know for a fact it's not the first time I said motherfuckers on stream. Yo. I think Blackbeard's hole is a property of absolute darkness, like how darkness consumes everything, metaphorically speaking, but it does not manipulate gravity because that's Fujitora's powers. Yeah, I don't think it necessarily is like a black hole, like it manipulates, like, gravity itself, as in like it bends space itself. Until at least I see Blackbeard do it, I don't believe like it goes to that extent. Okay. I'm in an event that hasn't yet started, so I can chill. There's a bit, but I gotta leave in due time. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. I appreciate you just popping in for the time that you were in. He does that in Black Hole and against Ace. What, where he manipulates space? Of course you're using Blackbeard star level. I'm not even using the Blackbeard star level shit. What the jet? This is the shit. Okay, this is the shit that I talk about, bro. Yo. See, I was about to say you motherfuckers again. You people, yes, you people that constantly try to find some fucking issue with everything that I say. You people are constantly putting words in my mouth that I never fucking say. God damn. When the fuck did I say that I'm using the fucking star level meta to upscale the verse, but any other is now invalid? I never said the star level stuff was invalid. What the fuck are we talking about? Not necessary. I don't know. It depends. You scale to your devil fruit, but devil fruits also have hexes that affect basically space itself or create their own space times or whatever. It's a hex. I don't know if like the hex itself is something that other people are able to scale to unless it's like some physical stat check thing. You know what I mean? It's again one of those cases where we just need to see the Blackbeard's fruit in more action than what we've seen it in so far, because let's be honest here, the only times we really see it are against Ace, but that's when that's essentially when he first has it. Against against Luffy in Impel Down, but the fight didn't really progress any further. Luffy and Blackbeard had to stop fighting. Against Whitebeard, but again, Blackbeard essentially landed like essentially just stopped like one of Whitebeard's punches, and then Whitebeard just slashed him down and just completely physically overpowered him until he blasted him away. And what else is there? I guess against Trafalgar Law, like there aren't that many instances. You said there was a good argument for it. Don't play this game, dude. There's an argument for it, but I don't think it follows the narrative per se. Just in the same way that there's an argument for the Naruto Lightspeed meta, even though it's not a good argument. Jesus Christ, what? You stuck on the word I said good? You stuck to the fact that I said good argument and to the keyword good, and all of a sudden you're saying don't play this game? Yeah, no, I can play this game with you. Fuck out of here. I can play this game all fucking day. Jesus fucking Christ. You people love to gaslight. Reminds you of the Bleach fans getting cooked for milking infinite statements, forgetting Gaara has infinite sand, or Rando has infinite needles, or Six Gate Guy's infinite punches. That's what I'm saying, bro. Oh yeah, that would go crazy. Don't you think that would mean you're effectively entertaining that meta? I mean, I can say it can go crazy, but at the end of the day, here's the difference between people like you and people like that. They're not pushing the meta onto me. They're not saying, Eon, you're fucking wrong, you're a total fucking idiot for not saying or agreeing that the fact that One Piece characters could be possibly like a star level. Like, no, they're not doing that shit. My fucking god. They're just saying, yeah. When somebody tells me, oh yeah, you can totally get Luffy to like 5D through Montoro, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, okay. Does that mean I'm entertaining it? No, I'm just saying, yeah, that's kind of crazy. I don't personally care for those kinds of fucking metas. Jesus Christ. That's what I'm saying, quite handsome dude. It's like, people just get to start. They see something says star and automatically assume that it's a star, even though, again, it's not even remotely. Bro, is it illegal to discuss a hypothetical? That's what I'm saying, bro. And I'm not even fully entertaining it. People are just writing on it. Am I continuing the conversation? Am I telling people, oh, very interesting, so the star meta is real? No, I'm not doing anything, bro. If somebody sits here and says, oh, yeah, but Naruto's actually a universal low complex multiversal plus because of a specific argument from this thing, I'm like, okay, cool, that's crazy. Fantastic. Well, it was brought up, so, like, I don't care. Okay, yeah, and it was brought up. Somebody brought up the star meta. Did I say, oh, yeah, that meta, I'm totally going to throw it into the video? Did I say, oh, yeah, that meta, I totally agree with it? No, I didn't say any of those things. You're just trying to find a thing of, like, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Like, oh, my God, dude. Jesus Christ, grow the fuck up. God damn. You're fucking wrong. You're a fully fucking idiot. You're not agreeing with me? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Sorry, Swarnum. I'm sorry that I don't agree that One Piece is star level. Jesus. Goddamn Christ. God damn. Motherfuckers cannot, under any circumstance, just hear something and be like, is that exactly what I heard? Or am I just blowing this out of proportion more than what it actually is? Like, God damn, dude. Why Madara versus Sukuna is extremely unfair. There was a live stream by Six from Tokyo. By the way, I'm really excited for Dragon's Dogma 2 getting its DLC. I'm really excited for it. This character who can barely break a tree is actually omniversal. Himawari versus KCM2 Teen Naruto. I ain't gonna lie. Did you see the new Sekiro anime trailer? I have not. I don't think I can watch that live though, but I can check it out. If you send it to me in Discord, I can check it out later. Bro, this character who can barely break a tear because of a statement in the light novel Eon. Neat! Yes! Exactly! Exactly. Neat. Interesting. Fantastic. You can scale him up to that high if you want to. But you chose this, dude. If you didn't want to be that way, then don't act so impressed by it. What do you mean act impressed by it? What the fuck are we talking about? What do you mean act impressed by it? Again, you're choosing to make up your own narrative as to what's happening here. I've seen a post on YouTube of a guy arguing Naruto's low complex multiversal, and they can very much so believe that. They have every right to believe that if they want. Do I agree with it? No. Do I think it follows any kind of narrative logic? No. Do I think the story even remotely actually tries to paint Naruto as that powerful? Absolutely not. But guess what? You're allowed to believe it, and if they believe it, cool, neat. I don't give a shit. People's opinions genuinely don't mean jack shit to me. You can argue it. Like, here's the thing. You can argue that. You can argue the light speed meta for Naruto. If you take away any context for any of the story and just throw in statements in front of a screen and you expect people to be, if you expect people to not have the due diligence be done to actually, double check and cross-reference and see if that's actually right or wrong, then yeah, sure, you could totally argue it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're an idiot for it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're an absolute baboon for believing that, oh, hey, this character, is this powerful because of these things that have absolutely, that you really shouldn't double fact check me in. Like, yeah, sure, I don't really care. I have not watched Dr. Stone. I've watched one episode, and yes or no, Roman execution reference. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Leave it for now. Leave it for now, and if they keep being, and if Kaloimo keeps being annoying, then you can, then I'll give you the thumbs down. I'll give you the thumbs down. Is it actually illegal to believe that Naruto's planetary or above? I made it a law and I will enforce it. Yes, that's right. We will go to Congress. We power scalers will storm Congress, and we will make it an amendment that anyone that we will remove the what is it, the First Amendment? We'll remove the First Amendment and say that freedom of speech to all individuals living within our great nation. But if you even remotely entertain the idea that Naruto Uzumaki and Kid Konohamaru from the first fucking chapter of the story aren't objectively low complex multi-centennial omniversal plus minus premium deluxe edition, then you are, and he isn't immeasurable in terms of speed, then you are going to be hanged at the noose even quicker than a pedophile trying to find a child's panties. Yeah, no, we'll do that. We'll totally go ahead and do that. Anyone who doesn't think that Naruto is the most powerful character ever written across all of fiction will get death row, because you know what? It's what the series deserves. Anything else is just blatant downplay that is disgusting and only being propagated by the woke One Piece media. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You can believe whatever you want. I believe I'm the richest man with an island of women like Amazon Lily. It doesn't make it true. What was that last part? Holy shit, Eon's spokesperson arc. Yeah, the woke One Piece media, bro. You know the guy who made the Elden Ring comparison video made another one about the size of the landmass? It's pretty cool, though. I posted it on the server. I think I'll check it out later today. Just remind me later. Brooke Solo's Big Mom if he asked her for her panties. Dr. Stone anime ended today, and also GTA is basically 8,000 rupees here. Basically $100 or something. Yeah, it's like $100. It is, it's crazy. Whoever wants to purchase that game is more than welcome to. I saw your last stream. Why have you such a disdain for noodles? Is it an envy much? Why would I be envious of noodles? What exactly do I have to be envious of noodles for? He has less subscribers than I do, which is not exactly like a big metric, but it's kind of the only metric in YouTube that you can exactly go by, at least as a comparison. And I'm not exactly jealous or have any envy of the fact that he has less subscribers than me. And I know it's not the main reason that we should cover, but I mean, what other reason would I have other than like that one YouTube metric? What else would I have to be like jealous of or envious of? What exactly has he said or done that would make me envious of him? Because I don't have disdain for the guy. I just don't think he's a good power scaler. I think he makes very disingenuous arguments. I think he's a better debater than he is a power scaler, and that basically just is my personal opinion. It doesn't stray past that. It really does. I do not feel noodles hurt Eon's tummy. Definitely, that definitely did not happen. You have to respect a fellow content creator. You all have the same journey. No, every single content creator goes through a completely different journey. Not everyone. What are you talking about? I had a live stream where I basically went over noodles. Why should we be jealous over noodles? Yeah. Clearly, because Noodles is a good noodle. Yeah, I guess. Is Noodles considered a good noodle by the Naruto community? Is it because the Naruto community doesn't hate him for simply spouting what's true about Naruto, and unlike him, I don't spew out complete bullshit logic that doesn't actually back up anything within the actual context of the story? I don't know, man. Noodles rejected Eon in high school? I guess, yeah. I guess the guy just rejected me in high school, you know. I told him if he wanted to be best friends, he didn't want to fucking be best friends. Noodle decided to hang out with some other guy, and then I was like, I hate him for the rest of my life. I'm gonna make a YouTube channel years after he made his, so that I can, I don't know, I can react to one or two of his live streams or debates, and, yeah, just laugh at the fact that he insults other people for having anime takes. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't hate the guy, just to be clear. I don't have any actual legitimate hatred for him, and I don't have any... What did you post? What did you say again? Disdain. Yeah, I don't have any disdain for the guy. I simply don't think he's a good power scaler. It just boils down to that much. I don't know anything else about the guy. I have nothing else to base my opinion off him other than the fact that he insults people and gets very... What's the word here? Risque with the things that he says to other people on the platform. If you hate all Naruto scalers just because they all keep it real, why do I hate Naruto scalers? I like 6 from Tokyo. I like Swag Kage. Why do I hate... Actually, fun fact. The fuck? Fun fact. I'm actually subscribed to 6 from Tokyo and Swag Kage, so clearly I can't hate all Naruto power scalers. But again, this is the problem with you people. Once again, people like you, who, for whatever reason, either are so immature or either immature/childish, or your prefrontal cortex, I'm willing to believe, hasn't fully fucking developed. You cannot see that somebody can disagree with somebody's scaling and not inherently hate that person or despise them. Yeah. You don't like the fact that they do tell the truth is all on you, sir? How do they tell the truth? You're telling me that their opinions, their objective opinions on these stories are supposed to be facts, are supposed to be the truth? No, they're opinions. Whatever they scale Naruto to, whatever they scale the characters to is an opinion. Alright? It has to eventually become an opinion because, to some extent, there is no way that you can give an objective scale for any series out there unless the author gives you every exact metric and calculation possible, which is something that's not true in Naruto, and it's something that's 100% not true in One Piece either. Nor Bleach, nor Dragon Ball, nor any other series out there, besides maybe Toriko and maybe some other niche-off series that I haven't read. Most series do not have objective scaling. As in, you can scale characters to different extents based on what you are willing to believe. When is Levy streaming coming? I don't know. She and I are hanging out Saturday, but I got family over. I'm gonna have a lot more family over on Saturday. I have not watched The Amazing Digital Circus. I don't know. Is this supposed to be from it? I don't think I've ever really watched anything from this series. I don't even know what it's about. As someone who spent probably an unhealthy amount of time listening to Noodle stuff over the years, he very rarely has good scaling, often makes very bad arguments, and is a big meanie. I agree. He went on the fact that with proof on why Madara is on that tier. What tier? What tier of character? You're talking about are you talking about the fucking video where Noodles scaled a bunch? You know, I'm just gonna type. Yeah, if you believe any of the shit that Noodles put out that I clearly and objectively debunked because I showed that Noodles was being disingenuous, then you can just be timed out. I don't need to hear somebody go all over a fucking video that, objectively speaking, was spewing out lies. Yeah. If I show you a panel, and then you see what he says, and you still say he's right, more so objective opinions from the other perspective that it is objectively speaking an opinion. I guess I didn't word it right. It is objectively an opinion. Not, their opinions are objective. Let me clear that up. Objectively speaking, they have opinions, not that their opinions are objective. Let me clear that up. Rage baiting is chat's top priority. I guess so. Try to not be passive-aggressive and actually talk in a productive way. No, it's fine. He's already out of here. I don't need a... Is that the type of head you give Sukuna? No, the type of head I give Sukuna is like 10 times better than that, and it's way more moist, and it's way more glazy. I know what the fuck I do on the mic, sir. You guys do not even remotely deserve to have the privilege of hearing what I actually sound like when I give my king head. I'm sorry, when I glaze my king. Sorry, I have to be
we're in fucking business.
third mute this time. Yeah, we're getting good with it, guys. I think. Yo. Actually, fuck this question for a second. Okay. Fuck this question for a second. Yo. From here on out, should I stream on Twitch so we can spend channel points on how many people I'll have to time out? Should I stream on Twitch so that so you guys can have like more points to play with? So that way, if there's ever comes a time where I have to start timing people out, I could just do it like that. I think like it's fun. Yo, listening to the stream while putting on someone's braces. You're a dentist. That's crazy. It's fun. It's so funny trying so hard not to laugh. That's funny. I didn't know you were a dentist. That's interesting. Holy shit. Fascinating. Yeah, Itachi Tsukuyomi is multiversal, but couldn't react to Kieran. Super, buddy. Yeah. The Sukuna have... No, he does not. He has one because he doesn't... To be fair, honestly, I don't even think he likes it sometimes because it's like, he doesn't really get anything out of it. The guy has he doesn't need anything or anybody else, dude. Oh, I forgot I had this on by accident. So, I wanted to check this out. I wanted to see, because there's apparently like a lot of like, not drama, but a lot of like back and forths happening between like these communities or whatever. I wanted to like check some of it out, because perfectly balanced poll at this time. At first, yeah.
My head in this corner. Get down there. Just deadass sat here and lied. He lied here. He lied in that fucking video, and he's I don't want to talk to
Keep this in mind.
Okay, no. Everything I said was facts.
On live, though?
Nigga, so I was asking him to come on the stream.
Is it ever stated that the 8th gate is 100 times amp? Let's find that real quick. I can help you find that real quick. We have that somewhere here. It should be in tuning exams. Okay. Exhaustion, the 5th gate. He's already that. We're talking limiters place at a specific point. The chakra, the Keirakuke, the network of chakra lines through which flows chakra. There are places where the chakra nodes converge. The Kaimon, the rest of gate, those are the 8 inner gates. They constantly maintain the limits on the amount of chakra flowing through the body. Limits that the lotus uses chakra to forcibly override, enabling the user to draw strength that is dozens of times his usual level, even if the user's body is destroyed in the process. Incidentally, the forward lotus opens only the 1st gate. Opening the 2nd gate boosts strength, the 3rd gate, but the lotus got him so beat up. If he tries to perform any more moves, that's right, the technique is truly a double-edged sword. The state where all the gates have been opened is called the 8 inner gates formation, and anyone who achieves it will however briefly be granted the strength that surpasses even the Hokage, but in exchange that person will die. I think it's... Let's see. The statement probably shows up then again in the 4th Great Ninja War when Guy uses it. I don't recall there ever being another instance besides this, so if it's not necessarily here, then we might have an issue. Compassion. Okay. The inner game is the maximum power and releases the limiter. Guide demonstration against you in the tuning exams. All releases positive power tens of times greater than that of the Hokage, but it's temporary. So it says it's tens of times greater than the Gokage, and then the other one specifically says it's either 100 or tens of times. It specifically says tens of times greater than the Gokage, right? Which is talking about the 5 Kage. So it's probably saying like it can make you tens of times stronger than the power of the 5 Kage, or each of the 5 Kage separately. You can argue it that since it's the 5 Kage, it's saying it all together, which I think is fine. So it's anywhere between, since it's saying tens, it's anywhere between 20 to 90 times stronger, right? Because otherwise you could just say it is 100 times rather than 10 times, right? The 8K, 100 times the 8K is a mistranslation. It's supposed to be 10 times stronger than the Kage. Yes. I kind of want to download Twitch because of you, but if you started using Twitch platform, I may have to install it. I could try it out. I don't mind doing like double streams. I don't know how that'll go with my I'll have to figure out how to like set up the thing. Jubito versus DMS Kakashi. Actually, hold on. DMS Kakashi, if you think he wins on a timeout, before the timeout, Jubito, if you think DMS Kakashi can't beat him in exactly 4 moves. Sorry, 6 moves. If Kakashi can't beat him in exactly 6 moves, then Obito. Let's see this again real quick. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, if you can't do it, if you don't think you can beat Obito in 5 moves, actually DMS tagged. What do you mean? Actually, DMS Kakashi tagged Kaguya. Well, yeah, Kaguya, but where was she really moving? He was moving directly at her. You mean the Kaguya that he's moving directly towards, that isn't even remotely making an attempt to actually evade his attack? Yeah. Yes, I would say actually yes. In 5 moves, might be a little weird, but if you think so, then sure. Pickle is multi-uni because he ripped off Retsu's leg and the leg was still gone in the world he got reincarnated in. The gates basically operate like resistors in an electrical thing. Couldn't you argue that's because he blitzed her? Why would he blitz her? Where did he get any kind of momentum to fall down? Let's look at the anime adaptation. Kakashi's not... There's no argument you can make to convince me that he blitzed her. There's no argument you can even remotely argue. He's not... He's falling down. He's basically falling down at, He's basically falling down at normal gravity speed. He's just letting gravity make him fall down. I don't know how you can argue that he got any push off of anything else. You know how, Limbo clones can stop Kaido in all sides, that video you said, but it's not really good to promote metrics? No, he cannot. You cannot prove to me that Limbo clones are physically strong enough to hold down Kaido. They, physically speaking, you cannot prove to me that they can hold down Kaido, or that their punches are even strong enough to hurt Kaido. There's no evidence for it, I do not have to agree with it. You have no way of proving it either. Guys, are we going to get the 4th person that I'm going to have to time out because they're going to be incessantly annoying about disagreeing with me, and then, they're not going to be able to formulate any actual argument? What do you guys think from here? Is this guy going to give us an actual argument here, or they're just going to give us some bullshit, and then I'm going to just, prove to them why there's no reason for me to even remotely entertain the idea that Kaido's Limbo clone... that Madara's Limbo clones would do anything in a fight against Kaido. So you're telling me that she's going to teleport an entire planet. Not just like a couple of people. No, an entire planet. She's going to swap dimensions against an entire planet. A feat that you have no way of even remotely proving. You're going to tell me she's going to do that to the entire verse, right? She's going to just send the entire verse falling down, right? You realize that people in One Piece can fly, right? You realize that there are plenty of characters that can fly? Because, yeah, plenty of characters can fly, plenty of characters can speed blitz her. She doesn't have great speed scaling. Like, maybe faster than Naruto, sure. That's still not good enough speed scaling. Don't you know Kakashi is so thick, he literally falls at 10 times the speed of light? Rexplo, he was asking a simple question. Which one? Think or Zazum? Because Zazum... I don't know what I would need to relax as far as that did. Even if she did. First, Madara's Genjutsu wouldn't work. No chakra network. No chakra network wouldn't work on Kaido. Number 2, what's your second argument? With his AP and DC, so his attack potency has Genjutsu on top onto his AP and DC? What did I say to him that was so wrong? She teleported Naruto, thousands of clones, and Sasuke, Sakura, Obito. Talking about the thousands of clones Naruto already popped up? Talking about those clones? Let's see. Cool. Cool. How many clones is that? Let's see. Let's count real quick. How many clones is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. He sent 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. He sent out, oh, actually 92. One of those people is 91, sorry. Cool. She sent out 100 people. She sent out 100 less than 100 people. Cool. You realize that there are more than 100 One Piece characters, right? Kaido with Limbo clones would be crazy. Yeah, Kaido with Limbo clones would be unstoppable. Limbo clones that actually scale to Kaido instead of Madara would be unstoppable. Fantastic. Cool. Cool. So you can teleport all top tiers like Whitebeard, Roger, Luffy. Cool. Fantastic. Luffy can fly. Let's see, Luffy can fly. Big Mom can fly. Kaido can fly. Trafalgar Law can literally make a giant platform for everybody. Eustace Kid can literally use magnetism. Well, I guess he can use the his AB abilities to literally just pull people into the side of a wall, you know. Like, that's already a lot of characters that automatically just stop, that don't die to her, so it's clearly not the whole verse. Clearly not. Kizaru flies. Yeah, Naruto could also fly, yeah. Fantastic. This was the gravity dimension. Cool. What about it? Are you telling me that this gravity would be too much in One Piece? Because, fantastic. They'll have to be within a set distance from her. Yeah. Also, what's stopping Whitebeard from, like, I don't know, making an earthquake inside and having, I don't know, maybe some piece of rubble cover him before he lands on the lava? Cool. So what's the argument? Because I don't know, man. She's out here struggling with this gravity, and yet these two guys with no superpowers, no six paths, specifically this guy, no six path, no special eyes, nothing. For once, Kaido just stands there and lets the attack hit him. Cool. What would happen if Madara just summoned that one meteor that scaled to country alone? What, you're talking about the meteor that Kaido would be larger than in his dragon form? Are you referencing the meteor that Kaido would likely be larger than in his dragon form? What? Oh, you're talking about, no, you're talking about the meteor, right? You're talking about, let's see, where was that? Oh, yeah, that's right, this meteor, right? Are you referencing this meteor? This meteor that's smaller than the perfect Susanoo, which I can just argue? Yeah, Kaido's tanking the meteor, but yeah, you're talking about this one, this small-ass meteor? Because this meteor is really small. I don't know if you knew this, the meteor is very, very small. It's like, at the very most 80 meters. It's less than a city block tall. It's not even a city block large. You talking about that meteor? You talking about the meteor that also took out Madara alongside with it? The two of us will be restored immediately? Yeah, Madara's tanking that, right? So again, that's small. Looks like a tiny. Look at the tiny dots below. Yeah. Here, let me show you a better comparison real quick. I'll show you a better comparison. I got you real quick. Yeah, because this meteor, very small. Very, very small. You know what? I'll even pull up the second meteor as well. I'll pull up the third image. Okay. Here, let me do you a favor. Let me do you some kindness. I'm gonna educate you real quick. There is no distance for shit. Her teleporting ability for Naruto character. Shadow clones from a long distance. What long distance? You can't tell me it's a long distance if she could. You can't tell me it's a long distance, dude. What's the distance then? You're claiming it's a long distance? What's the distance? This cool guy act, it's so corny to me, low-key. What cool guy act? I'm just telling you, I'm gonna educate you on a couple of things. If you don't like that, that's your deal. But if you want me to sit here and prove you wrong, I can very easily do that. You know that, right? I've had this argument before. You're not adding anything new to the conversation. You're not making anything more interesting. You're just spewing the same shit that I've had to debunk on my streams multiple times because people like you just you guys don't think about this shit on the same level that I do. You guys really don't think about this shit on the same level that I do. And I'm kind of just tired of like having to bring back these constant arguments, do all the same shit over and over again. Where I'm probably just gonna spend the rest of my evening tonight just probably making some what was it again? Oh yeah, I'll probably just spend the rest of my evening just making like a specific folder with all of these images just copied onto it, just so I can, you know, have something that I can easily, you know, translate. Where's the other one that we needed? Oh yeah, right here. Right here. Okay. And this is the last one that I need. Data books. Here you go. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Ah, here we go. Okay, so, to start things off, why is this flipped over? What the fuck happened here? Why is this flipped over? Okay, there we go. Here we go! And you low-key think Madara beats Kaido when he is stronger than an old man who makes tremors around the One Piece world. Alright, so, right here. What's funny is that ain't nobody here. Cool, we're in a YouTube stream talking about anime characters fighting each other. That's what I'm saying, like, this dude thinks I'm trying to be cool here. I really not. I'm just simply telling you, I'm just tired of the bullshit. I'm not here to try to propagate this anymore. I'm just going to tell you straight up. So what do you see right here? Gamma Bunta, 17 meters. Gamma Bunta, 17 meters tall. Let me go back for one last thing, actually, because I do need one more thing here just to prove my point. Okay, so Gamma Bunta is objectively stated to be 17 meters tall. It's right here in the data book. 17 meters tall. That is how big Gamma Bunta is. Gamma Bunta is as big as Shukaku. You know who Shukaku is? He is a tailed beast. And how big is Shukaku in relationship to all of the other tailed beasts? How big do you think Shukaku is in relationship to all of the other tailed beasts? Well, Shukaku is about as large as all of the other tailed beasts, give or take. So all of the other tailed beasts is way bigger than 17 meters? No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. Objectively speaking, wrong. Wrong. Yeah, objectively speaking, you are wrong. Gamma Bunta is canonically 17 meters. That is the only height you can use. That is the only stated height in the entire context of the story. I do not give a fuck what mental gymnastics. I do not give a fuck what mental gymnastics you have to use to make yourself believe that he is not that big. But guess what? Gamma Bunta is about as big as Shukaku, so Shukaku is at least, and the other tailed beasts are all around the range of 17 to 20 meters. All of the tailed beasts are within the range of 17 to 12 to 20 meters. I'm not going to give him more than 20. So, now that we have a stated size. Oh, Gamma Bunta, also almost as big as Kurama. Almost as big as the full size of Kurama. His head is farther back, his head is farther in the front. You can see they're both also about the same size. So, now let's move on to this point right here. We know that Kurama's chakra got split up in half. So, we can argue that Kurama is at least twice as small as he was before, because if you lose half of your chakra, then the very simple, you thought about calling the synopsis of the trees below, it's right there for you, you can gauge it all. Gauge what? Gauge what? Some random fucking trees? I don't know how big the trees are, but I do know for a fact that Gamma Bunta is 17 meters tall. How big are those trees? They're smaller than 17 meters tall. Tell me again, how am I wrong? How am I wrong? There are no speed blitzing Kaguya. She literally reacts and used her abilities from point blank range when Sasuke used his Rinnegan in the gravity dimension. The fuck are you talking about? I'm not on this right now. You can come later. You can come in later. I don't really care about you right now. You're irrelevant to me right now. So I'm focusing on this discussion. So again, just make a mini clips of each explanation, then just play the clip whenever somebody. Yeah, that's a good art. I'm gonna probably just do something like that. So you have right here, Gamma Bunta, Shukaku, about the same size. Kurama, when he was at full size, this is the size of the perfect Susanoo. And oh, look at that. The perfect Susanoo is bigger than both of the meteors. The meteors that you think are country level when they're not even 80 fucking meters tall. Yeah, right here. The same meteor right here, the one that they stopped, the one that broke down. Yeah, the one that looks like this. Yeah, that one. That one, it's smaller than the perfect Susanoo. That is about as big as Kurama. So, now that we know for a fact, not all trees from anime are the same size. Naruto can be bigger for all we care than the average tree size. Fantastic. What's the average tree size? I don't really care. All I give a shit about is Gamma Bunta's size. You're focusing on the trees. The trees can go eat a dick for all I care. Fuck those trees. I'm talking about this guy's size. I'm talking about the guy's size. Not some random fucking trees. The trees are meaningless to me. The trees could literally be wiped out for all I care. I do not care how big the trees are. So here is the perfect Susano. Again, bigger than the two things. So if the perfect Susano is about as big as the Susano, as the perfect Susano, it does not change in size when it becomes the perfect Susano. You cannot tell me that it's getting any bigger. So what can I tell you right here? If the perfect Susano, and guess what the perfect Susano can also do? The perfect Susano can also cover Kurama entirely in the majestic entire Susano. Hey, I speak for the trees. I'm scaling the correct way. I need the surroundings to scale. Okay, and I don't care if you need the surroundings to scale. I'm telling you what is objectively stated in the series. I don't care about what random calc you have to use. Calcs mean nothing to me. You can try to scale the calcs to whatever the fuck you want. You can try to get whatever random calculation you want from those calcs. They mean nothing to me. Whatever value you get means nothing to me. I only care about what is stated in the series. I am going by the 17 meters because that is objectively speaking what Kishimoto wanted Gamma Bunta to be called. So again, the trees, the area, the landscape, all of it can eat a dick for all I care. I don't care about the landscape, I don't care about the area, I don't care about the trees. This meteor is smaller than the perfect Susano, and even if I were to say that Kurama is 20 meters in height, even if I were to say that Kurama, even in this image right here, you could say that Kurama looks a little bit smaller than Only-Tailed Beast, but I know I'm going to say that Kurama being the same exact size and giving him up to 20 meters, and then saying that he is at least a quarter of his size, that would make the perfect Susano at most 80 meters, and that would make these meteors at best, under 80 meters tall while stacked on top of one another. So yeah, no, you can't tell me that these things are that big. You can't tell me that they're country level. I don't care about calcs. Calcs are meaningless to me. Discussion's over. If you cannot give me any objective argument from the actual context of the story, I do not care what your argument is. If you wrote it down because you got it from some random calculation like, well, here are the sizes of these trees, and these trees look very big, so they must be this amount of tall, and Gamma Bunta is way bigger than them, I don't care about any of that shit. I care about the actual size. Madara can make Kaido unconscious by wood-style flower jutsu, and we've seen Kaido get drunk off of sake. Oh, you mean how Inoki broke through the flowers? You're talking about how Inoki literally broke through the flowers by, what was it again? Oh yeah, remembering the will of stone, right? Right? So, because Inoki and the others were also being put to sleep, right? Right? That's something that happened, right? Onoki was put to sleep like the other 5 Kage, and what did they do? What did they do? Let's look it up right here. Oh, look at that. The spores. And there's Onoki. I guess I'm too old to do nothing. Here it is. A stone of Iwagakure. You need to learn the true and be sure. Scrub till your hands blur. His rhymes and puns are killing me. And then what does Onoki do? This whole little thing between these 4 pages is essentially nothing more than the previous Tsuchikage explaining to Inoki the will of stone, and then Inoki getting up and wiping out the leftover trees with his particle style. And how did Inoki do that? With willpower. And what is Kaido? And what series does Kaido come from whose entire power system is revolved around weaponizing willpower? One Piece. So therefore, the trees mean nothing. The trees mean nothing to him. Yeah. You're getting that from someone Kishimoto probably didn't write himself. Oh, so now Kishimoto didn't write the data books. Fert says Kishimoto wrote all the data books. The data books are canon because Kishimoto wrote them, so I use the data books. Oh, well, how do you know Kishimoto wrote that shit? How do you know that Kishimoto was the one who wrote it? How do you know it wasn't just some random guy? Let me explain. I don't think I want to. I don't think you actually have an objective argument, and I don't think I really care to sit there and listen to your bullshit. Guys, we're up to 4, by the way. We're up to 4 people who are basing everything based on some bullshit metric that I don't have to even remotely objectively agree with, and in addition can't actually back anything up with actual story evidence, and if anything, goes out of their way to, oh, well, you have to see it from this hyper-specific scenario where if you look at it from my perspective, if you look at it from my specific perspective, all of this would be right and you would be wrong, Eon. Yeah, no, I don't have to do anything with that. I'll be back. I'm going to go get more water. We're at 4. Are we going to make 5 today? I wonder. We were going to make 5? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I know for a fact this isn't the best that Naruto has to offer in terms of, like, scalars, but Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It's like they literally cannot formulate any actual argument that follows anything, dude. It's always just, okay, but in this hyper-specific scenario, now it's this line of reasoning instead of anything else. Deserves a pet like a cat or dog. My, funny story about that, actually. Technically, we adopted a dog. Technically, we adopted a dog back in my home country. Well, not adopted. My dad has like this like farm where like he raises chickens. It's nothing crazy, but it's nothing crazy. It's not. He just grows them because he likes them. He has this farm where like he also has dogs as like a form of I guess you could say like security or whatever, like a free security. And one of the puppies. It was eating some of the chickens, so some of the baby chicks. So he brought it home with him, and he wanted to kind of get rid of it. So he kind of like just let the dog loose, and the dog ended up coming back and like sitting in front of the house. So they just took him in. They were like, no, we can't get rid of him. He's literally coming back to us. We cannot get rid of the dog. And ever since then, they've actually been taking care of the dog back home, and I'm planning on bringing him back here, where I hope to have the dog at some point. Okay, and that is a timeout. I'm sorry, Broly Desu, that is definitely a timeout. I can't have you calling people mentally challenged. I cannot have you doing that in my community. Sorry. Don't accept that. Have you scaled God of High School at some point? Nope, and I don't know if I want to. Specifically because I don't like the paneling. I hate manhwa paneling. I hate seeing manhwas have so much open leftover space. What's the dog's name? I told him to name him Tony Chopper. He's going by Chopper now, but I told him that, like, if we ever have to, like, sign any documents so I can bring him over, because there's a bunch of paperwork you have to get signed up, and you have to give, like, a dog specific, like, vaccines if they're gonna travel by plane. So in order to get him, like the full thing, in order to get him, like, the full access to coming here, we have to give him like an actual like I guess like a birth certificate or whatever. Not really. We just have to figure out how old the dog is and just give him some vaccines. And I told him that like whenever you guys name him exactly Tony Chopper. Have you ever done a live stream debunking Sage, another power scaler? I've done it like once, I think. I've watched one of his videos a while back, but this is when like I was like streaming every day. Once or twice, I think we've watched his content, and I was just kind of like calling out a couple things that he just got wrong specifically about like One Piece stuff. Should have named him Shushu. I was thinking about naming him something maybe like Chunchumaru from like Konosuba, but I was like, let me not. I like Chopper because my mom likes Chopper from One Piece, and I think Chopper's just a cute little name. He also, let me see if I can find a picture and I'll upload him to the chat. Let me see if I can find a picture of him and I'll send him to the Discord chat so you guys get to see him. He's definitely under a year old though. You said like Kaguya can't teleport the entire One Piece verse. Yes, I don't think she can teleport every single able-bodied person in the One Piece verse at once. I do not think she can do that. I do not believe she can transfer. I don't have a reason to. Every single person, you just spawn her somewhere random in the One Piece world and teleports everything to the lava dimension. No, I do not believe she can do that. I have no objective reason to. I have absolutely, objectively speaking, no reason to believe that she can teleport every single person in the One Piece planet just into a location made of lava if you plop her into the world. No, I do not believe it. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the photo, and then I'll, The thing that I also like about him is that, and I'm excited to get him, but I don't know when I'm going to be able to bring him over, because I am going to be going for a little bit, but I'm not going to have the capacity to do it right now. I will, where is it? Animal pics. There we go. I will post this one. Let me open up, Twitch. Not Twitch, Discord. We watched when Sage crashed out. Yep. I posted it in animal pics. This is Chopper. It's the one photo of the dog that I got. If you don't use calcs, how do you qualify how strong a feat is? I go by what is stated and implied within the context of the story. Yeah, he's a Tony Chopper. That's what I'm saying. He's a little Tony Chopper. You had more videos you didn't finish from yesterday. We left for later. That's right. What were the other videos? Can anybody remind me? That was like 2 days ago. Can anybody care to remind me what the other video was? Yeah. This is everyone meet Tony Chopper. I hope to bring him here. I hope to be able to train him a little bit, so because he's used to like at least a big back. I want to say, well, he's used to a backyard. He's used to a nice little backyard. In dog dollars? Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'll put that into a fund whenever I get him his kibble and his snacks. I'll put that into like a snack fund. If you get, I'm not. I want to be able to train him, and I want to be able to, because I also hope to get a cat in the future. Yeah, guys, can we get some W's for John? Yeah, he's adorable. He's a little mutt, and I've always wanted a mutt because I've never really cared. I can't say I haven't never cared. I love dogs equally, but I've always thought that, at least for myself, I would like to have a mutt for a couple of reasons. One of them is because they're kind of easier to also take care of, because if you get a purebred dog, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with purebreds, besides the fact that, like, a lot of purebreds in general tend to have, I'd say most purebreds in general have some kind of a physical, what do you call it? Purebreds are very highly volatile to many different diseases, and sometimes to having a couple of deformations, because that's what happens when you get a purebred. Sometimes you have to crossbreed them with their own siblings, and that's how you eventually get purebreds. Maybe mutts, specifically mixed breed dogs, are usually healthier, and I would argue that they actually live longer. If I remember correctly, I remember reading that they actually live longer. You can also feed them things outside of like doggy kibble. And it won't necessarily fuck them up entirely. Like, if you have to, you can also feed them outside of like doggy kibble and stuff like that. You can make them like, you can feed them other kinds of foods, and it doesn't fuck them up completely, because yeah, aren't purebreds expensive as fuck too? Yeah, purebreds are also expensive as fuck. Name your dog, cat or Kurama, maybe. Maybe I'll name one of them Kurama. If I get a cat, I was thinking about it. Can you explain how Kinemon tanked Kaido's 2 attacks? Because he's very tough. That's why. Because in One Piece, when you take what 2 attacks are you talking about? When Kaido beat the fuck out of them, when he completely curb stomped them, yeah, they're very tough. They also have haki. You realize that, right? The samurai from Wano are not exactly weaklings. Maybe in comparison to Yonko, sure. I mean, they got no diff, but if you can give me that, I can. If you can give me the chapter page and the whatever the fuck when he got beaten, I can 100% go over it. Because if you're just gonna say when they got beaten up, all I recall right now, at least, is Luffy showing up and punching him down because, oh yeah, they got fucked up completely. Yeah, oh, you're talking about base Kaido. Yes, yes, Kinemon nearly died from taking hits from base Kaido. Correct. Wow. Wow, yeah. Because the big kin is built different. One Piece characters are just crazy tough. Probably because the planet is ginormous, making the gravity more. Gotta name it Matatabi, since it's a Neko Mata, a cat yokai. Fair. Would you say Naruto is a Dofi victim? Depending on the version of Naruto, but overall I would say yes. I would say yes. I would say that Doflamingo would speed blitz Naruto 10 times out of 10. I don't really have a reason to entertain the idea that Naruto wouldn't get immediately speed blitzed by Doflamingo. Especially if Doflamingo does hit with the Force to split a continent. If you think that Doflamingo's kick against Luffy was stronger than Don Sai's dragon drill nail, then yes, I think that Doflamingo would 100% beat most versions of Naruto. Bringing up Kinemon, ignoring fodder, Sakura landing a folded god, Kaguya's head inward. That's what I'm saying. They never see it the inverse. They never see the inverse. How curious. I'm curious how Armanaki user can deal with the Rasen Shuriken because it aims at a cellular level and it's both physical and spiritual. Well, okay, let's remove the spiritual part, alright? It doesn't attack on a spiritual level. Let's not even I'm not even remotely entertaining that. That's never stated, that's never implied. It's not doing that. Now, that Madara can't tank Kaido's attacks, especially with his ability. So you're telling me, okay, can you prove to me that Madara has a single feat where he can tank a continental busting attack? An attack that is stated verbatim to, objectively speaking, an attack that can destroy a continent. Can you show me one example of an attack that can split a continent? Damage a continent, destroy a continent in a heavy way. Can you show me one feat? Objectively speaking. Haki covers your entire body. I don't know why it being cellular matters whatsoever, and if you need to know, I'll show you right now. I'll show you this. If you want to, I'll show you where the fuck is the, it should be previous. They all attack. They, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, Right here. Here. Blast breath. A heat-based attacks. How do you know Kaido has continental level of attacks? Because there are two guys in Dressrosa who are far weaker than Kaido, and they're not even top tiers as far as Dressrosa go. Well, I guess if you want to say within the actual context of the arc, sure, I guess, but within the wider context of One Piece, they're mid tiers. Right here. Continent of ice. Tougher than metal. Could not be opened. Pickaxes and fire won't even break it down. Right here. Split it. Split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. Does that make me hard? No, it wouldn't make it hard, but it would make your... It wouldn't make it erect, but it would make it hard. Your schween would still be flaccid, but it would be harder than it would be if it was erect. If that makes sense. Blast breath is a heat-based attack. Heat damages people on a cellular level. Luffy walks right through it. Luffy literally just sits there and says, guts. He just says he tanked it because of guts. It's a heat-based blast. Heat-based blasts damage on a cellular level. There it is. Just tanked it. No issue. Nothing whatsoever. Truly a waking nightmare. Toneri cuts the moon in half. Fantastic. Are we talking about Toneri right now? Are we talking about that? No. We're talking about Madara. We're talking about Madara, who has, objectively speaking, no continental feats. We didn't finish the video from yesterday. Alright, so what was the video from yesterday? Bro got guts from Monster Hunter. That's what I'm saying. So what's the video, Netaruki? I don't... Jesus Christ. You want me to watch the video, then post the video. I'm not going to go out of my way to look at it, because I told Aster, if you wanted me to watch a video,
before he started
send a link
lying,
for the video. Post the video or something. I'm not going to go out of my way to look.
I didn't kick him. I did it. I didn't kick him. Watch the stream. The stream to talk.
If this isn't running away.
Yes. You talk trash. I talk trash. You joined the live, started lying, then I kicked you.
Hey, I don't know what is. How can you say we can have a conversation when it's you that can't have the conversation? But
you were lying.
Can't do that. Can't do that just because there aren't any statements because all you believe is statements. No. I believe statements and feats. No. I believe statements, feats, and narrative. Let's clear one thing up, Sazum. Let's clear one thing up right now. I believe in statements, feats, and narrative. I believe in statements, feats, and narratives. So when I tell you, prove to me that an attack scales above country level, above even country level, the reason why I'm asking it is because this right here is an explosion from the Ten Tails. A character who is more powerful. A character who is more powerful than the Nine Tails, who only blows up, whose best explosion was this tiny-ass thing in comparison to this giant-ass fucking country. You know, I'm not even gonna say a tiny-ass thing. This is a very big circle encompassing after an explosion made by the Nine Tails and the fucking Eight Tails combining a massive-tailed beast bomb, and their explosion couldn't even cover an entire country. Mind you, one of the smallest countries in the Naruto-verse. So don't you sit there and fucking tell me that all I sit here and listen to is statements when I'm literally looking at the topography of the fucking Naruto planet. Mind you, this is just stated to be a continent in of itself. All of this is stated to be a continent in the first fucking arc of the series, and the 4th Great Ninja War's final battle doesn't even expand beyond one of the smallest countries on the planet. So when I see a big-ass explosion not even cover one of the smallest, the second smallest country on the planet from one of the most powerful creatures, yes, my apologies if I don't sit here and say, oh hey, look at that, a tailed beast bomb is landing near a village, it's landing near a city, oh look at that, it doesn't even blow up the entire city, oh yeah, my bad if I say they're not continental. Yeah, I would go out of my way to say they are not continental. Thank you very much. Without any statements. So if this is the upper echelons of things that I've seen so far, and all Madara did was absorb this power, this country-busting power into himself, then yeah, I would say, well, Madara still doesn't have any continental statements. Madara's still not blowing up the continent. Madara's still not fracturing the continent with his fists. Yeah, I would say 100% no, he is not continental in terms of attack potency and actual destructive capacity. What are you going to say? Well, oh, he spread the god tree across the planet? Fantastic. An attack that isn't an actual attack. A jutsu to simply grab all of the people and cover them in the planet. Fantastic. It doesn't, all it does, listen, actually, I'll even do this. It destroys one single piece of infrastructure. It destroys one single piece of infrastructure, a single building. And once they dissipate it, it just goes away. Doesn't matter, no longer to be seen. An attack that isn't offensive, that has no actual attack potency, that isn't used against anyone else, and the Infinite Tsukuyomi, which also is just a genjutsu, a hacks-based ability. So yes, I will agree wholeheartedly with you. If you believe that Madara Uchiha has two abilities that can cover the range of the planet, I will agree with you 100%. If he has abilities that will destroy the planet, I will disagree with you 100%. Then why do you disagree because why would I say that Kaguya can teleport the whole... when does she does that? When does she do that? When does she teleport the entire population of the planet into the lava dimension? When does she do that? When does she teleport
the entire population of the fucking planet?
Show me that she can do that, and then I will believe you. Show me that she can do that, and I will believe you. Otherwise, I don't have to entertain it. She teleports exactly 91 people afterwards. 91 people is not a billion fucking people. 91 people isn't a million fucking people. 91 people isn't 7.6 billion people. What? You don't consider Clouds? What do you mean you don't? What do you mean you read? Yeah. Oh, my bad. I didn't consider Calox. I didn't consider your outside mass. And yeah, sorry. I'm gonna time you out for a minute for that. Don't ask them if they're high, please. It's only a minute. Relax, Swornum. You're fine. I'm not mad, Swornum. You're fine. Like, don't do that shit, bro. Crazy how people can say Madara's planetary because he scales to the god tree. Yeah. A tree that spreads across the planet. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so afraid. Oh, look at that. I'm so afraid. A tree that spread across the planet. I'm so afraid. Ooh. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah. I'll get to it in a second. What if Naruto and Luffy switched opponents? I guess Hashirama's only village level.
If you've been around the first...
God, I need a second. I need a little second. 10, 20, skip a few billion. Yeah, skip a few billion. Yeah. Why did you mute me? I said he is high IQ. I curse you. My apologies, Swornum. I saw what you were saying, but Gotta stay consistent. I gotta stay consistent, dude. I have to stay consistent with some of this stuff. I know what you mean, but like I gotta stay consistent with this stuff. Anyway, it's fine. It was out for just for 1 minute. You were timed out for 1 minute. It was essentially like being sent to the corner and then being told, "Yo, come back." Like, you're fine, dude. This is the video that Aster wanted me to look up. Cool. I have to look up the Discord. I cast Tortoise on your head. Unfortunate. Having a cortisol rush. I'm not having a cortisol rush per se. It's just like, damn, I just need a second. I'm just tired, dude. Like, it just gets tiring to like listen to the same bullshit over and over and over again, man. Like, I just don't know, man. Like, what's in Elden Ring runes? Finna, you switching opponents. One Piece isn't getting past the Nell. Yeah, I don't know. You know, no. Oh, okay. Let's be real about something. Before don't you know a minute is a long time? It is a long time. No, this was Ninja Scrolls. That was Ninja Scrolls. Sorry, it was Elden Ring runes. Where is Elden Ring runes? It's not in here. Is it in the other one? Doesn't seem to be in here either. What the fuck? Expedition. Expedition 33 scans? Oh, okay. Good. I was about to say, some of these are just completely blocked off for me. Can we see the picture of your dog? That's the only picture I have for now. That is, I think, the only picture that I was sent by my parents. Let me see if she sent me another one. Oh, she sent me this one with Chopper. Yes, that's nice, actually. I'll download this one as well, and I'll send it. 1 second. We'll open up this one as well. Copy link. We'll, add this to queue. Paste this. Yeah, there we go. Add to queue. And I did want to see, like, what Six was saying about that whole thing. Because I've just been watching, like, this mini drama that's been unfolding between, like, this guy and, like, some TikTokers.
Niggas who lie don't get conversation. Am I being unreasonable?
I don't care about what his chat says.
Why would you want to have a conversation with niggas that just lie? Do you predict he would? Yeah, I said he would make the video. He's a fucking... This is the easiest shit to predict ever. He's a fucking moron.
Oh, you sent me two. Okay. I got you.
Let's roll the clips.
But I think Mystic is saying the thing that I didn't lose is that they don't scale to their jutsu inherently.
Okay, look. This is the thing about this part. This is stupid.
1 second. Add to queue. Okay. So we have the Elden Ring videos. We have the 6 live stream, and we have... Yo, chat, drop everything Otaku versus uploaded for the first time in 7 months. Who the fuck is Otaku versus?
He's a fucking... This is the easiest shit to predict ever.
Let's roll the clip. Let's roll the clips.
But I think Mystic is saying the thing that I didn't lose is that...
She teleported 5 people with a shadow clone, and then after that she teleported 91 people, and then why don't you believe that she can teleport 1,000 or 1,000,000? Because I don't have a reason to believe it. I don't have an objective reason to. I don't have an objective reason to believe that she can teleport the entirety of a planet into another dimension. There's nothing in the series that implies it. There's nothing in the series that states it. There's no reason for me. There's no actual feat. So why would I believe if you drop Kaguya into the One Piece planet, she would just instantly just teleport everybody into the lava dimension? Why the fuck would I even? Under what reasonable facsimile of logic do I have to even remotely entertain that argument? That you plot her. So you're telling me if you plop Kaguya into, like what are we talking about? You're telling me that if you plop Kaguya into the real world and she just teleports everyone on the planet, me right here sitting down on my chair, the people down living in the apartment downstairs, my next door neighbor. My neighbor down the fucking block. Somebody working right now at a fucking mill. Somebody working right now at an office. Like, everyone just gets teleported? Like, yeah, no, I don't. I do not even remotely have to entertain that. I do not even remotely have to entertain that. That's the burden of proof is on you. The onus and burden of proof is on you in order to provide the evidence necessary to prove that that bitch can even remotely teleport 6 to 7 billion people on the planet, because 91 is a big number away from 1,000, and 1,000 is a big number away from 1,000,000, and 1,000,000 is a very large number away from 1,000,000,000, and well, 6 to 7 times 1,000,000,000 is a lot. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't think you understand how big 1,000,000,000 is. Yes, she can? Okay, so prove it. Give me evidence. Offer evidence. In what chapter, in what page of the story does Kaguya Otsutsuki teleport the entirety of a planet into any one of her dimensions? What comment? No, I don't care. Type it again. I don't give a fuck. Type it again. What comment? This comment right here, I already read it. I already read it twice. First she teleported 5, then she teleported 5 people with a shadow clone, and then she 6. So she teleported 6 people. Shadow clone doesn't mean anything. Then after that, you said she teleported 91 people. Then why don't you believe she can teleport 1,000 or 1,000,000? Yes, because 1,000 is a bigger number than 91, and 1,000,000 is a lot more than that. And then 1,000,000,000 is a lot more than that. I don't think you understand how big 1,000,000,000 is. Yeah. That is a no limits fallacy. Yeah, no limits fallacy. It's a no limits fallacy. There is no proof for it. He's just assuming she can do it just because she can do it to a couple people. She can do it to that. I'm going to be honest with you right now. 91 people is not as much as 1,000 people. And 1,000 people is not as much as 10,000. 10,000 people is nowhere near as much as 1,000,000. And 1,000,000? 1 million fucking people is nowhere even remotely close to 1 billion. Where does it say there is a limit? I'm not saying there is a limit. I'm just saying she never does it. Why the fuck would I believe that she could? There's nothing even remotely close to it. And mind you, she teleported that many people. She teleported 6 people. I can eat 5 burgers. Why don't you believe I can eat 95 million burgers? Exactly. Because if we're making up hypothetical shit, I can also say that we all be liking men. That's definitely not true. That's definitely not true. I thought with 6 and the others gone, we wouldn't have to have this whole like, yes, we are all gay jokes. But I guess Lockett is still here.
They don't scale.
That's what I'm saying. Who the fuck is we? When the fuck did bro start speaking French?
Okay, look. Here's the thing about this part. This is stupid because we didn't disagree with this. Me and Troy didn't disagree with this. And I say that in this live right here. In this live that he's clipping. I say it right there. I'm like,
you were biased, bro? Why am I biased? Why am I biased? Because I'm asking you to provide evidence? Oh God, oh jeez, oh God. The YouTuber asked me to provide evidence for my completely unreasonable take. How dare you? You have to be biased, bro. You have to be biased that I just said that she can do it and I can't back it up. So you must be biased against me. I can't even remotely understand how you could not agree with me just saying that she can do this. You don't trust me, bro? You don't trust me, bro? All right. I'm gonna give you one last chance. If the next message out of you, I'm gonna give you one more chance. If the next message out of you is not, here is a chapter and page or a data book statement that says she can teleport the entirety of the face of the planet into a single dimension in one go, no issues, no nothing. Unless you do that, unless that is your next fucking comment, I genuinely don't care. I genuinely don't care what else you have to say.
Agree with that. You even said during the debate, I was talking to Jordan, I was like, you even said during the debate, you might have been upscaling Naruto because of what we were saying. So what is he talking about? The part, yeah. Jordan didn't lose that part. Jordan didn't lose that part because we weren't disagreeing with him on that part.
They're exercising chakra control. So when mantled all 3 of them, and it was completely a sad sight to see for Naruto fans. And I honestly don't understand where the disagreement comes from. He articulated his position perfectly. It just seems that people just refuse to accept that they are wrong. Basically, what is happening to Kawaki is the exact same thing that ninjas do when they're exercising chakra control. So when
okay, this is what I said he was lying about. Jordan didn't say this. Jordan did not say this. Jordan didn't say this part.
Have a good one, Neil. Have a good one, Marcos.
Nigga, that's what I said.
Yeah,
you were
we're
lying
just gonna be
about.
video
He said
reaction.
the opposite of this.
Anything.
whenever they are in combat, their offense is higher than their defense, and vice versa. By increasing your defense,
oh wait, this is the wrong video.
Didn't say I lied. Jordan didn't say I misquoted him. Jordan is literally telling you that I'm talking about a particular point of the overall.
That's something else you were talking about. That's something else Disney was talking about. He lied in the beginning to get to the overall point.
Literally telling you that I'm talking about a particular point of the overall general consensus of the debate that he did not lose.
Twitter was bad.
I will say,
TikTok is a cult. That shit's
I don't
weird.
think he was like, I don't think he's saying in the debate I can concede. I think he's saying the larger point of like my videos.
Bro was asking
Yeah,
Chat
I like
GPT. I'm
We all
crying.
agree.
But
No, I'm not saying, I
like
understand what he's saying about the semantics of the
that
video.
you don't
I'm saying,
You see how Jordan's literally trying to explain that what I'm saying wasn't wrong and that the larger point of his video was never debunked? And it makes sense. When you're hanging around with 6 deadly chromosomes here, you're not going to be able to track anything.
That's crazy.
Jordan was very clear multiple times. Even the point of my
6
video was
deadly
that everyone is in
chromosomes
agreement
is
with the
crazy.
video. You guys are just mad at my delivery. You're mad that I said you guys lost, which you did. Because if you genuinely think about it, Jordan left the debate in his favor. Not only did you guys admit to the fact that Jordan was upscaling Naruto characters, so Jordan walked away downscaling him, you guys literally concluded that Naruto could only be uni under the conditions that him and Sasuke combined their strengths. So there is no uni Naruto. But
What does that have to do?
Then if she can teleport one guy, then like Trafalgar Law, then how she lost into your... Because what does her teleport switching dimensions even remotely change anything about what Law does? He sets up a room, he slashes her into pieces. How does she beat that? How does she put herself back together? How does she put herself back together after he slashes her into pieces? Like, are you so dense that you can't even fucking understand the point of that that I was making in there? In that video, that Law quite literally has an ability that nobody in Naruto has a direct counter for. Like an objective direct counter. That they can't just overpower it. That they can't just stop Law from simply splitting them into pieces. that if Law wanted to, he could have Kaguya's eyes shoved up her ass, and there is, objectively speaking, nothing she can do because he outspeeds. That is my point. But here's what we can do now. Here is what we can do now. Here's what we can do now. You are timeout number 5. You're timeout number 5. I really don't care to continue this little conversation of ours because I see it just isn't going anywhere. There's no point in having a conversation where you're going to make up where you're making shit up, where you're calling me biased for simply asking you to provide an actual bit of evidence towards your claim. And then, now you're also bringing up some random shit from my video saying, but why did she lose to Law? Be simple, because Law sets up a room, swings his sword, and then she is cut up into pieces, and there's no fucking counterplay to that. She can't make herself intangible. How is she going to teleport herself into another dimension? What's she gonna do, swap dimensions? Yeah, her body parts that are now literally lying there her body parts that are now all severed are just lying there in a dimension where she's just gonna start falling. Cool. Fantastic. How does she put herself back together? How does she will herself back together? No one else in One Piece can literally just force themselves back together once Law splits them into pieces. So what are we doing here? So what are we doing here? Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. I don't know. They're gone. Don't personally care. The fuck, dude. I don't know.
Do with anything. He still conceded to it.
You're on a good scale.
What does any of this have to do with anything?
Jordan left the debate.
I definitely timed out like I definitely timed out 4 people already, right? I've already timed out like 4 people. For sure. For sure, bro. We already went through with Sazum, we already went through with the Think guy, we already went through with the Heat Bro, we already went through like the first guy, whoever the fuck the first guy was. Like, yeah. Maybe 4, maybe 5. I don't know. Maybe 4, maybe 5. I don't know. I'm kind of over it. I'm gonna go make some hot dogs. I hope you enjoy the hot dogs, IMAX. Hope you enjoy your glizzies.
In his favor. Not only did you guys
Even if he left in his favor, we were pointing out that the nigga's logic was wrong. What the fuck? This is like saying that Jordan was right the whole time because like if we're talking about 2 + 2 equals I'm sorry, if we're talking about how 3 + 3 = 6, and Jordan's like, well, 3 + 3 = 6 because Little Caesars has a $5 pizza. Like, nigga, it has nothing to do with anything. The fact that Little Caesars has a $5 pizza has nothing to do with 3 + 3 = 6 and why that's the case. And he's like, well, he walked away knowing why 3 + 3 = 6. Bitch, we didn't say he didn't. We didn't say 3 + 3 didn't equal 6. We said that what he said didn't lead to that conclusion. Did Jordan post another video, or are you talking about the video he posted yesterday? Nigga, this nigga's a loser too. I already fucked this nigga. I already fucked this nigga up before. This Nat dude. This nigga's ass. He's ass. A lot of these TikTok niggas are ass. Trust me, they're fucking ass. This Nat nigga's ass. I slapped this nigga hellas ago. Like, I slapped this nigga like 8 months ago. Niggas some shit. And look at this dumb ass. Sasuke and Naruto, you need together, but they fall all out. Couldn't even fully destroy a valley.
Appreciate the accountability,
look at rocks.
Memento.
Big rocks.
I appreciate you taking accountability for that, Memento. Thanks for that.
Fuck with the big rocks. Telling niggas, bro, like, how do you not understand that there's DC and AP?
No, it's not sad. It's a good. He made a mistake. Their profile pictures did look the same. I was kind of trying to figure out why I kept bringing it to him. But no, he's fine. Appreciate you being. I appreciate you having some accountability, Memento. I really do appreciate that. We need that. We need more of that in the community.
Like, come on, no, basic.
I don't know,
Chris
man.
Perez, you're wrong. You're wrong because they never.
I think like the most interesting thing. You know what? I'm gonna say this right now. I think the most interesting thing, and I'm just thinking about this right now because Six is because he's saying that like Six is saying that these the TikToker power scalers are, you know, ass or whatever, right? I mean, I think that like there's this, and it's not specifically because of this, but it just brought me back to thinking about this. It makes me think about like this like very interesting, almost like social experiment of like showing how the things that people will consider the things that do not have a big or impactful effect in everyday lives, things that are very like minor as far as like, you know, real world issues goes. Power scaling is one of those things that seems to be very vitriolic. Or it seems to be filled with a lot of vitriol, with a lot of it seems to be filled with a lot of vitriol for a lot of people, where if you look at that from an outside perspective, all you see is a bunch of toxic people calling each other morons and everything because, oh, they're talking about like stupid anime characters and stuff. Like, from an outside perspective, you can see why like people really shit on power scaling as a whole, and it's just because, like, yeah, people get very antsy and people get very opinionated about, yay, their favorite anime protagonist being considered this strong or this fast or whatever the fuck, right? Like, you have people that are actively going out of their way to sit there and lie to me on stream, telling me that a character is supposed to be X amount powerful, yet they're not able to figure it out. And then when I call them out for it, you know, they get upset. They say that I'm being biased. They say that I can't understand anything. Whatever. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's weird. I just feel like it's one of those things where it's like power scaling is almost like the perfect. Power scaling is almost like the perfect analog for something like religion and politics, where it's not important enough and no one would ever consider it to be something that's important enough to actually, you know, to actually justify the hatred that people have towards one another of the things that people say. But then at the same time, it's like this, it's like insignificant enough. It's insignificant enough to where, but like, passionate enough to where people will quite literally insult you, your intelligence, your family, everything about you or whatever, or will view you a certain way for simply disagreeing. Like, Naruto and One Piece are essentially the left and right of power scaling, right? Like, you could probably argue that there are more ways of looking at politics, but at the end of the day, these are like the two that people constantly go back to and argue. It's so fucking fascinating to me, dude. And it's because it's like, and that's the thing, it's because it's so inconsequential to actual real world matters that, like, at the end of the day, nobody actually cares to regulate or actually cares to view it as like a, you know, like, is this actually something that is toxic or is it not? You know what I mean? Isn't bad. I met Daddy Eon because of it. Like I don't think the concept in and of itself is bad, but it's like, we exist almost in this space, in this weird space where people will attack you almost to the same extent that they would attack you if it were religion and politics, but they don't have the moral ambiguity of it being religion or politics to be able to hide behind some kind of a shield. And I think that's my biggest issue with it, right? I think that's the part that's like the most fascinating. One second, guys. Truly fascinating stuff, man. Truly fascinating shit, dude. I don't know. I need to wrap up my fingers. Fucking hell. All right, one moment, guys. I had to walk around for a bit to like really think that through. Okay. Let's finish this up.
Due to them both saying they don't believe it. Facts. We said that multiple times. They went to prove their points, which they did. Fact. I'm getting mad at that idiocy, not the anime debates. They're just not being shown. Probably care, but on some Avatar shit.
A scaling server got nuked because they made up allegations about someone that had a different opinion to another person's scaling.
I might stream it.
Got nuked because they made up allegations about someone that had a different. That's insane, dude. Guys, I think Eon thinks it's fascinating. Yeah, I think this is toxic power scaling started from Goku fanboys who are completely insufferable coming from a DB fan. But it's not. But you can't really just like pinpoint it down to like a single person or a single group of people, right? It's always just been that. When you give people the opportunity to choose sides, when you give people the opportunity to choose some level of tribalism, the result will always be one such that they will believe that their thing is better than the other no matter what, and they will attack or hate anybody from the other thing, right? You see this with sports teams themselves, right? Where sports teams, if you let them get toxic, if you allow sports fans, sorry, not teams, fans, where if you allow like sports fans to like really lose their shit, they're going to go out of their way to do it, right? We might be a bit more civilized at times. Drama over a made-up allegations in a power scaling server. Where did I hear that before? True. But yeah, it's just some weird shit, dude. It's inherent tribalism. I feel like it is just inherent tribalism, dude. It's like everything else is bad, but the thing I like. And I mean, I get it, but it's like it's this very, I guess you could say, archaic way of thinking. You don't have to like just succumb yourself down to like a One Piece fan or a Dragon Ball fan or whatever. I don't call myself a Dragon Ball fan or a One Piece fan. And to be honest, I wouldn't even really call myself a One Piece fan either. I just enjoy these stories. It's not, because the thing is that once you put that label on it, it's like people just cannot see anything past just the label of One Piece fan, dude. It's like, I don't get it, man. I just don't get it.
For a while, you're probably aware of the ongoing and contentious debate that is Naruto versus Luffy. However, if you're anything like me, you've probably grown tired of this topic and consider it pretty stale at this point, considering everyone on YouTube and their mother has given their 2 cents on it. Which is why I thought I'd spice this debate up by swapping Naruto and Luffy's opponents throughout their respective journeys to see whether these two will fold under the pressure of facing a different versus power, or if they rise to the occasion when taking on this new challenge. Before we get into the scaling though, I want to first establish the specifics on just how this video is going to be structured, because the thumbnail and title don't exactly make it clear. Which is why the first thing I want to clarify is that I will not be having Naruto and Luffy fight every single opponent the other has had throughout their individual series, but rather I'm going to be making the fight swaps arc specific and fitting to how powerful the other character was during a similar time in their own journey, as to avoid any matchups that don't really need elaboration on, like let's say 6-path Sage Mode Naruto versus Buggy. So with the rules and structure of this video established, let's not waste any more time
Power
getting into these
scaling
matchups.
neither.
To start things
Weren't
off,
you
the
going to
first
bed,
fight swap I
Swarna?
want to get into is East Blue Luffy versus Haku in the Land of Waves. And I'm sorry to say this, but Luffy stands absolutely zero chance in this first fight swap.
Why? Why does Luffy stand absolutely zero chance?
At best, he'd be around multi-city block level in terms of AP and hypersonic level in terms of speed, scaling off the best feats the East Blue has to offer. As opposed to Haku, who has been stated and displayed to be around the same strength as Kakashi, the same guy who could output up to town levels of kinetic energy with his...
Let me just bring this up real quick. Let me just bring this up for you guys real quick. This is what he's saying is town level, by the way. Let me show you guys. Oh, I guess I should just have this up on screen if I'm gonna fucking like react or watch it. Kakashi. Where's Kakashi? There we go. Okay, let's look at this feat objectively speaking. 2 trees got taken down here. 2 trees got ripped off the ground, and he stops on a tree. So his attack... So this attack already, the best it did was just rip out a couple of trees from... It ripped out exactly 2, maybe 3 trees from the ground. And the force of it stopped after the guy hit a tree. Yeah. This is town levels of attack potency, apparently. Don't forget, if you have a profile picture of a character from a series, your opinion on anything between that series and another, or your opinion is invalid. 100%. 100%. Yeah, no. If you have a profile picture with Attack on Titan, any opinions outside of Attack on Titan be nothing. Yeah. Yeah. He ripped out exactly 2 trees off the ground. And this is town level. Cool. Cool. Let me just check something out real quick. Let me just check out something real quick. Let me just see something. I'm not making any comparison or anything. I just want to see something. I just want to see something. What happens when he uses his water cannon? Oh, look at that. More trees got ripped off the ground. Wow. So a guy that Usopp can beat, right? A guy that Usopp can beat can shoot out a blast of water, right? He can shoot out a blast of water that takes out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And how many did Kakashi's rip out, by the way? Let me see. How many did Kakashi's ripped out? 1, 2. Well, those are more on the ground, but you know what? Let's just count them. 1, 2, 3. You know, I'll even throw this one in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and assuming this isn't part of this tree, 6. So Kakashi, after having the Sharingan active for a while, using a water dragon jutsu, this water torrent jutsu, and what else does Kakashi do? What else does Kakashi do that incites him having chakra? And a clone. So between having the Sharingan active, a single clone, and 2 water style attacks, I think the town level is coming from the amount of water he moved. How do you, again, this is, I don't care about the calcs. The calcs mean nothing to me. I'm talking about what I'm visibly seeing, because again, a blast of water that he absorbed. Because if we're talking about like the amount of water that he's using, well, guess what? Can I just argue that this amount of water is less and yet the feat's more impressive, thereby making it more impressive? If you're telling me that it's the amount of water, then okay, cool. Because this guy only absorbed enough for him to expand his body. Actually, he didn't even... No, he absorbed this amount of he absorbed this amount of water. And it was enough to rip to 10 trees. Kakashi used water from a lake. Or a river. Whichever of the two. And he only rips out 6. Like, fuck the calcs. Just go by what the story's actually telling you. Kakashi was Out for a week. I will be in a week. A week for 3 jutsu. A water clone, 2 water style jutsu, and having the Sharingan active for a couple of minutes was enough to put down Kakashi for a week. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, why does he beat Haku? How does this...
Vortex Jutsu, while also being so fast that he can move at Mach 590 or massively hypersonic speeds when cutting lightning, making even...
Yeah, when cutting lightning, right? When performing the lightning blade, right?
Haku with no mirrors more than fast and strong.
So, okay, so let's look at Haku again, right? Let's look at Haku again, right? Because, as we know, Sage doesn't always look at the entire picture. Sage does not like looking at the entire picture. No, he just looks at chain scaling and weird shit like, well, Kakashi was able to do that performing a jutsu, so Haku's needles should automatically... Yeah, so Haku's needles should automatically scale to the attack potency of ripping out multiple trees through a giant torrent of water, right? Let's look at this. Let's look at this. This is where Haku decides to finally fight. This is where Haku finally decides to fight Sasuke, right? Sasuke deals with the water clones. Fantastic. Sasuke fights Haku. Sasuke clashes with Haku. Haku uses Ice Style to attack Sasuke from all sides. Sasuke focuses the chakra in his feet and dodges all of it. Fantastic. The same Sasuke who later gets blitzed by a Mach 1 Rock Lee at best. Shuriken. Oh, Sasuke's behind Haku. Oh, he blocks Haku. Oh, look at that. Haku blocks him. Dodges the kunai. He's fast. What does Haku say right here? He's fast. And then he kicks him away. Haku is, while sweating, Haku is actually losing in a battle of speed. You're fast, but I'm faster. You had that coming for underestimating my team and name calling. He may not look like much, but Sasuke is a top-rated rookie for all Konoha. Yeah. Yeah. So, now that we've cleared up a bit of the scaling, now that we've cleared up and shown that Haku is stronger because of the Kekkei Genkai, right? Haku, well, I mean, come on, now this video is 2 years old. I don't expect Sage now, let alone from 2 years old, to actually bother doing the research, right? Instead of just looking at things from a very surface level perspective and just saying, oh yeah, no, Haku just scales automatically above Kakashi because of a statement. He's physically stronger than Kakashi, he's physically faster than Kakashi. It's not just because of the ice mirrors. Makes zero sense for Haku to be slower than Sasuke in the base. No, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense why Haku would be slower. Because if it's not for the ice mirror, look at this, watch this, watch me click the next thing. Oh, ice mirror. Oh, now it becomes one-sided. Now it becomes one-sided. There it is. That's why he's stronger now. That's when he starts to show that he's stronger than them. That's the jutsu. That right there. A jutsu can make a world of a difference. Naruto has always been a series that essentially describes that. A jutsu can make a world of a difference. Look at Rasen Shuriken. When you combine a lot of... Wasn't Haku holding back when the fuck... My guy, I'm gonna be so honest here, he can keep up with Haku's speed. This is not even something that he's saying... This isn't even something that he's saying to Kakashi to lie to him. This is something... Oh, look, it's one smart. Oh, look. It's one smart. Go through them slowly. Go through them slowly. You are not that fast. He could be holding back. I 100% agree that him holding back is him saying, I don't want to kill you. But I don't know how you can hold back so much that you're essentially letting someone... Hey, look, it is one smart. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how you can hold back so much that you're essentially letting somebody kick you on the face and drawing blood from you. I don't know how you can also hold back that much. I'm not saying that Haku is a fraud, but Zabuza is literally thinking to himself, Haku is actually losing a battle of speed. Because Haku is not as fast. Haku is not as fast as his actual ice mirror speed. What makes Haku powerful is the ice mirrors. You take away the ice mirrors, like, Haku isn't this overpowered almighty shinobi. When Kakashi says that he's likely stronger than him, it's because he was capable of downing Zabuza with such a precise and specific use of the needles that he used. Kakashi's also never seen Haku prior, so him saying that he might be stronger than him, saying that he is stronger than him, is likely due to Kakashi's own personal beliefs rather than Haku himself physically having an higher attack potency, higher raw movement speed, higher everything. That's my point. You can argue all you want. Take away the ice mirrors. Haku is literally getting dog walked on by Sasuke right now. I don't know how much you can argue for Haku without the ice mirrors if... Your mom has a higher attack potency? She did. Haku just has a unique and fast jutsu that no one else has shown the ability to use or replicate. Yeah, that's it. My bad. I have to talk to my mom because I have to take care of grandma since everyone's heading out.
Gonna have to take out Luffy in the East Blue. Shifting fights though, it's now time to talk about Land of Waves Naruto versus Arlong. And just like with Luffy, I'ma go ahead and make it clear right now that base Naruto is getting treated like Belmir by Arlong. Since not only is he comparable to a multi-sitting block and hypersonic level East Blue Luffy, but also because Naruto and Base is basically featless from a cross-verse standpoint for a good chunk of part 1, and even the feats he does have aren't that impressive as they can easily be outperformed by Arlong. However, if we're talking about the KN0 Naruto that fought Haku versus Arlong, then the result gets completely flipped on its head.
How?
Since not only have we seen KN0 Naruto block a snake with town level...
Okay, the snake is irrelevant to me because the snake has no feet, so the snake stuff just doesn't mean anything.
But we've also seen him keep up with Haku,
Haku, yes. Let's see. Haku, right? Let's go back to Haku, right? Let's just move over like 2 chapters, right? Let's move over like 2 chapters. Right? So, keep up with Haku, right? Again, outside of the mirrors, right? I just established this, right? Outside of the mirrors, Haku isn't that much faster than Sasuke. Outside of the mirrors, Haku is not that much faster than Sasuke. So, okay, you are already wrong. You are already wrong, my guy.
Already established to have massively hypersonic...
No, not massively hypersonic combat speed. Kakashi has a massively hypersonic attack. An attack that Haku only intercepts using an ice mirror. This one. This was 81 classic, 21, 29, this was 81. Oh no, this wasn't it. This wasn't it. Let me close that up. Haku was holding back as Sasuke says he has no intent on killing him, but that's just for the fact that that's the only reason why they won. No, because it's not the only reason why they won. Haku also states verbatim later that he's not going to stop holding back against them. But Sasuke also states, and this is just a matter of everyone misreading the fucking fight, because this is a matter of everyone literally misreading the fight, including myself, because some fucking power scaler said one thing and then everyone just went along with it. I'm being so honest. This has never been a case of Haku literally says right here, "I shall kill you both," right? Those 2 haven't stopped yet. The boy that lived, etc., etc. Let me see, because there's a statement later on. Sasuke, you gotta react and take back the initiative. Shut up and get on your feet. I can't watch him and fight you. I can't fight him and watch out for you too. We're both wounded up, but we have to suck it up and go on. We'll definitely be fine as long as he doesn't kill one of us. There must be a limit to how much Chakra's attacks have been getting weaker. So he's already stating that his attacks have been getting weaker. So Haku's not like he can just maintain that like light speed and shit or whatever. He can't maintain all of that back to back to back to back to back without it like having some kind of a limitation. We're serious trouble. My eyes are beginning to adjust to the environment. I've been targeting the points that would result in mortal injuries, but he's evading every attempt. Right, but he's still getting stabbed, which means that Sasuke doesn't have reaction time on par with Haku. It just means that along with Haku getting slower and his attacks becoming weaker, Sasuke is simply just moving his body slightly out of the way so that it doesn't fucking kill him. And while dividing his own focus between fighting me and watching out for his friend, he's gradually gaining speed by catching up to my moves because Haku is going slower. Okay, so 6. Yeah. 6.5 6. Okay. Got you. Haku does not have actual high AP feats. Where the fuck are the actual high AP feats for Haku? Again, does Haku just because Kakashi says he's strong, Haku's stronger than him, does that automatically mean now that Haku's jutsu, Haku's punches, Haku's kicks scale to the same extent as the lightning blade? Fuck no. Don't ever have anybody tell you that either. Literally, never have anybody tell you that. Like again, it's just some fuck ass scaling from Naruto YouTubers in the past, from Naruto scalers in the past, that people just sit here and continue to choose to believe because guess what? It is just one of those scenarios. It is one of those scenarios where you kind of just hear them say it, but you're not actually looking at the entire full context of the fight. No, I'm not going to sit here and watch the full thing. I'm going to pull out the video as well because I want to show something. Naruto, sorry. Haku gets hit with lightning blade. So Kakashi runs in. Yeah. There's an ice mirror right there. So Haku didn't even just speed blitz Kakashi through like just raw movement speed. He quite literally would have left splatter on the wall. There's literal splatter right here because he did it. There you go. I strongly disagree. Congratulations. Why? Okay. Why do you disagree? What the fuck does he disagree about?
Against a character that could speed
Fantastic.
him.
Fantastic. And can you... Okay, cool. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. This settles the debate for me. Yeah. And then this guy goes into a whole explanation and blah, blah, blah. Right. Oh, I kind of muted it. My bad.
Just means a fight between Can Zero, Naruto, and Arlong would be your standard blitz in one shot.
How?
Segueing into our next...
How would it be a blitz in one shot? All he didn't even one shot Haku. Haku could still get up and move. He didn't even one shot Haku. Yeah, okay. I expect this kind of shit from Sage. I expect this.
Fight swap scenario, we have Alabasta Luffy versus Monster Gaara. But before I explain how this fight goes, I first want to...
Haku doesn't spell. The only thing you can argue that Haku scales above Kakashi in is precision in terms of like using acupuncture needles. And I guess Kekkei Genkai because of and speed because of his Kekkei Genkai. Those are the only two things you can argue about Haku over Kakashi. I will not give Haku anything else. I agree that Haku AP is much lower to what Kakashi can do. And I'm speaking like, do you really think that Haku with a fucking acupuncture needle? Are you genuinely telling me that Haku with an acupuncture needle just is more powerful than Kakashi with a fucking hand cloaked in lightning? That is meant for assassination? Like, come on, bro. I don't know, man.
Establish just how strong Luffy is in Alabasta compared to the East Blue. Since thanks to feats like Zoro disappearing from 100 bandits line of sight and Luffy's Gum Gum Storm, his stats would increase all the way up to city level in terms of AP and high hypersonic in terms of combat speed. Which makes this matchup pretty one-sided, as even though Monster Gaara is displayed to be just as fast as the same Sasuke who was easily blitzing his hypersonic defense.
Hypersonic defense. Sure.
His AP is at best comparable to the same KN0 Naruto that bodied the aforementioned town-level snake. Therefore, unlike Naruto, Luffy wouldn't even need to summon Gamabunta to fight Shukaku, as Gaara would be dead before he could even release the Biju, giving Luffy...
The statement people use for Haku over Kakashi is a mistranslation. I don't care if it's a mistranslation personally. I just don't really care for this idea that like, we're not even going to remotely look at the full context of a fight, just a couple of statements.
His first win in these fight swap scenarios. As far as how Naruto does versus Crocodile, though, this...
You guys see, also, I hope you guys can understand why it takes me so long to, like, write through different parts of my script. It's because I have to look at everything. I'm trying my best to look at everything.
Isn't much of a fight, since both Crocodile and Konoha Crush Naruto possess essentially the same stats as Gaara and Luffy, meaning everything that I just established in regards to
Fuck you mean they no Naruto? What kind of jutsu does Naruto fucking have that puts him on the same level as Crocodile besides maybe just summoning Gamabunta? What the fuck does Naruto do?
The both characters' physical stats also applies to this matchup, giving Croc the considerable edge here, as even if we were to grant Naruto water to bypass Croc's Logi intangibility and the same plot armor as Luffy during Alabasta, he'd still eventually lose due to the sheer difference in AP and durability between him and...
If he had went for the kill at the start, because Sasuke also says Haku himself isn't aiming for his vital, at the end of the fight, Sasuke says that he never really intended to kill him. Yep. Yeah. 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 True. Yes.
Croc, which would
100%
ultimately
right.
be the reason for his failure in this fight swap scenario. For our next fight swap, though, we'll go ahead and change things up by talking about One-Tailed Naruto in the Final Valley versus Lucci in Eni's lobby first, and unfortunately for
Yo. I'm sorry, knowing Rob Lucci's actual scaling, this is... if he even remotely tries to make a singular argument for Naruto, I'm going to crash out, dude.
Naruto, this fight swap isn't going to go much different from his last even with One Tail, as even though One Tail of Kurama's chakra should be a 10 times increase in AP from his KN0 form, this doesn't make up for the massive gap between town level and city level that already existed between Naruto and his previous opponent Crocodile, who Lucci is dozens of times stronger than due to his relativity to Gear 2 Luffy and Eni's lobby. Meaning unless Enma is about to lend Naruto some haki, even base Lucci is one-shotting with Finger Pistol. And it doesn't get any better for Naruto in terms of speed either, since even if you were to scale One-Tailed Naruto's combat speed all the way up to Mach 5900 via upscaling from Kid Kakashi, then Lucci would still be more than...
I also love how he completely ignored Enel. Like, literally, one of the main villains of the next arc just completely ignored the guy. It wasn't even worth talking about. Just absolutely not worth having the discussion.
Fast enough to keep up with Naruto, once again via his relativity to Gear 2 Luffy, who is also around 5 times faster than lightning scaling off his Sky PSL when you consider his Gear 2 multiplier, making the winner of this matchup Lucci due to the difference between him and Naruto in terms of raw AP. Also, before anyone mentions Haku's Ice Mirrors and Naruto being faster than light in the first arc of the show, I first need you to understand that Haku himself does not have light speed combat speed, but rather he can reflect himself between his mirrors at the speed of light, which we even see him do to outspeed the same KN0 Naruto, who would go on to pretty much blitz him
Right, so
outside.
if you are capable of understanding that, then why are you saying that Haku is physically faster than Kakashi? Or is physically as fast as Kakashi with the lightning blade? Because again, stops it with these abilities.
Of his mirrors, proving Haku's physical and combat speed is far slower than his transfer speed with the Ice Mirrors, and more importantly that Naruto is not faster than light at the beginning of part 1. Skipping ahead to Gear 2 Luffy versus CM2 Sasuke, though pretty much everything I just mentioned being the case in the Lucci versus Naruto battle also applies in this matchup, due to Lucci and Naruto nearly being equal to both Luffy and Sasuke in all physical stats, which means Luffy would just treat Sasuke like Bluno in this fight swap. Up next for our first post-time skip fight swap, we have Gear 4 Luffy and Dressrosa versus the 6 Paths of Pain, and the first thing I want to establish is that Luffy during the Dressrosa arc is not light speed or faster than light in terms of combat speed, as even though many One Piece fans will point to characters like Luffy aim dodging light speed projectiles throughout the series, this does not automatically give them light speed combative capability, but rather reaction speed. And due to the fact that we don't see Luffy getting blitzed by anyone until the events of One,
I need to take a step back. Classic Sage, once again being disingenuous. Wow. Eon needs to crack for this shit. Yeah, needs his crack for this shit. Bro, if I had anything that could... What Sage back on that bull? Wow, he really just said Luffy calling light slow is nothing more than aim dodging. Wow. The copium is real. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even surprised. I'm not even angry. I'm not even angry.
on it, we can solidly assess the fact that nobody pre-Kaido is faster than Kizaru's lasers. However,
nobody prior to Kaido is faster than Kizaru's lasers. Well, let's see. Let's see. Ooh, ah, Let's see. I guess I don't have them. 871. Oh, I guess it must be later. I guess it must be later, right? Let me close some of these up. Let me close some of these up. Ah, here it is. Man, imagine speed blitzing your own fucking beams of light. When he made this video, the chapter must have been out. To 2023. So it would be, if this is a video from 2 years ago, then it would have been out in 2023. We're seeing the comparable distance and a greater time range than just dodging. I don't give a shit about what he's considering. Again, opinions mean nothing to me. I understand why he believes this. I think he's being blatantly disingenuous. I don't very much care for what his reasoning is. I know that the reasoning is disingenuous. I don't really care. Here's a guy blitzing his own fucking beams of light after shooting them. Here's a guy literally blitzing his own beams of light. Before Kaido. I don't know.
However, with that being said, I still do believe that Gear 4 Luffy in Dressrosa does get much faster over the course of the time skip, since it's quite literally stated by Dofi that Luffy's power has increased by many times its limit in the raw scans of the manga, with the term power being defined as moving with great force and speed, while the word many is defined as at least 10, making Gear 4 Luffy 10 times faster than his previous Gear 2 speed, that was already established to be 5 times faster than lightning, boosting his combat speed all the way up to the sub-relativistic tier. And while I know that this may sound like downplay to some of you, I assure you I'm of the same opinion when it comes to Pain's speed, since we've seen that he's comparable to the same Kakashi who was able to move at sub-relativistic speeds when blocking Kakazu's lightning style, making both Gear 4 Luffy and Pain pretty comparable in terms of raw combat speed.
How do you get the distance to which he traveled when you can't even remotely argue what his starting point was and what his starting point was before you can't even remotely argue his starting point beforehand, before he makes that feat anyway. It's crazy. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Why would Luffy use Gear 4 on Pain? That's what I'm wondering. Why would Luffy ever need to use Gear 4 on Pain? Why wouldn't he just speed blitz Pain? Why wouldn't he just completely wipe out Pain?
However, in terms of AP, Luffy once again completely
It looks like
outclasses
he's
his
using
opponent,
versus battle
he's more than
wiki.
capable of outputting large island levels of kinetic energy with his King Kong gun, while Pain, after taking a single mountain level Biju bomb from Six Tails Naruto, fled and began preparations to use his strongest technique because he knew he couldn't take Naruto head on. However, in this matchup, this
Mountain level tailed
Since
beast
one
bomb,
punch
by
from
the way. Mountain level tailed beast bomb. Why is it mountain level?
levels of kinetic energy with his King Kong gun, while Pain, after taking a single mountain level Biju bomb from Six
Why is it a mountain level tailed beast bomb? A speed of light and base, right? But you know that's the problem, right? That's the problem, though. If you go by actual calcs, you should objectively have Luffy somewhere at least relative to the speed of light. Listen, even if you think that Luffy's sub-relativistic or relativistic or whatever the fuck to the speed of light, even if you don't think that Luffy is... Even if you don't think that Luffy is actually blatantly faster than the speed of light in Sabaody Archipelago or any of those other arcs, sure, fine, right? To really sit here and with a straight face and tell someone, yeah. All of these feats or whatever, yeah. Luffy isn't even like close to the speed of light, not even in pre-time skip, dodging beams of light just doesn't matter. Just none of it matters. I find it a bit crazy. All I'm saying is that I personally, without judging him, I find it a bit crazy that like your thought process is You know, I'm gonna use calcs for Naruto, but I there's just no calcs that I'm supporting for Luffy, right? You essentially look at just real quick. He's calcing.
The same Kakashi was able.
He's comparing it to the same Kakashi. He's using a speed calc for Kakashi right here. He's using a speed calc for Kakashi right here. But when we're talking about Gear 4 Luffy, no.
Just like Luffy aim dodging light speed projectiles throughout the series.
No calcs. Notice how he's not going to use any calcs.
This does not automatically give them light speed combative capabilities, but rather reaction speed. And due to the fact that we don't see Luffy getting blitzed by anyone until the events of Wano, we can solidly assess the fact that nobody pre-Kaido...
Luffy's not getting blitzed by anyone until Wano. Luffy is not getting blitzed by anyone until Wano. So we're just lying now, right? We're just blatantly lying to ourselves, right? There's just no room for interpretation. There isn't a single moment where one could even remotely try to make the argument. No. Oh, don't misunderstand. Let's not misunderstand. There isn't a singular moment throughout the entirety of the series, the entirety of the post-time skip, where Luffy doesn't get blitzed by Doflamingo. Right here. Wow. Luffy, second gear, Eagle Bazooka. You know, Eagle Bazooka, the ability that, you know, gets sent flying. Tries to attack Doflamingo. Has to more actively evade the attack, and then from behind, Doflamingo comes in and knocks him away. Katakuri as well. Even going by his logic, Doflamingo blatantly superior to Luffy that reacted to light, and he was blitzed by Gear 4 Luffy, so at least Gear 4 Luffy should be light to light speed. Right, let's just say for a single second that Luffy doesn't scale to light speed at all, right? So then what's his speed? You say he doesn't scale you're saying that Gear 4 Luffy doesn't scale to light speed, but then what? But, okay, what about Luffy? What about base Luffy? Where does he scale to? What's his range of speed? Notice how Sage didn't even remotely give,
Luffy, giving him the win in this fight swap. Switching Wooden Punch from Luffy's King Kong to use his strongest technique because he knew he couldn't take Naruto head on. However, in this matchup, this won't be happening since One Punch from Luffy's King Kong Gun and all 6 paths of pain are immediately
I want to see him say that Naruto beats Doflamingo,
which makes all of their powers and abilities virtually useless against an opponent like Gear 4 Luffy, giving him the win in this fight swap. Switching to Naruto versus Dofi and Dressrosa though, like with Luffy versus Pain and almost every fight previous, the exact same stats that I listed in the first fight swap are applicable here, which would make Dofi with his God Thread more powerful in Sage Mode Naruto's mountain level Rasengan. But what about Naruto being country level?
Naruto's mountain level Rasengan, dude. At least have the decency to say, at least. Dofi didn't speed blitz him though. So what do you call shooting out an attack that hits you? Shooting out an attack that hits you. Because right here, you can see Luffy got knocked up. And then Doflamingo literally going up behind Luffy and then kicking him away. Would you not call that a blitz? Would you not say that if I shoot out an attack that hits you, and then immediately before you can even get back up or even remotely stabilize, I go up behind you and I kick you. Look at the panel, called out the attack and he heard it and dodged. Cool. Still hit him. Cool. Still hit him. Look at that. So you were just ignoring the biggest fucking panel on the screen? You just get the fuck out. I'm not doing this. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my channel. I don't need to do this with you. I really don't care to do this with you. Wow. Fastest person to get fucking timed out today. Fantastic. Dude is really just saying, yeah, Gear 4 objectively speed blitzed them. Yeah, 100%. Pulverizing or even vaporizing 200 meters is around mountain calc by calcs, if I remember correctly.
The fact is that these statements are far from proof of the Sonic.
Now, the Tsunade concentrates her chakra to a single point in the body, beholding the outstanding destructive power that can blow away a country. Wow. Enough to take down a small nation by himself. After he deserted the village, he was probably courted by many other countries. So we're saying that we're saying that, whoa. Are we really saying that they're country level? So taking down a small nation, right? So a small nation, right? So it would have to be, so allegedly, right? It would have to be a nation smaller, right? So let's look at the Naruto map real quick, right? Let's look in context at the Naruto map, right? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major villages, right? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major villages. And out of those major villages, most shinobi come from these 5 great major nations, with one of them being Orochimaru's, and then essentially there being kind of no other major villages with shinobi, right? We know that there's shinobi out there, but we only have 5 major nations where a majority of this area, a majority of the armies, a majority of everything essentially takes place. And then you have also this place right here, which I'm assuming is the Land of Iron, right? So this right here would be the Land of Iron. Everything, because it's the one that encapsulates most of the other villages, right? Okay, cool. So Orochimaru taking out a small nation. What does he refer to as a small nation? Does he refer to any of these smaller locations that essentially, as far as we know, essentially have no military army, nothing really to talk about other than like, oh, hey, they're just nations with villages that essentially must use, because again, we know that the surrounding villages in Naruto, the surrounding regions, don't have shinobi to take care of them, so they must use shinobi from the leaf, shinobi from the sound, shinobi from the sand, sound, etc. to do their work. Right? So we know now, and we also know that Orochimaru does not have a single jutsu nor a single capability within his entire jutsu arsenal that would even remotely imply he can just wipe out a country off the face of the earth, right? No, we know that he has giant summonings, and the giant summonings can destroy large forms of architecture, right? So he has summonings that can wipe out large forms of architecture. Let's see. For most of the countries on this continent, the ninja villages serve as the military force. They protect their own people and handle the ongoing relations with neighboring countries. Yet the villages do not answer to the rulers of the native countries. Instead, they are on equal footing with the government. In this very small case, small island nations where an invasion would be difficult to mount, a ninja village is regarded as unnecessary. Among the various ninja villages, in particular, those located in the lands of Konoha, Kiri, Kumo, Suna, and Iwara, are large and their strength is immense. Right, so they're considered large in comparison, right? Is everyone experiencing ads? Yeah. I'm sorry if you guys are experiencing ads. I know I usually just leave them up as like regular ads. I don't really put up more than like just the average as always. Would it be a contradiction to say Pain and Ace are FTL since Raikage stated to almost rush at almost light speed? It would be 100% inconsistent. Eon got yellow dollar. I don't know what that means. When opening. Okay. So, it's almost as if when it says it can blow away the country, it's talking about a country of people, right? When it says, what's the volume of the Land of Fire? The volume? I don't know, man. Or are you talking about this statement right here? Because this comes in from like chapter 9, page 15. So yeah. So saying that Orochimaru has probably courted, was strong enough to take down a small nation by himself, it does not literally mean like the Rain Village. What? How big? I have no fucking clue. I don't have an actual, there's no objective stated claim for how big the Land of Fire is in of itself. Is there a link from Pain to the Raikage? No, absolutely not. Besides Naruto, Naruto doesn't fully fight the Raikage. He just dodges one of his attacks using a speed form that he didn't have before.
Naruto being country level via upscaling from the Sani, some of you may be at.
So my question is then, how can you upscale the Sanin to objectively be country level? Because, and let me just remind you all, because again, people like Sage will just look at things from a very bare bone surface level without considering the overall narrative, and will just give whatever kind of scaling he can to make the series sound powerful, right? Let's go over here. This is already pre-arc as well, so I can just switch it over. Let me just remind you that this is a feat from a creature more powerful than the tailed beasts. This is a feat from a creature more powerful than the tailed beasts, more powerful than Orochimaru or Tsunade, etc. And it can't even blow up one of the smallest countries on the planet. Oh, means you lost monetization? When the fuck did I get the yellow dollar? I have a yellow dollar? Where the fuck do I have a yellow dollar? Ian got yellow dollar? Really? I can probably dispute it. I don't think this whole stream's gonna get demonetized. It usually doesn't tell me if I got the stream demonetized. How did you guys see that? Where do you guys see the yellow dollar? Let me just check out my channel. It says I'm live. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Well, I'm on the phone, so what's the size of that country? I don't see any yellow dollar. Yeah, I don't see it either. The statement is from Tsunade is a good one. Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to take it at face value and not even consider the actual context of the story. Some dude is arguing Sekitachi allegedly reacted and put his Susanoo before curing, that people use that to scale that to speed to the data books. I don't know if you have it. I just told you what he meant. Oh, okay. Because I didn't get any ads while opening the stream. I don't know then. I don't know what the reason would be. Maybe if you have YouTube Premium, you probably wouldn't get ads. If you already have YouTube Premium. So he's saying if you have YouTube Premium, you don't get any ads. The statements surpassed all the 9-tailed bombs. I guess Tsunade's kicks are just more powerful than tailed beast bombs, because they definitely can't blow up countries. Like, you see what I mean? It's like Naruto scaling, if you have the full context of the story, is objectively speaking not as impressive as these Naruto scalers. Bro, I'm broke? Then I guess you're just lucky so far, because other people are saying they're getting ads.
Asking. Well, the fact is that these statements are far from proof of the Sannin having
The bomb could have higher AP than DC, true, but there's no statements that say they're stronger than that. There's no feats that say, oh, a tailed beast bomb, if it wanted to, it could blow up the entire... It has enough power to destroy the entire continent. It doesn't have that. I looked it up. You are monetized as far as I can see. Lovely. Thank you so much, Memento.
level AP, considering one of them is a non-canon mistranslation about how in all countries are Tsunade's strength, and the other is your classic destruction statement about Orochimaru that would take an insane amount of assumptions to reach the conclusion that Orochimaru has country-level AP, rendering the use of these statements flawed if we're strictly talking about attack potency in a cross-verse setting. However, that doesn't necessarily mean Sage Mode Naruto can't win against Dofi, since with his Rasen Shuriken he would be more than capable of injuring Dofi's internal...
So we're just ignoring Haki? We're just ignoring Haki that he can just coat his entire body in? We're just ignoring a massive speed difference? I mean, we are... No, sorry. I didn't mean to say that. We are ignoring the massive speed difference, but we're ignoring the massive speed difference, but we're also not ignoring the fact that Naruto... We're also ignoring the fact that Naruto has like 5 minutes in Sage Mode before that runs out. Like, wasn't the goal of the Ten Tails to take out the Alliance HQ, not the whole country? No, this explosion right here, absolutely not. This explosion right here was the first one it let out. Yeah, this one right here. Yeah, this one right here was the first one it let out.
Organs and cells beyond the repair of his strings. Furthermore, Dofi's God Thread and Awakening powers in general are extremely similar to Kakazu's tentacles, which Naruto was able to dodge and evade.
5 tentacles versus the entirety of the area around you being turned into the very thing you can manipulate. Right. It's the same, right? 5 large tendrils versus...
Furthermore, Dofi's God Thread and Awakening powers in general are extremely similar to Kakazu's tentacles, which Naruto was able to dodge and evade extremely easily before catching Kakazu off guard.
I put it at 1.5 times speed. It's not on Sage. That's not on Sage. To be honest, that is not on Sage. I put it at 1.5 times speed. So, okay, so we're just being disingenuous here, right?
Making me believe that he could recreate the same exact scenario with...
I do not believe he could. Yes, because Kakuzu has no. First of all, Kakuzu has no precognition whatsoever. Doflamingo has observation haki. How the fuck are we going to say that he's going to be able to replicate the exact same level of circumstances? Also, oh, fantastic. So instead of just saying Sage Naruto, now he's also going into War Arc Naruto. Fantastic. Okay, I see where this is going. Right? So we're using Dressrosa Luffy. So we use Dressrosa, specifically Luffy, but we're talking about every version of Sage Mode Naruto up until the war, right?
Especially if he's using Sage Mode's dangerous.
Well, for one, his weaker subordinate can do it, so, you know, maybe that could be one thing that one can use to argue, but, he can also literally coat his body in haki. We've seen that he can literally coat his body in haki when he tries to kick Luffy. We've seen that he can coat his body. And besides even the fact, so besides his weaker subordinate doing it, the fact that we've literally seen him being able to coat his body in hard armament, right? Let's also just ignore the fact that, again, the speed difference would be so vast, Doflamingo, and obviously, we're not even just talking about the fact that the Rasen Shuriken, you actually cannot quantify it to country level. Sage lied. It's not country level. There's no way you could even remotely quantify it to such an extent. Yeah, that's even without just assuming that, Doflamingo is also just too fast. Why the fuck would he have to tank it? I think it was supposed to blow up HQ. Obito Mother just had an issue aiming because he couldn't fully control the thing. So much greater than previous. What power? Where a little control isn't perfect yet. It's wobbly from just that little counter. Its control isn't perfect yet. Next. It's been acting weird for the last while. It seems it keeps aiming afar. So all the citizens and people are within the range of its fire. It evacuated the diamond, protected the villages, plus all the citizens of each nation aren't safe. Fantastic. Our shinobi on the battlefield are fighting to protect everyone. Those two are trying to eliminate Our reason for war. Fantastic. Shugaku, what do we do? Okay, there it is. Yes, they tried to do it, but they also say that it's been aiming farther up and up every single time. So again, I don't know what it's trying to target HQ even remotely adds to the discussion. It's crazy because there's a panel where they say it destroys a city, but they say its AP is the AP is the continent. Crazy wank. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it destroys a city. They're talking about the citizens of the nation. They're talking about the citizens that live within the context of each one of the cities and villages, right? But no, we're going to sit here and say that it's the entire nation. I guess the capital of a nation is automatically just encapsulates the entire nation as a whole. But sure, whatever. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, disingenuous. Yeah.
Sense that allows for him to tag opponents even faster than himself, which is why I'm also going to give him
Cool. So it allows him to attack opponents faster than himself. Cool. Sure. How much faster is the third Raikage than Naruto? How much faster is he?
Naruto to win in his first post-time skip matchup just like Luffy. Moving forward, the next fight swap we'll be going over is KCM2 Naruto versus Katakuri and Whole Cake Island, who scales to the same Luffy that is at the very least 50 times stronger than his Dressrosa self due to Haki blooming during this fight with the aforementioned Katakuri. As during this fight, at the very least 50 times stronger than his Dressrosa
50 times stronger. How are we getting 50 times stronger? From where?
self due to Haki blooming during his fight with the aforementioned Katakuri. As during this fight, Luffy
By the first 10 chapters, I guess they're island level by the first 10 or so chapters, because yeah, I mean, clearly blowing up, clearly being able to destroy a portion of a location that isn't even the entire encompassing portion of it is enough to like scale the character up to that extent, right? I suppose, right? I mean, they would have to be, right? Because by Skypiea, Enel was gonna wipe out a whole country, right? He was gonna wipe out an entire country, an entire island. Did he say 50 or 15? I mean, I don't know how he's getting that the number anyway. Also, Luffy casually tanking Boros that vaporizes a mountain. Yeah. I assume he's saying he surpassed Gear 4 in base due to the Haki blooms. Okay, no, he said that he said that Gear 4, is a greater multiplier, is 10 times greater than, based on like the word many, he said that Gear 4 is a 10 times multiplier above his second gear, so if anything would be 100 times. So I don't know what he even remotely means by this. Let me slow it down. 1 second.
due to Haki blooming during his fight that is at the very least 50 times stronger than his
He said
Dressrosa
50.
self.
Hold up. Listen to that again. He said 50. He said 50.
Due to Haki blooming during Luffy that is at the very least 50 times stronger than his
50. He said 50. Yeah, no wonder he didn't even remotely count an L. Right? Why would he have to remotely talk about an L? As a 5 times boost, so 50 times stronger? So he's just completely wrong about second gear as well, right? But all of it is encoding your body in Haki, a specific application you can't just ignore to any user. It's not implied. And Armor is the easiest to apply to your limbs, for example. Is the easiest to apply to your limbs? Sure. Cool. Fantastic. You would still have to argue that Naruto with Sage Mode is fast enough to tag Doflamingo, which would not be possible. He does not have light speed feats up to any of those points, even with Sage Mode alone. Gear 2 is a 5 times EP, though. It didn't give a reason, or at least I didn't hear it. No, he just said it was, right? Yeah. Because I watched him. He thinks Gear 2 is a 5 times EP because of the French data book, and yeah, so of course he wouldn't want to go with the French data book that tells him how strong it is, right?
his Dressrosa self due to Haki.
It's not a good lowball, though. It's really not. The reason why they use 5 times is because they're assuming that Luffy needed second gear to fight base Lucci, even though he literally fights him in base form. It's just as a way for them to instead of just saying that Luffy got stronger from a fight, they're trying to say that Luffy has that second gear must be the thing that making Luffy strong enough to fight base Rob Lucci, without even remotely considering the fact that, oh wait, look at that, Frankie would technically be about as strong as Luffy, and Lucci literally one-shot Frankie. So what are we talking about?
During his fight with the aforementioned Katakuri. As during this fight, Luffy was able to go from getting overwhelmed and thrashed by Kat evening Gear 4 to drawing blood from him while just in base, meaning his base stats would have had to increase by at least as much as the Gear 2 and 4 amps combined.
Right. So if he's 50 times stronger and 50 times faster, what's Luffy's speed then? What's Luffy's speed then, Sage? Because you weren't giving him anything. You haven't given us any speed scaling for Luffy yet. You kind of you went out of your way to give us some speed scaling for Luffy. You went out of your way to give us some speed scaling for Luffy in these early portions of the fight, in these early portions of the series. But as soon as we reach post time skip, you just haven't given us any speed calcs for Naruto. You haven't given us anything whatsoever for fucking Naruto or Luffy at this point. You're just saying they're stronger and faster now. You're just equalizing stats. Like, I'm sorry, this video's dog shit. I'm sorry. The video itself, the arguments he's made, dog shit.
And by extension Katakuri's new max APs all the way up to small country level. As for Naruto's AP though, unlike with Katakuri, this is rather simple. Since KCM2 Naruto's first fusion bomb has been most consistently calced to be able to output around 34 gigatons of TNT worth of energy, which would land his and Kurama's AP in the large island level range. Also, if you're one
Still weaker than Don Chinjiao and Donsai, by the way. Completely ignoring Don Chinjiao and Donsai. Lightning speed for Dressrosa Luffy. 50 times lightning speed. 50 times the speed of... I mean, it's already disingenuous. I already said he was being disingenuous, so sure. So what, Luffy's 250 times the speed of lightning? The fuck's the speed of lightning? Speed of lightning, right? Speed of lightning. Right. So let's multiply this value, right? Speed of light, MPH. Fuck happened there? Okay, cool. Okay, so let's do this real quick. Speed of lightning times 50 equals this. Then this times 50 again, because, right, Luffy, he argued that Luffy got stronger, would be this. Right. What is miles per hour? Meters per second. No, I want it in miles per hour. Give me the full number in miles per hour. Right, so, or about this many miles per hour, right? So, that number versus this number. Cool. So he still wouldn't believe. So he's using his metrics to say that he still won't believe that Luffy is even remotely close to the speed of light. Jesus Christ, I can't with some people, dude. I genuinely cannot. Lightning is 2,000 times slower than light, if I remember correctly, so that would still make... clearly not. Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. Sage or noodles? Probably both. I don't know, man.
Wondering why this is the most consistent calc for scaling KCM2 Naruto rather than higher calc.
Sorry, Sailor. I have to time you out for a little bit because you're saying he's D. I can't have you say that, dude. I'm sorry. This is like I'm gonna time you out for like 5 minutes for that. I'm sorry. You can insult the argument all you want. I can't have you insult the guy. I'm sorry. I do not agree with that. I cannot allow that. You're fine. You can come back in 5 minutes.
Calcs like the one made by Webcam Parrot. This is simply because these calcs have two common and major flaws that I come up.
You said you commented in the video? Sure, let's see. Can we find your comment? This is the most unbiased video I've seen in a long time. Stop the cap. That's what I'm saying. 5-4. Pretty sure that the data book has stated that anything that comes out of the mirror is light speed. So Haku comes out at light speed. Naruto reacts to it. But I have two major points. Essentially, boil down the fight to speed. Who can break a bigger crater? Meanwhile, ignore literally everything else like abilities, physical, reaction time. You prove. You go with the data books and walking translations over actual feats. For Naruto, is barely able to dodge a laser from Mother. Meanwhile, Luffy's avoided a laser from a robot. Both sides in the data book state that these techniques are light speed. Yet it doesn't automatically mean that post-time skip Luffy is faster than end-of-series Naruto. It just means that One Piece characters will have better reaction and won't be able to be blitzed, while Naruto, despite him being way faster. Okay. How does a teenage War Sasuke scale to an older version of himself in Naruto allows? Also, the high-end, how would Kaguya's feats put Sasuke close to her when he's outright inferior to her and has not once performed a feat on her level? You lost me at that part of the video, at the later part of the video, not to mention Kaguya's feats are highly debatable, but good video. I would not have written good video. You're a much nicer person. By absorbing the Biju chakra and stated to be stronger than Kaguya as well. Where was he stated to be stronger than Kaguya? Or is he referencing later on when he says, I can now take on a Kaguya level threat? I don't know, Kaguya are debatable, and so are Whitebeards. I was offering a high low end for both. Clear, okay. The dark, okay. This isn't making or destroying your own pocket dimension a hacks thing, not an AP thing. Or would you rather consider someone like Caribou the strongest in the verse because he has an infinite pocket dimension? I would not say Whitebeards are at all. We see him holding back and not hurt less of his crew, his crew, and he still has side effects on the battlefield and on the overall world. No, there's no way you're trying to come up with a way to make One Piece high-end valid and Naruto's high-end seem bad. Either highball both of them. See, again, this is... Okay. That's what triggers me right there. This is what triggers me right there. either highball both of them or lowball both of them simple. No. It's not a highball, it's not a lowball just because you say that one is over the other. How the fuck are you going to sit here and say that it's a highball for One Piece when it's the most reasonable conclusion? To say that Whitebeard isn't going all out in Marineford, isn't trying to destroy the planet, and isn't trying to literally cause massive earthquakes that could also hurt his crew, who are trying to all do the same thing, versus statements from Kaguya, specifically one of which was going to use a technique that she cannot propagate on her own because she needed chakra from the Shinobi Alliance, that she wasn't even wiping out the entire dimension. She was literally just going to cancel out everything inside. Like, again, you have to look at the context of what's happening rather than the first thing that seems at the broad stroke. And there's an issue. There is an issue with this thought process because you're essentially trying to say, well, we have to go with the same logic for both series. No, you don't. Let's stop acting like both series use the same logic and have the same exact fucking writer. If you're comparing two stories made by the same writer, you could, even then, you can still argue that if one series is particularly being written by the same writer to be a bit more cartoony, a bit less realistic, a bit less, etc., and you have another series where everything is hyper realistic and we're following the context, how can you even use the same logic for that, dude? I'm sorry, but when I hear somebody say, oh, well, why aren't we considering both things to be the exact same? Why aren't we trying to, reasonably consider both things to, follow the exact same logic and the exact same this and the exact same that? That's when I see someone as a casual-ass power scaler. They look at everything from the most bare-bones, simple scenario because even remotely trying to consider every single point through and through, unlike you would, so he makes things more fair? How did he make things fair for Luffy, then? How did he make things fair for Luffy? By literally not even remotely giving any kind of quantification for his speed scaling in Gear 4 and just saying he's not Lightspeed. He's not even proving why he's not Lightspeed. He's just saying aim dodging. So he's just ignoring everything that happened with Luffy before. He didn't even put Naruto up against Enel because Enel would automatically offer high-end, massively hypersonic, and potentially even Lightspeed, depending on what Gata book you're supposed to use. Yeah, SBS. What the fuck are we talking about? No. You say he's more fair because he gives Naruto a more fair chance at winning by essentially nerfing One Piece characters. He's not even giving One Piece characters the actual level of scaling. In the post-time skip session, he put them in the same boat. Wouldn't you say? No, I would not. I would say that, if anything, I would argue, as someone who has actually read and watched both series and is actually giving a fair and reasonable estimation of the character's speed, I would say that second gear Luffy from Water 7, if anything, keeps up with KCM2 Naruto with Sage Mode in terms of speed. I could unironically argue using objective evidence from the story that KCM2 Naruto plus Sage Mode is only as fast as second gear Luffy from Water 7 and Enies Lobby, and that's if I'm not downplaying either character and giving them the speed scaling that the series provides. No bullshit interpretations, nothing, just this is what the series presents, bare minimum. I can 100% argue. So when you sit here and tell me that he's putting them up, that he's putting KCM2 Naruto against Katakuri of all people, yeah, absolutely not. I would not even remotely ever put Naruto against Katakuri. He would get speed blitzed 100 times out of 100 and never land a single fucking attack, dude.
Dumbest by 120 times. There is flaw being that these calcs, that many of these calcs. This is simply.
And also, he's using calcs, which, like I said, are meaningless. At least for me, meaningless. Do nothing. Absolutely add nothing to the argument. Just random fucking points that absolutely nobody can even remotely, objectively provide within the actual series. Let us tell you, pre-time skip Luffy is slower than Kid Naruto, and that's ridiculous. No one outside of Kakashi has lightning speed claims. That's what I'm saying. No one outside of Kakashi has lightning speed claims, dude. And I think the craziest part to me is that Black Zetsu, as a person who's been around for 1,000 fucking years, has quite literally said, it's lightning speed, which is why it cannot be dodged, because he knows for a fact that most people in the Naruto verse can't even dodge it, and even the guy that blocked the hit still took a portion of the hit because he quite literally lost his cloak in the explosion. What the fuck are we talking about? It's like it's because it's Naruto, you see the abilities as impressive, but as soon as you go to One Piece, oh, absolutely not. He probably didn't add Enel because he didn't have a good place for him. What do you mean he didn't have a good place for him? Why would he talk about Enel, but then not? Why would you talk about
Ali
Rob
versus Lucci in
Lucci?
Ennie's lobby.
Why the fuck would you talk about Robert Lucci, when he is, objectively speaking, stronger than Enel? Why would you bring up Rob Lucci when you could have brought up Enel? Like, you talk about Crocodile, he talks about Crocodile, he talks about Lucci, but he doesn't talk about Enel, one of the major fucking villains of the arc, dude, of the pre-time skip. You cannot look at pre-time skip and not say Crocodile, Enel, Rob Lucci, and Moria are four of the major villains of pre-time skip. You cannot sit here and do that. Way longer. The video is 19 fucking minutes, dude. You're telling me you couldn't have added an extra 2 minutes to talk about Enel? Because most of these parts don't even last 3 minutes. Don't you dare fucking tell me that I would have made it way longer when I'm a guy that's sitting here and writing down 23 pages worth of information. 23 pages worth of information to give you an actual scale for fucking pre-time skip Naruto. Don't you dare fucking do that, bro. I think that Sage can add at least another page or at least another 2 paragraphs, bare minimum, to throw in an L. Don't you sit there and fucking tell me anything, dude. As a matter of fact, you know what? You're just gonna keep blazing. You just keep doing the same shit. I already know where this is going with you. You're out. You're out. Guys, we reached 7. We reached 7 fucking people that I had to fucking time out because they're just out here being disingenuous and on some bullshit, dude. Come on, man. Jesus
and
Christ.
unfortunately for Naruto, this fight swap isn't going to go much everything in a versus matchup, and I still believe he's much faster than Katakuri, since Blade make world into Ash statement hit. Or this was thought being that these calcs also assume the destruction caused by Biju bombs are vaporization rather than pulverization, even though we clearly see their explosions kicking up dust and debris rather than vapor, which lowers the total energy output of the Biju bombs by 120 times.
Which increases the power by 120 times. Ooh, oh wow.
Or to simplify things, these calcs are fucking whack, and Naruto is once again going to be under threat of death if Katakuri is able to land even a single hit.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I just don't have the patience for this shit, bro. I just don't have the fucking patience for this shit, dude. Like, why the fuck should I? Why should I sit here and have somebody glaze Sage out here when I've literally already been pointing out every single wrong thing that Sage has said throughout this fucking stream and why his logic is completely fucking flawed? Why the fuck am I gonna sit here and debate with some dude when I can just time him out and say, go ahead and tell Sage, go ahead, tell Sage. He can pop up in the stream. If he wants to, I can even have a whole conversation with him right now and just literally point out all the things that he's literally saying that are wrong or either reliant on basically non-canon information. Mind you, the only reason why any of these fights even remotely come close across to you is because he's giving away non-canon information. Things that are objectively speaking not canon. I seen a poll yesterday that had Byakuya, Kakashi, Laxus, and Law, and everyone voted Law as the weakest, and that shit confused me because I was like, what are they doing to deal with Room? That's what I'm saying. How does Byakuya deal with Room? How does Laxus deal with Room? How does Kakashi deal with Room? They just don't.
Also, before anyone tries to claim that I'm downplaying Naruto by not mentioning the Kurama having the power to turn the world
I
into
never
ash.
thought One Piece characters are this strong because the fucking fandom. What's not canon? The calcs. The calcs are not canon. The calcs are made up information. They're not actually real. There's no way you could even remotely sit here and tell me that a calc is even supposed to be objectively true. Calcs are, from an objective standpoint, calcs are not true. They are not true. They are a way for people to quantify, and if you believe in calcs, you're more than welcome to use them. But if we're talking about like objective evidence, they are not objective evidence. They are nothing more than a way for people to upscale Naruto. You should show the script in the video. Just show you put in the work. I already did. 23 pages. 23 pages. Everything up until this sentence right here. Everything up until this sentence right here. Everything here, everything up till here and page 4 is all just scaling pre-time skip Naruto. Scaling Naruto within the first 100 chapters. All of this is that. So if you're telling me that Sage can't even bother putting in the work to at least throw in an L into the conversation, a guy that Naruto would stand absolutely no chance with, I'm not even remotely... I mean, what's a Soul Reaper? What is being a Soul Reaper even remotely have anything to do with it? Being a Soul Reaper has nothing to do with it. If he's inside Room, Law is cutting him the fuck up. Byakuya, what does Byakuya do? Is literally the fastest there, yeah.
Statement. This is just because, like with the Orochimaru statement, we're given zero time frame or context in which the destruction could take place, making it an insane leap in logic to assume Kurama could simply plant a Biju bomb at Earth and blow it up in one shot, given the actual feats that are displayed in the series. Fortunately for Naruto, though, AP isn't everything in a versus matchup, and I still believe he's much faster than Katakuri, since while Kat would easily beat Lightspeed in terms of combat speed, scaling off Luffy's gear multipliers and Up next for our first post-time skip fight swap, we have Gear 4 Luffy and Dressrosa versus the 6 Paths of Pain, and the first thing I want to establish is that Luffy during the Dressrosa arc is not light speed or faster than light in terms of combat speed, as even though many One Piece fans will point to characters like Luffy aim dodging light speed projectiles throughout the series, this does not automatically give them light speed combative capabilities, but rather reaction speed, combat speed. However, with that being said, I understand a lot of the One Piece community will have problems with this system. The Dressrosa automatically give. However, with that being said, I still do believe that Gear 4 Luffy and Dressrosa does get much faster over the course of the time skip. The fact that we don't see Luffy getting blitzed by anyone until the events of Wano,
So we don't see Luffy get speed blitzed by anyone until the events of Wano, but then he's fine with saying Katakuri is light speed, even though Luffy got speed blitzed by him multiple times. You can't even follow the fucking logic inside your own fucking room, dude. You can't even follow the fucking logic inside your own video. Damon, because of the hacks ability, I don't know why you're even bringing up Delta. Delta cannot solo the One Piece verse. Absolutely not. And Damon, I would love to see you explain to me how Damon's abilities interact with a Logia user. Explain to me how Damon's abilities interact with a Logia user, and then you might be able to make an argument. How can Law cut a spiritual being? Because they have physical bodies that can be cut and slashed and hurt. That's how. Like the Naruto verse, the Naruto verse is not weak. If you compare it to the One Piece verse, it is a very weak verse. Naruto is a very weak verse if you start comparing it to One Piece. Start comparing on its own, very impressive verse. Everything they do, very impressive. In comparison, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
regarding the translation of the Raikage being light speed, with one side believing the statement to be hyperbolic and exaggerated.
Damon is a monster. Damon got tired after killing 1,000 fucking Mamushi guys in like a minute or something. He got tired after that, dude. So impressive. Law cut Big Mom's homies with, by the way, are spiritual beings. Yeah, you could argue that they're literally made out of the soul. Yeah.
While the other believes that the statement is viable and consistent. And as someone who believes in the latter, I simply think it's skeptic to say the Raikage being light speed is an exaggeration due to the multiple light speed jutsu and statements in the series.
So, wait, hold on.
We think it's skeptic to say the Raikage being light speed is an exaggeration due to the multiple light speed.
So he's bringing up the Haku Ice Mirror. Cool. He's bringing up Storm Release. Cool. But his statement doesn't objectively say he is light speed. It does not objectively say that. It says almost light speed when translated, and it says light like speed. So saying it's a mistranslation is not true, because if light speed is meant to be a way to define it, especially with the Kotoki as a simile, and then someone says almost light speed, then saying he moves close to the speed of light, and then saying he moves close to the speed of light in a different translation would essentially be consistent. I'm back. What he says, Luffy dodging is a reaction, not combat speed. What the hell does he mean? He's just saying that he's just trying to establish that Luffy is not light speed, even though he's ignored all of the pre-time skip light speed scaling. Sorry about that. He's just ignoring all the light speed scaling and using everything he can to speed up the One Piece guys. To speed down the One Piece guys. Speed up Naruto, speed down One Piece, that's all he needs to do.
Jutsu and statements in the series, as well as the fact that the Raikage is considered the fastest character in the verse before the war arc, which causes no consistency issues.
See you later, Esther.
Most importantly, though, the translation of Japanese kanji into English.
Got her dojutsu powers, which can make anyone fall in love. You're talking about Delta. So you're bringing up Ada. You're talking about Ada, but you wrote Delta. Wouldn't stop into intent reflection or action reflection? Okay, yes it would. If I attack you with a ball of fire and it reflects back onto me, how the fuck is that hurting me? One second. Hey guys, can you give me 2 minutes so I can go make my grandma a cup of coffee? I'm gonna make her a cup of coffee, so just give me like 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. I had to. I made the coffee. It's on the something. Yeah. Okay. Most of Bleach Piece is carried by calc stacking and Bankai multipliers. It is 100%, but Karibo reflects back onto them and hit their Logia bodies. It wouldn't work properly. Luffy punches a wall and attacks reflect back on Damon like he did with the NL. I guess it also could work like that. Just direct the attack to something else. In fact, Damon's powers wouldn't work on Luffy's rubber body either. If Kizaru really wants to cut head off with Haki-infused light sword, then Kizaru's head pops off. Yeah, but that's under the assumption that they're using Haki. Which, in many cases, they really don't need to. Alright, let me finish up this video. Let me finish up this video, dude. I imagine.
Is never one-to-one accurate due to the difference between the languages and the people doing the translation. Therefore, making an assertion that the Raikage isn't light speed without further substantiation is a moot point.
Without further substantiation, what about the fact that he could have just went to the battlefield on his own instead of being teleported if he didn't want to? If he could run at FTL speeds, if he could run at light speeds, why the fuck would he use a teleportation jutsu that sends him at light speed? Isn't that a bit Isn't that a bit redundant?
Point, especially if the person making it is not a native Japanese speaker and didn't translate the text themselves. Therefore, the statement is perfectly viable as far as I'm concerned. Additionally, before any One Piece fan translate the text themselves. Therefore, the statement is perfectly viable as far as I'm concerned. Additionally, before any One Piece fan try to call me biased for failing to talk about characters like Niji and Ichiji being faster than light and Katakuri being faster than them, I would like these supposed One Piece fans to understand that Niji nor Ichiji have faster than light combat speed. Since not only
So right here, this slash right here, this attack right here, that attack right there, you're just biased, dude. Dude, I'm sorry. That's just bias. Why don't
does
they?
Niji have to use a specific move to travel at light speed, but we also never see that speed in comparison to anyone aside from nameless fodder, making it impossible to.
We never see that speed besides nameless fodder. We never see that speed besides nameless fucking fodder. Not this one. So Zoro pre-time skip dodging a pad cannon. So Zoro pre-time skip dodging a pad cannon, right? Moving his entire body out of the way. So this doesn't count, right? Okay, just making sure. Just trying to make sure what Sage's whole thing is. So I guess Zoro being able to weave his way through a bunch of light speed projectiles. That wouldn't account as anything close to light speed, reaction, or combat speed, right? Just double checking. Just double checking, right? Just making sure that we're not being biased here. It wouldn't count. Wouldn't count whatsoever. So Zoro dodging a beam of light while in a fucked up state after tanking a small pressurized nuke. A small pressurized nuke. Yeah. So essentially, right? So just to be clear here, right? Zoro essentially taking an attack, close range, one of these, blows up right on top of him and everyone else, and still runs out and slashes right through Kuma. No durability, no Haki, nothing increased. Just goes right in and does it. And then after tanking that attack and running in and slashing all that shit, then dodges a beam of light. Wow. I don't know, man. I don't know. These characters, while in completely fucked up states and extremely tired, extremely fucked up, them doing all of this stuff, I guess it just doesn't count as light speed, right? Because, Niji and Ichiji showed up. What are you talking about?
To assess how fast this attack would be compared to a character with actual feats. As for Ichiji, though, while I understand.
But Sage doesn't include the many things is in the island tier. Yeah. Why would he count? Why would he consider them? Why would he consider them? Because the moment he does, he would have to be forced to agree that they are already above island level, but he doesn't. And he doesn't have to, and he's not going to because he's disingenuous. Like, all of the scaling here is disingenuous. I'd be willing to have a conversation with the guy, but, like, I don't think I can do it if this guy is just going off of all this bullshit, dude. Like, let's just ignore everything. Let's just ignore every single other scaling. Let's just focus on a single piece of speed scaling. Ignore everything else, right?
And people could be confused about how him outrunning lasers is not a usable light speed feat. The fact of the matter is we don't know if these lasers are actually light speed or not, nor were they even referred to as...
Correct. The greater issue is that people want certain speed claims because they know if the verse cannot keep up, there's no fight. Is this video not 2 years old? The video can be 5 years old. It could still be a bad video.
lasers in the data book translation explaining the attack, making it a hasty generalization just to assume these lasers are automatically...
So, whoa. So we're talking about translations, we're talking about data books, we're talking about all this garbage. But the moment that we have Ichiji fucking speed blitzing his own fucking laser beams, literally light beams, oh, that's a problem. But as soon as, you know, what's his name? Oh yeah, the Raikage, who does not have an objective light speed statement, but one that essentially describes it, doesn't have to put him at his choice and very contrived. It's his choice. What do you mean it's his choice and very contrived? What? You're telling me that Zoro in a fucked up state. You're telling me that Zoro in a fucked up state after tanking an explosion that essentially blew past multiple people in an island. You're telling me that him performing a speed feat and dodging a beam of light after that is a contrived feat? You're telling me that you couldn't possibly see this happen at any other point in the series? Like, the Strichio... let me ask you this. What exactly do you get out of coming into these streams and just spewing bullshit? What exactly do you get out of it? Like, I wonder, like, people like you, people like the other people that... the other 7 people that I've already had to time out today. You guys come into my streams, you don't have any actual argument. He's trying to give everyone a good equal range. So he's trying to equalize the characters because otherwise they don't stand a chance, right? Is that what you're telling me? He's trying to equalize the characters? You spoke to Sage? Because what is a good equal gauge here? Because like I said before, like I've said many times before, saying that Luffy isn't light speed in Dressrosa is not only a blatant fucking lie, it's blatantly disingenuous. So my question to people like you is it just does it just hurt you, right? Does it just suck? Like, does the idea just aggravate you that much? Like, does it? Like, the idea that, like, One Piece of all series, not even Dragon Ball, not Bleach, because those series are cool to you, right? Does the idea that if One Piece, that any series can be stronger than Naruto, but the moment that the conversation goes into One Piece being stronger or faster, that's when you have a problem? Does it suck for you? Like, can you not just sleep at night if that were the case? If you ever, like, if that were truly the case, right, hypothetically speaking, right, let's just say Naruto was just a weaker verse overall than One Piece. Would you genuinely not be able to sleep at night? Like, does that affect you on such a level that you cannot function on the day-to-day? Does it hurt you to know that, like, there is a person out there, in this case me, that genuinely does not believe that any of these characters would even remotely stand a chance against, you know, mid-tiers in One Piece? Eon, you always just put, yes, I put it, I'm being nice by saying they are close, to which that is further from the truth. Yes, it is further from the truth. It's not close. One Piece is a faster verse. One Piece is a physically stronger verse. It is a physically more durable verse, yes. Overall, yes, I would say that. I would 100% argue it, and I can 100% back it up. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, it's not about any of that bullshit. It's me telling you that this is the conclusion that I came down to after watching the fucking series multiple fucking times on stream, after reading it on stream with other people. Not just some contrived bullshit where I'm using calcs, where I'm using made up information, where I'm just essentially just trying to do everything I can to say that they're not. No. And you wonder why people find you difficult? No wonder why Six and the rest left you alone? Well, okay, so you want to talk about that. Okay, sure. So people find me difficult because I make very good arguments. People find me difficult because I make extremely good arguments that are very hard to dispute, because ultimately if you dispute them, it just boils down to personal opinion, which at that point I could give less than 2 shits about. I don't care about what your opinion is. All arguments are based on opinions, by the way, but you find me difficult because when you give me some bullshit, I go out of my way to ask you to back up. No, you're fine. I go out of my way to come in and ask you, prove your statement. And when you and the other 7 motherfuckers that I completely fucking timed out for 24 hours, when you people cannot find an argument, you say, oh, you're being difficult. I had a guy earlier tell me, really, sit here and say that, why can't you just believe me? You're being so biased. Which of us is difficult? The guy that's asking for objective evidence, or the guy that's saying you're biased because you don't agree with my very subjective claim? But finally, and most importantly, you want to bring up Six and the others left because they were being because they blew a situation that it has nothing to do with power scaling out of fucking proportion, tried to demonize one of my fucking members because he said something that, while I don't agree with, wasn't inherently as offensive as they took it out to be, and because their little friend Clark could not apparently get over it, a conversation that happened about approximately 2 years ago. They left for reasons completely unrelated to power scaling, Destricio, but here's what we can do. You can go to the back rooms where I never have to see you speak again, because guess what? You are now hidden from my channel. Yeah. So, yeah. I got an ad just now, so you're definitely still monetized. You should be able to see your analytics, though, yourself. Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't really care about the monetization end of it. I really don't care about it. Anyway, guys, we're up to 8. 7 or 8. I don't remember. I didn't see him at all before the timeout. Yeah, don't worry about it. Destricio is just one of those guys that can't generate an argument for themselves. They can't do anything. All they do is just basically sit here and say, well, the video where the guy who is blatantly lying about things that he is objectively wrong in, yeah, he's making an extremely fair and reasonable video. Yeah, because again, it hurts them. It must be like a physical reaction that their bodies get whenever they reach a point or a conclusion where, like, oh hey, whenever you reach a point or conclusion that doesn't inherently agree with their agenda. It's fucking amazing, bro. You know what? Let me change the name of the stream real quick. Change the name of the stream. Eon times out 8 people. You know what? I'm gonna make a funny joke about this. Eon times out 6 to 7 people live on stream. Eon times out after they couldn't generate a single decent argument. That's the title of the stream. Eon times out 6 or 7 people after they couldn't generate a single Oh, I should write banishes. Banishes. Eon banishes 6 to 7 terrible. Banishes 6 to 7 terrible arguments. There we go. But you and Six have never actually talked about power scaling, yeah? Six? He's talking about Six, my ex-moderator. He's talking about Six, my ex-moderator. Not Six from Tokyo, if you're talking about, like, the actual YouTuber Six. I've never spoken to him.
The speed of light. Furthermore, each of you traveling faster than these projectiles sure as shit doesn't scale to the speed at which he can fight, which makes me confused why anyone would see this as a viable combat speed in the first place. Therefore, due to...
Well, he shouldn't have brought up the whole situation. Oh, Eon, it wasn't 6, it was nearly a year ago. I felt like ages, so just don't think about it like that. Oh, I'm sorry, it's fine. Either way, get over it, bro. Like, if it's nearly a year ago, then get the fuck over it. I'm sorry, but, like, I'm so over that whole thing, too. Like, if somebody's still mad about something that you said 6 months to a year ago, okay, just... 6 brain cells? Don't do that. Don't start insulting people, dude. Don't do that. Oh, okay. No, yeah, you're fine. Yeah. Whether it was 2 years ago or whatever the fuck ago, either way, again, just get the fuck over it. I'm just saying Clark really needed to get the fuck over it. He's being a fucking baby. Clark is a fucking baby.
I have Naruto blitzing
I
through
don't give a
categories,
fuck.
future sight,
Bro,
and
he's-
ending things
bro,
with a
yeah,
Rasen
sure.
Shuriken to earn him the win in this fight swap. And in case you were wondering, the blitzing makes me confused why anyone would see this as a viable combat speed in the first place. Therefore,
Because other people aren't disingenuous, Sage. Because other people aren't doing everything they can to say that every single thing. Who can survive the Kaguya's dimension swamp in One Piece? Kaido, Big Mom, Naruto, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Sanji can literally just fly. Law, Likely Kid, any of the admirals. We have Garp. I would argue Garp can likely do it. What else? Because, like, the dimension swap, like, what's the dimension? Oh, wait, you're talking about, like, them dropping on what? You're talking about those guys dropping on a sea of lava. Yeah. Guess what Zoro can do? Guess what Zoro can literally do in fucking Wano? He can hit the air so hard with his swords, he can send himself flying back into the sky. Just what arguments are? What argument even is that?
Due to the sheer difference in speed, I have Naruto blitzing through Katakuri's future sight and ending things.
How are you have Naruto blitzing through Katakuri's future sight when Luffy needed a fucking speed form? Okay, let's just go over. Let's again go fucking over. Besides the fact that he hasn't expressed any speed scaling for KCM2 Naruto, went straight into just light speed bullshit right here, right? Let's cover Luffy right here real quick, right? Let's cover Luffy right here real quick, right? Post time skip Luffy, right? He said some bullshit about Katakuri, some asinine shit about Katakuri at some point. When the fuck does he bring up the Luffy punching Katakuri thing, right? Right here.
Stronger than his Dressrosa self due to hockey blooming.
So Luffy's automatically stronger than his Dressrosa self, right? It's a relatively short series. I haven't read it, but I always did think about going back into Hachimaru. Hachimaru, I heard, has some pretty insane scaling with like them actually meeting the guy that essentially created the universe or some shit. I thought it was something like that. Okay, so he's saying that right here Luffy should be stronger, right? So he's saying right here that Luffy should be stronger, right? Cool. So
when in his first post in Whole Cake Island, who scales to the same Luffy that is at the very least 50 times stronger than his Dressrosa self.
So he's saying that Luffy's already 50 times stronger than his Dressrosa self, right? And then Luffy also needed a speed form on top of that. He needed a speed form.
The hockey blooming during his fight with the aforementioned Katakuri.
Yeah.
As during this fight, Luffy was able
could fly, but still Kaguya teleported him to the gravity dimension. Fantastic. Are you really sitting here and going to tell me that the gravity dimension is going to be a problem for One Piece characters who physically outscale? Are we really sitting here and going to try to make some argument that Kaido or Big Mom would have a single fucking issue moving in the gravity dimension? Especially when Kakashi and Obito, Kakashi would not ever scale to them physically, was able to get up before one of her all-killing Ash Bones even reached Naruto or Sasuke. Come on, let's be real here. Come on.
able to go from getting overwhelmed and thrashed by Cat even in Gear 4 to drawing blood from Helma just in base.
Okay, so we're saying that Luffy's now 50 times faster than he was before, right? And then he has a speed form on top of that that makes him faster than 4th gear, right? The 4th gear that you said would make him 10 times faster than 2nd gear, right? The 4th gear that's also a faster version of the fast form that you already did it, right? And also stack onto that on future sight, right? So how exactly does your logic work, Sage? How exactly does that make any fucking sense?
Be confused why anyone would see this as a viable combat speed in the first place. Therefore, due to the sheer difference in speed, I have Naruto blitzing through
Kaguya swaps the dimensions and just leaves now? Cool. If you plug in a controller into her ass and say, oh yeah, well, just do that, cool. Also, let me ask you this. Do you think that Kaguya's dimension swapping and then leaving strategy, besides the fact that she wouldn't do that without plugging in a controller directly into her fucking ass, let me ask you this. Do you really think Kaguya can just leave the dimension without quite literally having to open up a space-time portal and go through it first? Because, let me tell you this. Kaguya cannot swap dimensions and then just leave the dimension without first going through a portal. And in a fight where we're just plugging controllers up characters' asses, what is stopping me from saying that any one of the characters I listed before just speed blitz her and rip out part of her body? Literally just rip out a chunk of her body. What's stopping me from saying that then, right? Because she has to go into a portal in order to leave the dimension. She can't just swap dimension and swap again without bringing anybody. No. She has to go into a portal. So how is she doing that without getting speed blitzed? What are the feats of the gravity dimension? It brings down Naruto, Sasuke, Kaguya, everybody. That's it. Yeah, it just brings them all down. That's it. That's its best feat. Try to leave, get sniped by Nami's lightning. Yeah, I know, Zeus is sniping the fuck out of her. Zeus is sniping... And leave him there? Yeah, because she grabbed Sasuke and pulled him through a portal. She grabbed Sasuke physically and then pulled him through a portal. How do you do that against people with precognition who are faster than you? How do you do that to people with precognition who are faster than you? How is that a strategy? Explain that to me. Again, you want to plug in a controller? I'll plug in a controller too. How is she doing that? You said One Piece characters could fly, so Kaguya can't swap them to another dimension. Hold your own words, bro. When did I say that they can fly? I just said characters that can literally bounce their way off the ground with raw physical force, and I just said Zoro. How exactly? What the fuck are we talking about? Luffy can fly. Kaido can fly. Big Mom has Zeus and the others. They can fly. What the fuck are we talking about? She can also just stand on Prometheus's flames and he's a sun.
Curry's future sight and ending things with a Rasen Shuriken to earn him the win in this fight swap. And in case you were wondering,
Also, the fact that he thinks a Rasen Shuriken is taking down Katakuri is insane to me, but...
yes, everything I just said about Katakuri versus Naruto also applies to Whole Cake Island Luffy versus Obito in the Edo Jinchuriki. Since even if you believe that Luffy could beat the Biju because they're slower than KCM Naruto, he still wouldn't make it past Obito even with the assistance of dying Kakashi due to there being such a massive speed gap to Obito.
Alright, I'm just skipping through this one. Sage's scaling is trash. I'm sorry, his scaling is trash.
Which in regards to this matchup is speed, which in my opinion isn't particularly close since during the events of Wano, base Luffy would become so fast that he was able to keep up with and block hybrid Kaido's Thunder Bagua that was calced to be able to move 9 times faster than the speed of light based off Luffy being able to casually dodge laser fire. And this isn't even the full extent of Luffy's speed either, as due to his Gear 2 and 4 multiplier.
Let me ask Sage a question, right? So, if Kaido can blitz Luffy still in base form, and he's calcing it at 9 times the speed of light, then wouldn't Kaido reaching a hybrid form that would be more powerful than Luffy's gears, because Luffy needed Advanced Conqueror's Haki and his gears in order to fight said Kaido form, wouldn't that just mean that Kaido is over 50 times... Sorry, what's 50 times 9? 450? Wouldn't that just mean that Kaido is 450 times faster than the speed of light by his own logic? Because Luffy, again, needed Gear 4. He still couldn't dodge him in base with a base that is stronger than Gear 4. Wouldn't, like... Sage, I'm sorry. Your arguments just make no sense. Again, what? You guys are just giving me dog shit arguments here.
Pliers, he would be at least 50 times faster than in base, which would put him far above this version of Sasuke in terms of speed, as he isn't even quantifiably faster than KCM2 Naruto, who I've already established to only be 90 times faster than light. With that being said,
90 times faster than light. 90 times faster than light is crazy.
Everything in a versus battle, which is why we still have to go over who has the decided edge in attack potency, and getting straight to the point, Luffy is severely outclassed compared to Sasuke when it comes to raw power.
Well, at the very least, it's a double KO. They will die from starvation eventually. Yes, so in a hypothetical scenario where we put these two characters to fight, the winner would be the person who kills the other first, and the person who would die first would likely be the person that cannot tank any of their blows and cannot actually have a decent way of killing them without also giving them an entire planet's worth of people's chakra in order to perform a one-time nuke that even then wouldn't do it. If we write the fight, we have to give her a reason to stay. Right, and if you write the fight, you would also have to give them a reason. If you write the fight, you would also have to give them a reason to not just speed blitz her. Give me a reason why they wouldn't just speed blitz her then. Cool, she swaps dimensions. Fantastic. Cool, she swaps dimensions. Fantastic. What are her options? The lava dimension? Plenty of characters can fly or simply won't die to lava. Kaido and Big Mom could literally sink in lava, no signs of damage to them. Ice dimension, they break right out of it. What the fuck are we talking about? They literally smash right out of it. We're talking about acid dimension. Have fun arguing for that one, because there's literally just one moment where you see it spew out some acid, and that's it. That's not even an argument. Gravity dimension, she's more affected by it. Base dimension, it doesn't do anything. It's just a base dimension where she will get speed blitzed in one shot regardless. Kaguya has nothing, man. I don't know what to tell you. And merge herself with nature. And what is merging herself with nature gonna do? She's going to attack him with a bunch of frozen ice pillars. Fantastic. Frozen ice pillars that simply just covered Naruto in a bit of ice. That Naruto broke out of with boil release. Fantastic. Naruto, who had to have his chakra boosted to the boiling point, and you have no way of quantifying how much stronger he gets. Fantastic argument. Like, this is why all the arguments are trash. This is why all the arguments for Naruto characters are trash. It essentially revolves around the characters acting in a hype. Not even like with One Piece where you just say Law just cuts them up into pieces, because that's exactly what Law would do. It's a case of Kaguya swaps dimensions, goes into a portal, and just leaves them there. Cool, so we're just ignoring the fact that she gets speed blitzed. Ignoring the fact that she gets speed blitzed. Okay, well, she tries to put her arm through a dimension and just pulls him into a separate dimension. Ignoring precognition and a speed blitz. Well, she has the lava dimension. Plenty of characters can fly. Plenty of characters can keep themselves off the air. Nami has Zeus. Big Mom has Zeus or whatever. The Genesis dimension is where the chakra refuels the fastest. Fantastic. And how is her chakra going to refuel? Using what? In a 1v1, her chakra is going to refuel using what? Now we're giving Kaguya an entire planet's worth of chakra to also refuel from, right? Because what? It would be unfair regardless. You have to give Kaguya an entire planet's worth of people caught in infinite Tsukuyomi in order to do that, right? Right. That seems fair, right? So it's a one versus an entire planet and a goddess bitch, right? Like, no, the arguments are all dog shit. You guys cannot give me good arguments. If you guys could think up of an argument, you guys could not think up of an argument that I already have. And this sounds very fucked up, but like, you guys genuinely, I don't think you could think up of an argument that I already haven't thought up of myself. I go through all of this shit in the back of my mind every single day when I'm not fucking streaming. Even when I'm streaming, I'm thinking about this shit. What exactly does this do given with the context of what the story has shown me? What the fuck does this do? Because if you're just gonna plug a controller up the ass, I will just do the same. You have to give her everything. You have to give her everything. Why would them tearing a chunk of Kaguya's body kill her? Does she not have regen? Yes, regen that is not instantaneous. Regeneration that is A, not instantaneous, and B, cannot regenerate from nothing. If I can argue any of these characters hit harder than KCM Naruto, than Six Pat's Naruto, which I can very easily argue it. I can very easily argue. I can 100% very easily argue that any of the characters that I can call out will do more damage to her than Naruto literally ripping out one of her arms with just a swipe of his arm, then yeah, I can argue that a blast breath from Kaido, if it scales above a Thunder Bagua in attack potency, would wipe away Kaguya's body. It would vaporize her. I can argue it 100,000%. Easy chicken. Easy fucking money. Easy chicken. I can argue Boro Breath would absolutely vaporize Kaguya. She does not have continental durability. She does not have planetary durability. She does not have any good durability feats. No one in Naruto scales to continental in terms of direct attack potency. No one. Not Madara. Not Madara with the Ten Tails. No one. There's not a single argument you can make. If I can't even quantify Naruto and Sasuke to be continental, if I cannot even quantify these two dudes to be continental, I cannot even argue she can tank those attacks. Because this attack right here would be one of the most powerful attacks in the entire series, and it wasn't even going to put the entire Naruto use teleportation. When did Naruto... Okay, fantastic. Even if, first of all, it's not teleportation. Objectively speaking, not teleportation. He blitzed her. Blatantly blitzed her from a standstill. Blatantly, objectively blitzed her from a standstill. Right here. Obito, right here. Standstill, jumped up. Standstill, jumped up. Standstill, jumped up. There you go. What's your argument? What's your argument there? Besides the fact that you're wrong, what's your argument there? If Naruto could rip out her arm, Luffy would dismantle her. Luffy would rip her into pieces. Shred her far apart. Easy chicken. Easy fucking chicken. Speed blitz, one shot. If Luffy can do this to someone, not history, where is it? This. No color. When the fuck does... What chapter does Luffy punch Summers? That was prior to the Omens, right? So it would be like when Luffy and what's-his-face first show up, right? Yeah. Yeah. Right here. Right here. Yeah, if Luffy can hit somebody so hard with one of his not even strongest attacks... If Luffy can hit somebody so hard with not even his strongest attacks that it literally tears them into pieces, rips them apart... is literally blasting them into pieces of themselves, I think he could do the same easily to Kaguya. Chapter 700, where Naruto saved the same technique on Boruto while catching him. Fantastic. Using teleportation jutsu. Fantastic. So, A, teleportation jutsu is also known as the body flicker technique, right? Body flicker Naruto, right? Let's look at body flicker. Naruto. High-speed movement technique. Short, long distance, observable. It appears as if the user is teleported. A technique that every single character is essentially capable of doing. She would change to strat to retreat. Okay, and if she tries to retreat, why would she be allowed to retreat? Why would they just instantly be allowing her to retreat? If you're giving me a fight scenario where we're plugging controllers up people's asses and you're telling me that she is going to retreat after she realizes she gets speed blitzed, why the fuck would I ever entertain the concept that someone who's faster than her would just allow her to get speed blitzed? Sorry, would allow her to just retreat. Why the fuck would they allow it? Also, this is Hokage Naruto. Even if for whatever reason you wanted to argue that Naruto has a teleportation jutsu, why does he never use it at any other point in Boruto? Why is this the singular only instance where he uses it? If you actually believe that it's teleportation. And second and most importantly, that's not Hokage Naruto. That's not even regular Naruto. That's not even end of series Naruto. So again, why do I have to entertain that argument? Sage's video is dog shit. You guys are just not providing for me any arguments I couldn't have thought up of myself in the middle of the night. What else do we do? I'm not gonna watch any more of this. I'm kind of tired. I'm gonna step out now. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about, I can entertain it for a little bit longer. But besides that, speaking of the new chapter, without spoiling it, I like the new chapter. Just to give you guys the last bit of my thoughts on it. First of all, actually, I just noticed this. First of all, this is extremely low-key covertly drawing Ida, who is secretly amused by it. I think this is okay. I think that the chapter was good, and I'm glad that we're out of the, and spoiler alert, but not really, we're out of the flashback. We're out of the flashback. Motherfucking been streaming for 9 hours. I've been streaming for almost 5. It's not, I haven't been streaming for that long either. Yeah. I like it. I like the chapter. I like the fact that we're out of the flashback. I don't think it's overstayed its welcome too long. Let me just recall real quick. I think it started at what, 181? Okay, so the flashback essentially starts in 83 and the flashback ends in 86. So, I think, honestly, about 4 chapters is not bad. 4 chapters worth of a flashback is nothing crazy. I don't think it's an issue. Summon Skull versus number 39 Utopia. Number 39 Utopia. What are we talking about? Utopia has an actual ability. Number 39 Utopia. It's a numbers card. If you're going by the anime, it can't be destroyed by battle, by monsters, by non-number monsters. By the way, stupidest thing ever, I thought that should have been a normal trait of the numbers archetype, that they can't be destroyed by battle. That way they could have just removed that shit, that bullshit unaffected by card effects from the Crooked Cook. Fuck-ass card. But anyway, it's been a nice stream. Have a good rest of your day. Likewise, everyone here, have a good rest of your day. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. If no one else wants anything to talk about, or any other topic you guys would like to talk about, I'm probably gonna check this one out. Haimiya Senpai is scary and cute. I might check this one out. But yeah, anyone know if there's another break next week? Not sure just yet. You said Law can use room and Kaguya his hacks. And Kaguya his hacks. What the fuck are you talking about? And Kaguya cannot use her dimension swap in less than a second, and even One Piece characters at Future Sight, they can. No, I said he has precognition that would inform him of what she's going to do before she does it. That's not Future Sight. And it's based on intent. A. B. I never said that she cannot swap her dimensions. I said she can't swap her dimensions and then swap them again without either going into a portal or bringing Law with her. Numberwall tries to give him that effect. Yeah, but Numberwall, I don't agree with this idea of like giving... Okay, I'll say this. I hate effects that give some kind of protection to number monsters based on the material itself, because then you get situations like with Crooked Cook where it's unaffected by all card effects and it's essentially just a way to just wait until you get Exodia. I literally had to make an entire video. By the way, anybody excited about Chaotic coming back? Anybody excited about Chaotic? I am so fucking excited about Chaotic, dude. I am so like, I've never played it before, but I'm kind of excited about, like, maybe them even making an online client, like a legitimate online client where, like, we can actually, like, have, my shit got deleted? I don't know. Chaotic coming back is going to be great. I've been checking out a couple of channels for it. I don't know if any of them are going to pop up here, but I've been watching a bit of gameplay, and I'm interested in actually playing the game in the future. I think it's going to be good. Why is Kaguya deciding to retreat after getting speed blitz, me controlling her? Why would she retreat? I asked you a question if it was reasonable conclusion in character. You can try to make the reasonable conclusion, but why would... But again, in a versus battle, her retreating is essentially her conceding. If you're going to sit there and tell me that a character is going to retreat in a versus battle, in a hypothetical battle where we have the two characters fight, so you're telling me, oh, we're just going to give her the chance to retreat and then come back whenever the fuck she wants? At that point, if you leave the battlefield, I'm just going to call it a self-removal. So yes, it's a reasonable conclusion for you to come down to in character, but at that point, I'm just counting it as a loss. Why not? She removed herself from the battlefield. She removed herself. Yeah. Would Hagoromo and Hamura scale to the moon creation, or you think AP does not equal... I do not believe AP equals creation feats. I do not believe it in the slightest bit. And even if you wanted to give them moon-level creation feats, cool, fine, that's okay. Why does that equate to their attack potency? Because it's a ceiling jutsu. I want to know how you would answer. Yeah. If you're going to give me a situation now, in every single other versus battle that you bring up any other character, there's never an example of, oh, well, what if this character just retreats for the meantime and just waits them out? Fantastic. You can do that. You can either remove the character from the battlefield or you can remove yourself from the battlefield. But if we are going to remove a character from the battlefield and the character that got removed from the battlefield loses the fight. That's my thing. It loses the fight. Like, Law won't surprise for a second and think about it, and Kaguya can have time to teleport and escape room? So you're saying that it's just going to be your first thought. So if you're saying that that's going to be your first thought, then I'm going to say his first thought is, set up a room. And if he sets up a room, she loses. She has no answers for it. There you go. That's my counter. We can bring up hypotheticals all you want. We can bring up what character does what when first. Whatever the fuck you want. Either way, room, shambles, amputate, she loses. That's it. That's it. Simple ass answer. Simple ass argument. Simple ass discussion. By the way, if you never play, the chaotic game is honestly kind of interesting because it plays differently than like every other game I've seen up until now. You have the most decks I think I've seen in terms of a TCG, where you have an attack deck, a creature, you have your army, which is like the usually six creatures that you'll fight with. You have an army, you have a deck of Mujic, a small deck of 6 Mujic, which are essentially like your instant spells. You have battle gear, which goes underneath every one of your creatures, and then you have a deck of locations where one of your creatures will fight depending on the turn and who's attacking, and then you'll also have a deck full of attack cards where you can only have a maximum of up to 20 points, kind of like Genesis. Could throw a moon down. When did he throw the moon down? Not much different from moving it up. When did he throw the moon down? You're hard, bro. You think everything goes in your way. No, I'm just saying, in a scenario where I'm thinking up of what the characters are going to do in character and out of character, in character, Kaguya does not just automatically her first thought is not just switch dimensions, leave them there. That's not her first thought. That's not her first thought. All killing Ashbone, some fuck shit with the portals, I would likely see her do that before her just switching dimensions and leaving somebody there, right? If you want to talk about characters just having a controller up their ass, sure. But then at that point, Law, room, amputate. If we're talking Kaguya, just switching the dimensions and seeing what Law can do from there, maybe shooting an all-killing Ashbones, Law sets up a room, teleports right out. If Sasuke can activate Amaterasu, if Naruto can use his truth-seeking orbs, Law can set up a room. I have no reason not to believe that he can do that. Again, it's opinions. It's just opinions. You're just fighting me on opinions at that point. I'm just telling you exactly what I think would happen. I'm not saying everything goes my way. I'm saying it would go the way of the character that is objectively faster and can destroy her from the inside out and prevent her from regenerating organs. Yes, I would put it. Or dismantle her into pieces. She has to land a hit. You think only your hypothetical thoughts are right? No. I'm just saying, in a scenario where we're scaling both characters decently, and we argue that one character is faster than the other, I would say that the character who is objectively faster than the other, or at least by my metrics, faster than the others, would always get out all their win conditions first. I can't give her anything if I can't give her things because at that point I'm not considering Law's speed scaling. I'm not considering room. That's why. I'm not saying that I'm objectively right. I'm just saying all your hypotheticals revolve around Law doing nothing, not trying, being too surprised to act, or being too surprised to set up fucking room. Which is why I keep telling you. How fast does room propagate or expand? I can show you right now. Faster than the speed of light. faster than the speed of light, and I can show it to you right here. As a matter of fact, just go watch just go watch the video. I have the video, just go watch it. I literally explain how fast
blitz him, make Tsunade, and I'm just gonna throw my guy in here, specifically need to land physical blows on their opponent in order or living creature or object will immediately slow down their velocity for 30 seconds. This ability, while it may not look like it, is consistently stated throughout the chapter that it's introduced in to be a beam of light. I know Foxy looks absolutely stupid, and to be honest, even his personality doesn't really help make a claim for him, but the ability is consistently stated to be light, beams of light, and made entirely out of photons. Now, photons are light particles, and in this case, the slowpoke photons are an as-yet undiscovered particle that Foxy can generate from his body in order to slow everything around him. I know that many people go out of their way tossing them around almost giant by so use them of his anything. His ability to or symbols is shift, but arguably better.
Right there. Watch this. Watch it slowly. Can create a dimension filled with seawater. She does not have a dimension with seawater, so you're already started offline. You already started off making things up. You already started making things up, so your argument is meaningless to me, and since you're going to be sticking on to this, guys, we're going up to 9. Congratulations. Now you just started making shit up. Congratulations. Let's look at this again.
Positions with et Amino Teject. Shambles is shift, but arguably better.
So let's look at this. Law didn't have a room active at the time, so he either spawned room at FTL speeds because that is a beam of light, or he dodged with raw movement speed.
The biggest difference between these two techniques is that Law's Shambles actually allows him to teleport back to back to back with different objects while also having next to no effect on his stamina.
Yeah, also, during that whole scene, he never actually expands his room, so he can now just expand his room without having to necessarily even set up or do any motions. Put the moon into orbit to the conclusion that they remove it from the orbit follows naturally. Why is it not just a portion of the jutsu? If he makes it so big that it's ripping out so much land, it's just setting itself up into the Earth's atmosphere. You're saying that they put the moon into orbit. Where is it stated that they force the moon, that they physically force the moon into orbit?
It might be surprising to some of you to hear this, but Sasuke never actually performs shift back to back. There isn't a single example where Sasuke shifts and then immediately shifts again with another target. So I have no reason to believe that he can actually pull this off. So if you think that shift is busted, then imagine being capable of spamming it and over a larger quantifiable area.
Like, we're talking about Sasuke's Amino Tejikata, and Law's room is just that but better. Now you have to stream until you hit 10 timeouts. I'm done with timing people out, dude. I'm done with timing people out. I think I'm over it. I hit 5 hours. I think that's good. I will catch you guys all later. Peace out, guys. Take care of yourselves.